So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. Backing down, cause the future is now. Not backing down, cause the future is now. The future
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to EU Challenger League. My name is Jess, and I'm joined by two of my most beautiful analysts here. I've got Des, I've got Hap, and of course, both of them are going to be bringing you the playoffs alongside me. I know I look like a bit of a weird Milosh, but Milosh had to take today off, and he'll be back for all the future games. But I digress. Let's jump into these first matchups here, and I think it's probably a little bit important, both Hap and Des and I explaining to you exactly what the stakes are here for EU Challenger League playoffs, because if you're watching every Friday beforehand, you're probably pretty used to these teams going up head to head, and then at some point one of them takes an EUL spot, and then that's kind of what happens. Well, not really, because the stakes have upped exponentially now that we're jumping into these playoffs. We're going from a best of 1 to a best of 3. It's a single elimination. You only really get technically 2 tries, and if you lose your first try, you lose your second try as well. So as we're jumping into this EU play day, I think both Hap and Des, probably before we sort of get into the nitty-gritty, can explain which matchup they're most looking forward to for all of this week, rather than just today. I'm putting you on the spot here. Des, which game are you looking most forward to?
Probably this first one, I think, actually. Winstrike versus Kavana. I was kind of dashing over towards Eminem and Matchco, but I think that's a bit one-sided, if I'm honest. Today, I think, is the big one. Kavana, although they finished in 4th place, to me, could be a big surprise if they play their cards right today. And Winstrike, at the moment, in my opinion, are the most exciting team to be watching.
All right, Hap, do you agree with that?
It's a very exciting matchup to go through, but I'm probably going to be more urged to go towards the Heretics versus Penta matchup. Penta being a team actually that is really consistent and up there, and Heretics, you know, they might have something up their sleeves to just show up out of nowhere. Like, they're that Spanish team, and there's a lot of like fans going up behind them, cheering them on, and let's see if that will work out for them today.
I really expected you to say Gamma then. I won't lie, Hap. I was like, the game I'm looking forward to the most.
No worries.
Gamma, and I was be like, of course it is. Shock horror, Hap. But no, I'm glad that you've gone for the right game here, mate.
Oh, goodness me. Well, if you're not sure exactly what these playoffs are going to be playing for, each of these teams are just a mere stone throw away from catapulting themselves into EUL, which is our Tier 1 professional league sport, which sets a lot of these players up for a great career in esports, which is why Challenge League is ever so important. And for some of these teams, they've never actually been this close to Tier 1 at all. This is some of the highest stakes they'll ever be playing for. So playoffs is going to be a very big fight. I'm hoping for a big bash of games today, as some of these teams will just be knocked out forever, forced to go back to Challenge League in the next season, and that's pretty much an entire year for some of these teams, so they want to be putting their best foot forward. Chaos, auto relegation spot, you guys, we spoke about this when we were doing EUL Stage 2, they've secured the auto relegation spot, so 1 team out of these 8 teams during the playoffs will take their spot. It'll be gone, that's it. Chaos can't possibly keep it, but Rogue, however, can still fight for their spot, and whoever comes second, they'll be able to nab it out from underneath Rogue, and I think that's what exactly every team is hoping. If they don't get the Chaos spot, that they get their chance to fight Rogue, a weakened Rogue at the moment as well, and they might be able to propel themselves up alongside one of these other CL teams into Pro League, into Tier 1, into EUL, which is a lot more than a lot of these players have ever played at. So this is really where, you know, it comes to shove for a lot of these teams. I digress, though. I feel like I'm rambling on, and I really want to get into the nitty-gritty of our first matchup. Jess. Oh, please, says you. My goodness, it wouldn't be an EUL stream if you weren't trying to run your mouth about something.
I mean, it's a good thing it's not an EUL stream then, isn't it?
Oh.
Got him. Carry on, Jess.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right, so if you're going to speak so much there, I'm going to throw it over to you first. Kavana, Team A, I know you have a love affair with UK Massive, blah, blah, blah. You're always in my ears about how UK is the best region in all of Europe, blah, blah, blah. Kavana being one of those EU teams, they haven't had the best of seasons, and they've got a bit of a slog to even get into this Challenger League. What can you tell me going into this, or at least their last matchup in 2020 so far, to jump into these playoffs now?
Given you kind of branded yourself, well, no, Fluke quite aptly branded you as UK Mini down in Australia earlier on, so you're kind of with us on this one, Jess. Look, Kavana are coming in as the 4th place group in Group B. On paper, you look at it and say they're coming up against the 1st place from Group A. This should be an absolute whitewash coming out for Winstrike. But Kavana, I think, has shown a lot of improvement and advancement in this stage. From back on day 1 against Homeless, where Sloth would charge his way forward, get himself picked off seemingly every single round, to then coming into the closing weeks where actually there's a lot more team play, a lot more reliance on drones. Things are looking really good for them. And with players like Gorgona and Kayak on side, they've been 2 of my favorite players to watch in all of Challenger League so far. Super consistent, always able to pick up the pieces when things look like they're going south. And I'm really hopeful today they can have a big game against Winstrike. Problem is, Winstrike are pretty damn good. So you're going to have to be dealing with a pretty big numbers disadvantage in quite a few situations, I expect.
If I put you on the spot right now, and for all the viewers who are just tuning in, let's say none of them have watched either of these teams, so they don't know much about them. Against Winstrike, do you think they have the winning leg to just overcome Winstrike in this best of three? Or I know it's a lot to put on you, but I want the viewers to understand.
And I think the player himself might feel the pressure of this, what I'm going to say. It's the coin flip of Sloth, as I call it. He is Challenger League's version of Joe from Na'Vi, right? He will be at windows, he will be at doorways, he will be causing problems. The thing is, when teams know what he's up to and they know what to expect from him, they'll be watching doorways, they'll be flank drones set up, they will just know what it is he's trying to do and will find ways to counter it. If he has a few bad rounds, I think his motivation can be quite low. He's not very confident in himself. I was talking to him earlier on. He told me he's smashing back some Red Bulls, that he's ready for this game. I'm hoping we see the real 10,000-mile-an-hour Sloth come out today and really give Winstrike a challenge, but he's equally being contested by some good players on the other side.
All right, Hap, introduce us to Winstrike, and then we'll bring up our schedule after so that everyone knows all of the matchups for this week. But I want to hear about Winstrike specifically. We've never seen them play a best of three. We know that they've been undefeated throughout their Challenger League run so far. Are they going to struggle in a best of three format considering what we know about them?
I think so, yes, because if I was looking at the stats throughout the entire Russian Major League and Challenger League, they played 13 times Oregon out of their 17 matches. That is a lot of the times that they played Oregon. And you can see it in their attacks, because I got a little bit of a clip prepared, because their attacks are very orchestrated here. And as you can see, like, they're getting really creative with the utility. This is from the game against Gamma, so I'm going to be pulling them up anyway. Sorry, Des. But they're using Selmas here to start things off. The Selmas will be able to take down the ADSs, making way for that grenade. And then you see here again in round number 6, also the basement. Flashbangs being tossed in to start wasting the first ADS on the left. Then you see flares are coming in with smokes now. And soon you will see that yellow canister. There he goes. Taking care of the ADSs as well. Another one will be tossed in soon, and that gives room for Exo to open up onto that shield quite effectively.
You speak about Exo. Well, yeah. Sorry, Hab, you carry on, mate. I thought I was going to jump in there. You carry on.
I was going to say, it's not only the Selmas they use, but in the next few clips, you will also see that they use the air jibs to clear out the ADSs.
Absolutely. I think for Exo, the player that you're seeing at the forefront of this, he's the one riding off this wave of utility that often comes flying in. He's the player playing as the entry that's going to come up against players like Sloth an awful lot on the roam today. So for me, that's a real big battle you'll be keeping a very big close eye on. But you've touched on something really nice here that I think Winstrike has shown in strengths. They will just march their way forward. They don't care how much utility you put up in front of them. They won't get stalled out in the mid-round. They will just keep on coming, like the eternal march forward. You have to be ready for them. You need to be able to deal with that aggression coming out of them, because when they're literally throwing the kitchen sink and then some at you, including Selmas and air jabs, you've got to be ready for that.
Well, it looks like we've got two formidable opponents going head-to-head. Let's bring up the bracket to see exactly which teams will be going head-to-head in today's matchups. And you'll see Winstrike versus Kavana there, the teams that we were just talking about introducing you to, and that will be our first best of three. And then Penta will go up against Team Heretics. That's the French team versus the Spanish, and the Russians of Winstrike going up against the UK Massive of Kavana Gaming. And then, of course, later on in the week, we'll have Eminem going up against Matchco and Homeless going up against Gamma, and they will feed into the semi-finals, of which whoever enters the semi-finals desperately needs to win their matchup, because you've got to make the final if you want to get one of those relegation spots. There is no way around it. There's no double elimination. You either do or you die, and that's it for these teams and these players here today. And what I also want to bring up, I'm hoping we have the points coming up from where all these teams left off throughout that pre-playoff split. Do we have that asset to pop up? Fingers crossed. Yes, let's go. There we go. Now, looking at this, Des, I'll jump with you first. You see Winstrike at the top with 11 points. They were undefeated. You look at the other group, Eminem, undefeated, 11 points. How do you think that really represents both of these teams and their likelihood to make finals?
Group B was a wild one, to be fair. It was kind of coined to be the group of death coming in when you saw Eminem, Penta, Kavana in there as well. Homeless, formerly the Izako Boars, really surprised us and showed up big time. And I think between Eminem and Penta, there's like a 3-round differential. It's almost nothing. And Penta, Eminem, and Kavana all drew against each other. It's a really awkward love triangle in Group B, so all 4 of those teams are quite threatening. But Winstrike, I'm sure Hap's going to tell you all about exactly how decisive they were in their games. No one really seemed to hold a candle up to them, to be honest.
Hap, what do you think on the other side of the board?
Winstrike was by far the best team that was out there. They won their 7-4 against Granite, 7-2 against Matchco, 7-4 against Gamma. The other 2 were draws. So they were pretty decisive there. But something that is shocking me more is that we have Penta and Winstrike on the same bracket. Arguably the 2 best teams in this Challenger League season, and they will be going up against each other in the semi-finals if they both make it, meaning only one can survive.
That's unbelievable, because you would think that that would sort of be one of those matchups that would go to the finals, let's say. Let's say if they were on the opposite ends of the bracket, they sort of meet up at the end and you think, wow, what an explosive grand final. But that's not possible. These teams are going to have their grand final in the semi-final, and whoever wins that, as Hap said, will go towards grand final, and one of them won't even be able to challenge Rogue for that spot. So to me, that blows me away. I'm not sure what you guys think. Looking at the bottom of the bracket, I think it opens it up for a couple of other teams more than it would have if the bracket had been sorted out with Penta on the other end from Windstrike. Who knows? This is a best of 3. I said to Hap before that might change things. I'm glad to see that we're getting a bit of variety here on these particular games. I think the players are loading into the lobby, and well, I hope that we have those map bans to bring up, because that will stimulate a bit more conversation as to what we think will happen. It's a best of 3, so we will have a different map banning system here. And
of course.
There we go. It's ban, pick, ban, and then the deciding map comes up. And that's if we get to the third map, because of best of 3, whoever wins 2 will walk away. And well, there you go. Kavana are going to get rid of the best map of Windstrike. I know you're all thinking in your head as their first ban. And then Windstrike will get rid of Concert, and the first pick is Cafe. What do you reckon, Des? Kavana picking Cafe as the first map. Is it really a surprise?
Not massively. They played it against Penta and didn't do very well. But I watched that game and there were a lot of small errors coming out. And I spoke to the players after and I was like, what was going on in this game, really? Sure, it was 6-6, but it wasn't very clean from you. And they were saying, look, different story. We'd secured our spot already in playoffs. We didn't want to come out here and show everything. If you see Cafe tomorrow, you are going to see a very different Kavana. So I am really excited to see that coming out as the first map.
All right, Hap, what about on the other side? We've got a Villa pick from Windstrike, a very technical map. I really don't think that's surprising either. What's your analysis on it?
Well, I mean, Oregon got taken out straight away, so they have to go somewhere else. And they played Villa once before. It was a 6-6 against Empire in the Russian Major League, so it shows that they're able to match up to EUL teams. The question is, will it be enough to fight Kavana here? Because they're missing their favorite map, which was to be expected, of course. But yeah, how that's going to play out, I have no clue.
All right, third map, Coastline. Who does this favor more? Let's say they both win their respective maps, or they win each other's map, doesn't matter, goes to the third map. Who has the most likelihood of taking Coastline out of both of these teams? Des, throw your prediction.
I am so excited to see Kavana return back here. They played it back in week 1 when they came up against August, I believe it was. It was scrappy, but incredibly objective focused. In 6 of their rounds, there was either a plant going down or a plant did go down once we hit the end of that round and the thing's completed out. So to see Kavana, a team that I think sometimes struggle a little bit in the mid-round in terms of time efficiency, to have them go to a map where it is like, look, through that window, oh, look, you're on site and you can plant. This is the dream come true for them. I think this and Cafe are 2 really solid maps for them. You can't ignore Windstrike on this map either, but from watching back all of Kavana's games yesterday, I think having Cafe and Coastline in there, they'll be very, very happy with that draft.
Windstrike out?
It's hard to tell, because we know, of course, they are big fraggers on that team, but they're often playing like an oiled machine, and like Coastline is a little bit more loose than that every now and then. You try and pick your fights left, right, and center, and it's going to be interesting to see how they will be matching up, because so far we've basically only seen them on Oregon. Was that hiding strats, hiding maps? I don't know, but it's definitely going to be an interesting BO3.
Well, you can see the counter down the bottom, 20 seconds left. I believe one of the players has done the usual European player thing where you go to the toilet right before your match starts, and then that way, you know, it really stimulates some kind of like adrenaline or something. I don't know what's going on with these players and needing to go to the toilet 1 minute before the game's meant to start, but I've asked you for predictions. You've seen the maps now of a best of 3, of which we don't often get the pleasure of being able to analyze, cast, host, etc. Des, who do you think walks away with this now you know the maps?
I wanted to come in saying Windstrike, to be truthfully honest. I thought, look, Windstrike are number 1 for a reason. Kavana, yes, had a bit of an odd game against Homeless. Otherwise, they'd be on the same points. They could be the team in first place. Seeing those maps come out. Now, bearing in mind, again, I've done a lot of looking at Kavana, a little bit less towards Windstrike. I think the first and third map are absolutely solid for them right now.
Okay.
I think Kavana take it 2-1. I don't think they take Villa, but I think they can actually take this 2-1. And that's a little bit of UK pride showing through, maybe. But just having seen what they've done over the last few weeks, I think this can be their map, or their series even.
Hap, are you going to be the devil's advocate? Surely you're the devil's advocate here.
Look, I want to say Windstrike, but then I see only one, and I really have to wait for the first map to see how it plays out, because I have no clue how it will be playing in a best of 3 in a map that they've, you know, not really shown that deeply before. And otherwise, I'm going to be urging towards Kavana as well, because they have a wider map pool. They're not afraid to show it. Windstrike, you know, it really comes down whether or not they have been hiding the fact or not. But the thing is, they are really predictable in their operator bans as well. You can read them like a book. Like banning out Oregon, they also banned Mira, like I believe 13 times out of the 14 times they had the opportunity to. So, you know, they're definitely urging towards some default bans.
Do you think there'll be target bans? Yeah, Des,
yes,
do you think there'll be target bans towards Windstrike specifically? Because, like, they're just so predictable.
No. I mean, I was going to say towards Kavana, absolutely. They always get Ying banned away against them and always ban Thatcher. Yeah. I think Kavana have their standard ones. They like their go-to bans, and they'll always lean towards things like the Thatcher. The defensive side might be a little bit more variable. Mira pretty much always guaranteed to be banned away at least at some point. And here on Cafe for the first map, it's probably going to be a pretty much guaranteed ban, I think alongside the Wamai.
Alrighty, well, I believe we have our players ready. This is our very first best of one here on the playoffs, Challenger League. Highest stakes some of these players will have ever seen. Let's throw it over to our very first matchup. It's Kavana, it's Windstrike, it's our first playoff matchup. Let's throw it over to our casters. We'll see you guys later.
Thank you very much, Desk. Whoa, look, it's us two blondes here just to have a good time and watch some Siege.
Definitely real.
It's me and Gio. Dev, he's doing some Australian things today that Jess was not invited to, apparently. Hey, Gio, how's it going?
It's going good. Have you missed me since the major in August?
Yeah, I mean, we still work together. It's like...
Yeah, but, you know, we casted together, right?
Yeah, oh yeah, we haven't shouted at video games together for a while, because that's our reality. And the reality here, I think, was raised by Hap, is Windstrike. As I struck my chin, I say, wow, you're not playing Oregon. Kawana, they took a bit of a bold move, just banning it, because they knew Windstrike was going to pick it. Like, whatever happens, the ratio is one where they love Oregon. And now we've got maps where we really just don't know anything, because they didn't play Cafe over any of the national leagues or any of the performance. They didn't play Coast over the national performance. They played Villa once, and they drew it with Empire. But apart from that, Windstrike,
Yeah, I mean, Zofia ban, that's spicy. I was just gonna say, looking at the statistics in the last few months, Windstrike, they played it against Matchco. But yeah, no, other than that, it's definitely a rarity, and we're gonna have to see if their reliance upon going to the same map over and over is gonna end up coming and biting them.
Zofia Wamai. This is kind of giving me flashbacks to the DG game from last night against Sonics, where we saw a Zofia ban, we saw some Jaeger ban, we saw some fun bans there, and it does push a little bit more creativity. It throws things to the wind on a day where you probably want a little bit more solidity. And I guess that's, I mean, it's potentially the mind games that can be played between these two. Because if we're going to talk about a team or a dynamics of teams that love to play the solid game, love to play the same game week in, week out and make it work, that's generally CIS region teams. That's generally Russian teams, Polish teams, teams like Windstrike. Kavana, their aggressive creativity. And I think them pulling Zofia, that's them trying to throw Windstrike.
I think it's also notable, and this goes back to something that Derry was saying, very commonly do Kavana have Ying banned against them. So even though they've decided to actually 6-pick off of it this time, they can still use that to their advantage, right? If they want to make the opposing team feel like they're going to bring that and they're going to use one of their arguably strongest operators, that still makes you think twice about how it is you're going to play until you find out that it's been a 6-pick. The point is it's on the board for them, and that's something that Kavana have had denied to them for quite some time.
Now the swap to the Pulse is going to bait a little bit of a play there from Maestro. Smash can get underneath, and it means any control over the top is at the imminent danger of 3 C4s that are littered across the defender side here. Fade's going to try and lock down on the walls, but Kali is now showing face and force to smash through these and potentially try and crack the egg that Windstrike want to hold so dearly and delicately inside a kitchen. Unfortunately for them, that's generally traditionally where omelets are made. Now, with a little bit of a rotation and extension onto the second story above, they've got a lot of aggressive information possibility here. And I guess Windstrike, my questions are, how are you going to step that up against a team like Kavana?
I think that's the thing. The best thing for Winstrike, in my opinion, right here is to not try and lean too much in Kovana's playstyle. As we know, they're a very aggressive team, and if Winstrike try to stand up to that too much in a way that maybe goes beyond their boundaries of comfort, then they're probably going to find themselves falling by the wayside in those situations. So I like the fact that they've set this up for a very specific kind of defense with the 3 C4s, with the Valkyrie and the Pulse. They have plenty of information. They have plenty of denial in the form of the Kaid and the smoke, different kinds of denial, but denial nonetheless. And they'll probably lean into that very heavily. I think let Kovana go on there. You know, they're clear, dealing with things in their own way, and then Winstrike will just lean into their own playstyle.
Quick pace clear here as they make sure that all of the top 2 stories are completely uninhabited. But we kind of knew that this was going to happen. They've played themselves all the way down on that ground floor. Sure, they've set up eyes and angles and ideas with the Pulse and the Valkyrie combo to kind of try and catch them off guard and blow them through the floor. That's the game that Winstrike want to play here. And unfortunately, so far, it doesn't look like we've seen Kovana fall for it just yet. But if Gorgona gets a little bit too careless here, he could be the first off the board, and that would be a tragic loss. A player who has really stepped up for Kovana. Kayak as well is another one to watch. The man is a plant machine. 3rd highest cost, I believe, out of the entire season, unfortunately not counting the most recent play day. So he has been a big addition, a big blow towards the opponents that have had to step up against the UK team. Oh no, there's the first caught, there's the first blown, and there's another C4. Gorgona is so low, but he's still swinging that hammer and still has 2 frag grenades. He's probably going to think about losing sooner rather than later.
Well, he could get caught out by another C4 soon, but already Smash has used his, so for now he'll remain safe. I think it's also notable the fact that Gorgona has decided to bring the sledge. That does give him the nades that usually he lacks, because it's become very well known by this point that Gorgona loves Buck, that he's made no short work of opening up the floors above the site, and that allows them to provide a lot of vertical pressure, and there's Sloth taking advantage of that from the get-go, as he brings down Exo for the first kill.
Now then, 40 seconds, he smashed up the floor and got the hatch too. We can hear canisters popping just probably around the hatch area and then making sure that they have the close angles. But look at the wide hold here from Winstrike. They've let them take over the site entirely and tried to go for a bit more of a retake position. Kovana, they've got their angles set up. A C4 swings round, but doesn't quite catch it. The diffuser is planted. Levi goes down, and that is another body on the floor, but they've at least been able to find Sloth. The spray comes above with Grizzly on the top of the staircase, but the man's on the floor, and Kovana take a very left open site.
Well, Grizzly's cleanup at the end there was really crucial, given that 2 of the players from Kovana were DBNO at the end. He had to make up for the lost time, or the lost players rather, I should say. But the same thing kind of happened to Winstrike as well. As soon as we saw that they were present in that kind of orbital positioning, letting the players of Kovana in onto the site, and you think this is where they're going to collapse in, this is where they're going to apply that aggression, but they got shut down very quickly. I mean, Larry especially, he was a particularly good example on the Valkyrie just by Whiskey. He got taken down so quickly, meaning that him being the closest to where the plant was being done had really nothing that he could do in that instance. And there was another player who was down and brought down pretty swiftly as well, and the point is it completely stunted Winstrike's plan to collapse straight in on those players of Kovana. So maybe that won't be something they go for in the future. It definitely was worth trying, but that is where we see Kovana's gun skill and their ability to be aggressive come to fruition.
Hey, when the Axe on attack, that diffuser's getting down. That's what we see quite frequently, and there was no exception. They saw the window of opportunity and possibility. They threw themselves to the wind and found themselves victorious. Here, though, we look at the slight changes that have happened across the board of Winstrike. The Goyo is there, and alongside that is the Maestro. They're pulling themselves to something a lot heftier, more solid, more angles, more ideas, and more ability to keep a bit of a, I'm going to say, a step-off level of control. They can pop those shields if they need to. They can also angle behind them if they feel confident. Obviously, Zephyr's off the board, so they're not going to be as easy as they usually are to get through. Not that it's easy, but it's harder today. And, well, with the combination of the possibility of the Maestro cams and the Evil Eyes and the big bubbles, keeping an eye and an overwatch over anything that happens across the top, it's going to mean Kovana won't be able to probably do their quick strike setup plan that they operated so perfectly before.
I like the fact that Winstrike have decided to bring along the Goyo, much like their Russian counterparts of Virtus Pro, who very much favor this operator. it also means that, you know, with the Vulcan shields, because they take up so much space and time for the attackers, not only is it already difficult because of the Zofia ban, and it could take more time to remove that utility, especially if your Kali and your Ashe are doing something else. And actually, there's the first shield that'll go down to demonstrate how Kali can deal with that. It could, in theory, waste a lot more time than otherwise would have.
Now Exo's buried behind one inside the core of this entire floor, the freezer. As Sloth is waiting and watching through some barricade destruction that might be a little bit different on his end, but I'm not seeing anything. There goes. That shield in the freezer heats things up a little bit and pushes them further back. Last time, potentially, Winstrike's hold was forced by the hand of the sledge above and put them into the uncomfortable situation of not really having the clear control and cover they wanted. Flarezo underneath, but Gorgona has the drone and intel. Popping around and seeing the feetsies is going to make sure to pass that information to the train and make sure this train is a little bit delayed. The C4's thrown, blown, and missed. Thanks to that information web and weave, Flarezo's going to rotate back up and tag in Rush. What's that? New C4, we're refreshed, replenished, and if Gorgona's not paying enough attention, they might be able to punish Kavana for it.
Notice, though, that they haven't opened up a hole right by the Cigar door. That means that they can't throw a C4 up through into those players who are on Cigar, which is something that you see very frequently used. Right there where Medics is looking. The floor is completely untouched, but actually Kavana are just going to move in.
The man is crawling through the middle of the site, and, well, everybody else behind him dies, but look at the current trade. It was actually a team kill that cost some of Kavana. Now they set themselves up on the opposite side. Flarezo, with a huge run out, is far away and far isolated. 30 seconds to recollect the diffuser. One C4 is playing beneath you, and an Arcix covering the door to make sure there's no very quick unruly intruders. Gonna go for the plant, but there's the blow, there's the miss, oh no! And both Winstrike are funneling their way up the top of White Stairs. They're not quite sure where the diffuser is, but now they've got a firm idea as they see one body flooding away. They have double stacked, so you expect a potential rotation around the freezer to apply a bit of a pinch pressure here, but the air jabs may be set up close corners, close angles, no result though, as they're shut down by the swing of Rush. Grizzly steps in with a pretty more formidable gun in these kind of situations, but is caught out by the rotation I called before, and Kavana fall on a second round that was chaotic and full of unfortunate accidents with guns.
I liked the caution with which Winstrike played that at the end. You saw Rush, kind of opposite to his name, not rushing at the end. As Kavana set up those crossfires, they made sure that they came at them from an angle that they didn't think that they could cover, and being able to catch out those two players was obviously pivotal in their ability to make the post-plant situation work for themselves, particularly when that original denial attempt with the C4 did not work when the plant was first made. So a nice balancing of things out to kick off this best of three. And I think what we've seen so far is a demonstration of where the strengths of these two teams are at the moment. We have Kavana, who can play it incredibly aggressive, but like to play objective focused. And we have Winstrike, who will try and stem some kind of methodical plan for the very last few seconds that they are all going to execute together. In the first round, it didn't necessarily work in their favor, but you still saw the general idea in that last round.
What I will say about that round, though, is I think Kavana threw it. They were a little bit more their own enemies, and the chaos of their approach led to a team kill, led to them just being entirely caught in the crossfire of the single-man pinch, which they called, but you kill the person in front of you that's going for the same body as that person kills someone behind you. For me, that is a mistake on your part and your positioning. It's danger close, but the danger is your own man behind you. It gave Winstrike a little bit more semblance of being able to pull themselves into it and a little bit more structure with which they're able to strike. You hope, if you're looking through the gaze of your Winstrike goggles, that they solidify behind that, because we know that they can be a very, very solid team. And so far, I think they've been taken a little bit by surprise by the pace that Kavana can apply.
I mean, we definitely shouldn't be taken aback by the scrappiness and the willing to fight of Kavana. You have to remember that while these are opposite seedings, we have Winstrike coming in as the first seed of Group A and Kavana as the fourth seed of Group B. Kavana is the team who made it into Challenger League in the first place by qualifying. They didn't do it through the Nationals. They narrowly missed out on that, and they had to go all the way through the qualifiers and beat a lot of teams to do it. This team have already proved that even if they're in the disadvantageous situation, going up against so many different teams, some of whom may be rated higher than them, they can still make their resolve work.
Now as they go for an approach yet again, huge pace from Kavana on the top store. Get Pixel locked off with an air jab and start to careen and control their way across the red staircase, with Cigar quickly falling to the favor of Gorgona. Haven't seen too many explosive kills, if any, with the huge amount of possibility we've had lit across both sides. Yet again, 3 C4s. Again, it's a great place to bring that level of destruction. And the 2 frag grenades from the hands of Gorgona, which are usually met with a skeleton key and buck instead. Whoops. They say as they blow up a drone. It's one of those moments and one of those mistakes where you wonder if they're going to have a little bit more success as we grow into the comfort and concern with their approach against each other. Exo's holding the top of white behind a Goyo shield and is going to try and catch anyone that swings a little bit too close. But with this break and this cut in the momentum, it's going to come down to the slight covers they have around. Leroy is looking for something very dangerous just underneath, waiting around the books, but has instead decided, okay, they might need to cover somewhere else as Kavana creep across the top of the bar.
Yeah, I like it. You know, they know that they've opened up the backstore, the freezer area, but Kavana don't want to take the risk of crossing those vertical holes that could find themselves getting caught out. We're going on the upside down rappel, trying to hold onto the angle into Cocktail, and this is really where Kavana take control of that part of the map. You can see that pretty much everyone else in Windstrike has moved back towards the site, barring Exo, who's gone all the way downstairs.
Now as they start to funnel their way through, another C4 is blown and it doesn't catch anybody. The frag grenade obviously used to clear one of the Goyo shields at the top of the stairs. There's the first kill, and it comes from Sloth taking care of Flare Zone. Now they're looking and angling their way down. They've pushed Windstrike beneath themselves, but with only 30 seconds, they've got to try and meet them sooner rather than later, and they're still steadily working on the destruction across the top. It was a bit of a slow push, but Gorgona's going to try and pick up the pace as Rush is the second to fall. The separation between the 3 remaining Windstrike players is Exo still on a bit of a potential surprise push here, but Kayak is going to try and get the diffuser down. Smashed by Ash is caught in the middle. They can't see the man. They're spraying everywhere, but it's a knock kick with the double kill in the cover, and now it's only the Smoke who long-armed a canister, but Kavana with a flawless.
There have been times so far in the mere 3 rounds that we have seen that I think Kavana's pace has taken Windstrike quite aback. And you can tell that Windstrike were preparing for the potential and not necessarily for what was happening in the moment. For example, Exo's positioning was completely about whether someone was going to show themselves on Heaven, if they were going to jump down potentially. He wanted to try and catch out someone from that angle. You still had the Valkyrie, for example, who was over in train, despite the fact that all of the members of Kavana were over on the east side of the map. They were opening up directly above the site. They were getting ready to go in and plant. And so you didn't necessarily have the manpower in the moment, and that meant they had to have a late reaction. That's why we saw Smash run straight in, straight through the smoke, straight trying to just spray and pray, despite the fact that it wasn't necessarily to his advantage, because at that point you've just got to try something.
Yeah, it's exactly what I was talking about after the second round, was they're not ready. They're not prepared for this level of heat. Maybe it's because they're just warming into the game, because as we know, Windstrike can be
they're Russian and
a
it's cold
solid
there.
force. Yeah, there's maybe that as well. But also at the same time, what you're looking at is history, and the recent history of Kavana on Cafe against Penta. It was not a great game from Kavana. They've said it, and in the discussion with Des before and privately, they also said, yeah, they weren't trying to play a great game. They just went in every single time. But what you can take away from that game was a much slower pace. Now, obviously, this could just be me tying red string onto a wall and trying to make a story out of it, but at the same time, if what Windstrike are working on is the most recent results and performances from Cafe, maybe the Guns of Kavana playing their less usual game plan has been a bit of a false homework as they've woken up to a completely different exam.
I mean, there are still semblances from that game that we can see. Kavana still went for some pretty aggressive plants when they were playing against Penta. For example, they took the risk of making a smoke drop down through Skylight and just going in straight for the plant. It's not something that you don't expect to see, but the difference is in this game, Kavana being a lot more careful about making a thorough clear, both with utility and with the players who may be around the map. That's something they didn't do so much with Penta, and I think that is the really poignant difference between these two games right now.
2 minutes we have, and yet again we have Windstrike playing around on this top, trying to slow and stem the roll, but this time they've gone for the 3 stories as they have the C4s playing right underneath. They almost want to bait that C4 game potentially and try and take Kavana by surprise. This time they're waiting there in the initial. Instead of rotating and falling down and wasting time elsewhere, they're going to hold their final potential positions, with EXO being a bit of a troublemaker on the white stairs, drawing all the attention to him. They're hoping Kavana go, well, top's clear, let's go for sight, and then they can spring a trap and say, ho-ho, you thought it was clear, here's loads of C4s.
That's how Winstrike would hope things to go, but so far their C4 placement has not necessarily been the best. A lot of them have felt like Hail Marys with very limited information, and while it's nice that they're continuing to rely upon that kind of attempt, I mean, that kind of feels like a similar thing, but while they're continuing to rely on those kinds of attempts, if they can't actually make them more accurate and get a higher win percentage of those engagements, then, you know, there's only so many times that you can bring C4s and attempt or expect a different thing to happen.
Well, Sloth is taking control of Zulu and looking towards anyone that might be pushing and applying pressure, but it's Rush that's going for a big rotate round as Sloth is caught from a little bit of a dabble of danger. There's the swing, though, and two fall into the favor of Winstrike for the first time. They have a pretty adept body advantage, and there's no immediate pick back up from Kavana. There's one more for the trouble, but Grizzly does find EXO. 20 seconds, though, and it is only the diffuser carrier and Grizzly left as they creep back over the body of Sloth and try to find out why he went extinct in a way to get a little bit of revenge. They don't quite have the lock and the material cover that they need. They know somebody's in the library, and they know that they can shut down someone with some aggressive swing there, but there's still the danger of a lot of C4s underneath, and the man that's just killed your teammate, smashed by Ash, is looking to blow this final kill, but who will get there first? Well, it was Rush that won the race.
Oh, just the explosion, despite the fact that the final kill was actually taken there by a Rush. You knew that Smash underneath with the pulse. You know he's got the cardiac sensor. You know this time he ain't gonna miss. And he absolutely didn't. And once again, that evens things out for these two teams. Now, there were some really good shots taken by Winstrike in that round, and naturally that is a site that isn't necessarily seen so much in pro play. And part of me is reluctant to lean back on that and say, okay, this is a really good example that we can take forward and just assume that Winstrike are catching up with how Kavana have been playing. Because I would say it's fair to say that so far in this game, Kavana have probably had the upper hand in a lot of what has been going on. And I think we need to go back to some of these other sites, particularly here on Kitchen, where we did see kind of a disastrous attempt at a site retake from Winstrike on the first round. We need to see these, and we need to see them be adapted upon to actually tell how fast Winstrike are going to be keeping up with that pace that's being set by Kavana.
For me, as what I was kind of giving an example at the beginning of the previous round, was Winstrike set up differently. Instead of having themselves in positions where they hope to fall back to tactical locations, they had themselves set up underneath at first. They drew attention with a single player to the top floor and said, do you roam clear here? Because they've noticed Kavana are going for a generally singular roam clear. They're looking for a push and working the same way every single time. And before, it fell perfectly into Winstrike, because before, they played everybody on the top and then fell down to a position and then tried to strike back. This time, only a single player was up there, off the piste, off the par, and the others were able to, as that man fell back, push their previous tactical positions. Their actual first holds came through, and it led to two very quick kills against Kavana that just weren't ready for a Winstrike that hadn't been pressured yet.
Did I just get shot straight out of the air?
Yes, it did. It was an easy shoot, to be honest. They knew that they were there.
Well, I mean, yeah, they did. They didn't keep themselves quiet.
No, it was very much clay pitted at that point.
It definitely felt that way. But Grizzly actually does take a hefty amount of damage there as he gets the hatch open. So Smash is going to return down to the site. That's where he was definitely best going to be able to provide the continued use of the cardiac sensor, especially now that the C4 has been used. And Winstrike, again, will play very kind of site-centric, I suspect.
Well, Grizzly hopes and hops in that he doesn't get caught, because he's only a flicker away from death at this point, with Flezo keeping a firm and keen eye on that hatch to make sure they don't drop in with the same pace and tenacity that they did before. Playing a bit of a baiting game to catch the wall too, as the clear comes steadily on. Gorgona is bringing the Ying. Obviously, it was the very first round. It was then 6 picked off, so they baited the play, and now they've bought it. There's a bit of a declaration of, no, we are going to do this. And I'm curious to see how it works against a Winstrike that is generally quite spread out and set up for this possibility. They have a lot of trade potential. The thread of their defense runs all the way around the site itself, so theoretically, with the pace that they can apply on some of the pickups in other games, they should be able to react quickly to the pressure and the trade and have at least one man who isn't blind to try and save the life of the one that probably is going to be.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to try and remove this electrical potentially via a frag grenade, or Sloth looks like he's getting the breaching rounds ready. The point is they're still not bringing a Kali like they did earlier on, and there we go, the electrical claw has been removed, and that means they can make work on the freezer hatch, and this is where we can start to see the Ying get particularly utilized. But there's the a second electrical claw, which I guess has stopped that in its tracks.
Yeah, still steadying on. Still have the frag grenade potential to cook and waste and blow it, but with only 40 seconds, whatever they do, they got to make sure it works now, as they've obviously been able to push him away with the slight destruction in the hatch. Concerned about the run out, it was the cost in the beginning of the previous round. The frag drops to the door, but it doesn't catch anybody. In fact, there is the swing, and there is the take on Rush. There is Exo, though, getting a bit of revenge, but another trade quickly burns down. Swings again to his own man. Kavana's aggression almost cost them, but there he is inside Coat. Smashed by Ash, pulls off. Again, the thread that had been strung and won by Winstrike has pulled them into control. They always had another body ready to spring up and find another kill, and here, with only a couple seconds left, Gorgona, well, they don't go find revenge for that, man.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, at the end, all Winstrike had to do was avoid those players that were moving down, because there were fewer than 10 seconds remaining, and if you can just hide, then pretty much guaranteed to win that round. I say pretty much, you are. And I think the fact that there was so much time spent from Kovana in a lot of that round until the point that they got to the freezer hatch and they couldn't get it open because of the Kaid trip, it put them in the position where they kind of had to make a very hurried decision about what was going to happen from then on. Because Grizzly, you could kind of tell he was running around a bit like a headless chicken in dining for a couple of seconds, because they've suddenly got to decide what they're doing. Yeah, the Ying worked, you could clear out VIP, but VIP isn't the site. And if you can't get on the site, you can't plant the objective, and you're probably not going to win.
Kavana, for the first time, you find yourself on the back foot, and it was from Winstrike. I would say for the first time, having a pretty decent complete control, especially of that kind of play space. Okay, sure, they took a round before, but it was a little bit chaotic, and there were stressful moments where they still managed to find their way into sight. This time, you didn't even let Kavana get entry. You locked them down with your setup and your angles, and you're playing more confident, which is to be expected of a team of the caliber that is demonstrated. Obviously, as well, it's always worth taking into consideration this first map. This is Kavana's map, so they definitely want to try and pull this points here, because if we find ourselves going to Villa, where it's a bit of an unknown for Kavana, it could be a solid day for Winstrike.
Now, this is going to be an interesting one, because the way that Kovana cleared particularly the shields on this site a lot quicker last time was because they brought Kali, who actually got both the shield that was on Pixel and the shield that was inside Freezer. Well, this time they're not doing that. They have actually decided to continue on with the Ying, which once again, one of their strongest and most favored operators, and could turn out to be something that works very well in their favor. There's the electrical below. That's going to ensure that the washroom walls are electrified. But the point still stands that it's going to be significantly harder for them to clear out these shields unless they manage to get, the frag grenades. That's why they've got to clear out the ADSs, as they're doing now.
Almost caught there by the man on the window, just waiting on the white corridor, but they weren't quite obviously ready for the position and pressure that was going to come. Now it's the big rotations coming around, and Arkic sets himself up with the frag grenade to drop that shield, and that's going to mean Pixel is something where it is nigh impossible to hold on to and hold into. A big run out from Exo, tried to strike against one of the men on the window, but that's why you have the quick descent button, and that's what keeps you out of trouble, is the easiest way, and keeps all your blood inside your body. Sloth is inside Cigar, trying to find a bit of an angle and a bit of an approach here, with Gorgona prepping onto this quick-paced drop hatch. Last time this worked not well. They accidentally killed each other and couldn't quite get the control. This time they're trying to apply even more chaos, because hey, why not when you have a Ying on the board? There goes the Maestro with a perfectly cooked grenade in a minute 20, a huge amount of time to start this approach.
You can tell that they're getting ready with the Candelas to make the drop down. And there are 2 players already in Cigar. There's the first smoke. Rush is still present in Washroom. He can rotate through. There's the Candela, and in they come. They start to drop.
Well, the C4 pops, and you can hear a couple of explosions either way, and it's very much fallen to the favor of Windstrike. But do they know Kayak's there? They do now. Diffuser plant, and look at all the bodies of Windstrike swinging around to try and find the man. Kayak holds a close angle and catches one on the rotation. Swings over to the second, but Exo is there behind. There is another trade, and there is now a 2 versus 3, but they have Skylight control. Flarezo puts it into 1 versus 3. Grizzly, you're in a 1 versus 3, but you have the perfect situation to try and take this from. No more utility, you've just got to wait, bait, and try and hope that when you do play this, you can be able to pick them off. Oh no. Windstrike respond with a pretty pinch-perfect pixel pull. And if we're going to talk about C4s being pulled out the windows, there was just a free kill for Windstrike.
Yeah, once again, it was an attempt. I'm thinking back to the Penta game. I already referenced it. It is a dangerous and risky move to make the jump down through Skylight. And it's not the first time that we've seen a number of deaths occur upon landing down on that bar floor. Now, of course, it was great that Kayak got the plant. But then everything that happened after that, not so great. Now, the sides have switched, and maybe Kovana going onto the defense will allow them the opportunity to pull this back in their favor. And the thing is, because this isn't Windstrike's map, and because this is a map that they haven't played on much at all, if they do continue on this I don't want to say dominance because it doesn't feel like it's been dominant necessarily, but if they continue on this streak, let's say, then suddenly you're going to be going into a map where statistically, Kovana, you're meant to be on the back foot, and now you're looking down the barrel of a best of 3 that has suddenly swung out of your favor.
What up, Frostmare? It's nice to see you. With your shotgun, your 1.5, and the possibility of taking people by surprise, we've seen it grow. In confidence, we've obviously seen it played by Saves in Na'Vi. We've seen it played by Gamma Gaming. We're big fans of the Frost. And now Gorgona is going to step into that echelon, into that position and place. And it can take people by surprise. The traps, sure, but that's not why people are bringing her. They're bringing her because the 9mm with a 1.5 is a fantastic gun. Also, now she has a shotgun for rotations. Oh, wow. That's a good bit of benefit that you can have in your setup and your sights, and expect to see more of her.
Also got shields, by the way.
Yeah, but, you know.
People love shields, man.
People love guns, though.
Yeah. They do.
Yes.
Well, yeah. Frost has seen a lot more play recently across, I guess, most regions? Question mark? I think so. It feels like we've seen her a lot more across most regions. But Windstrike are going to be coming in with a slightly different approach to what Kovana did when they were on the attack. This time, they're sporting the Yana. That's going to allow them the opportunity to gain more intel, as well as those extra frag grenades, which will help make up for the lack of the Zephyr.
Well, Sloth. He's a man who loves to throw himself out of every window. Des said he's apparently learned a little bit of restraint, and he's looking to try and punish, or at least put the fear into Windstrike earlier rather than later here. 2 bodies on the window are going to watch and wait and make sure nobody gets caught out from the quick-paced runouts, but you should be prepped for this. It's actually Leroy that struggles at first with a longer range firefight potential there, as Sloth is pinging bullets willy-nilly towards those windows and trying to hope to catch a little bit more of the body. He's going to be a bit of a thorn in the foot and the side as Windstrike try and collapse and do all the work upstairs. It's going to be something where it's a concern, but a concern that you assume a team like Windstrike, with the coordination they have, can keep at least a bit of a hand and control on Grizzly. However, is looking to try and strike up and shoot all the way to the heavens and catch anybody that drops in and tries to apply some close pressure, as Leroy is able to open up the rotation towards the top of red stairs and angle himself towards Pixel. They're a little bit claustrophobic right now. They don't really have the clean run through, as Pixel's still under pressure, but it's actually a dangerous dance that almost cost Sloth his life. He's trying to find a firefight on every single angle, seemingly so far.
Yeah, but Sloth still has the shield in that room that he can use for protection, and there's the frag grenades coming in. A C4 as well from Grizzly, but once again, following the pattern of today, it has missed. But this should still allow Windstrike some room to push forward, but Gorgona is still perfectly safe in Freezer with the shield as well. So how successful has this clear been so far, especially as you still have this player downstairs? And that's going to be Smash's job to deal with, and he does. And that should at least put Windstrike forward a bit, but they have about 40 seconds remaining.
40 seconds and a quick bit of pace. They need to try and fly across the top caught by a canister that almost could have been their end, and caught in the middle of a run by Gorgona, still with that big 9 mil and still with a huge angle as they couldn't get rid of the shield. Hey, how about a second? Or Sloth's going to steal them both as he swings his way over towards the deep bar corner on the far side on the top of the rotation on the red stairs. And he's still peeking for more, because why not get a third, Sloth says. All down to Flares.0, a team that couldn't quite get a true handle on the round. Unfortunately, has it entirely slipped through. Kavana take a very aggressive top fight there.
And it just really felt like it came down to the fact that Winstrike failed to do some kind of thorough clear. It took them so far into the round to be able to remove the Goyo who was roaming downstairs. It took them so far into the round to remove the shield and the player who was present in Washroom. They never did that for Freezer, and that meant that so much control of the center part of the map was still being held by Kavana, and it meant essentially whichever way Winstrike decided they wanted to push, there was still that threat that they then would have to deal with and have to worry about. And part of me wonders, you brought 4 frag grenades and you still let that utility stand. That's something that's concerning. And what we saw, of course, was then what happened was the diffuser got dropped. Sloth was allowed all the space in the world to push forward. And Flares tries to go pick it up. He tries to take what he can, but the answer in that situation is not much. He's got no one to watch his back. He's got, the angles being held on him from all various different directions. A difficult situation there for Winstrike, who are going to have to look for a much more effective and efficient clear when they head into this next round.
Yeah, the utility balance was just a little bit mistimed. You could see it most obviously when we saw Ace stuck in a corner, for lieu of a better word. It swung in, but they'd kind of opted to do the rotation after the man was already inside, which made the pressure that was being put on from Pixel a lot worse. They stacked themselves up, and for a team that is usually so succinct and dynamic with their use of burning utility and how to apply the pressure at the right time, it seemed like they were a little bit out of rhythm with what they wanted to achieve, and whether that was born and birthed from the pressure that was coming underneath or not. Either way, to be fair, on the first half, we saw a little bit more of a chaotic Winstrike start to congeal into the more successive strike force we've seen them be before, and here you expect the same, so it's up to Kavana to keep the pressure and application and how they can do it against this team. There goes the bait, there goes the play, and Gorgona, well, he's going to stay right here and get caught out. Smash! Playing with the same panache he played with just before.
And look at this, Sloth present on Pixel, but it doesn't look like he has any kind of shield or anything behind which to play, so he's just basically relying on his own flesh and blood to be keeping himself safe and being able to take the shots. The Smash is just really not holding back and pushing on forward. And this is where Sloth is going to take his leave to move down, but he gets taken down by Illyri, who is perfectly ready on the white window. And Winstrike probably feeling more happy with this clear as they start to head down towards the actual site itself.
Yeah, 2 quick pace bodies, 2 quick catches there either side. They had themselves set up in a position where it was almost running away from Velociraptors. There's always one right next to you, clever girl. You know the scene. Now, as we start to see the actual push down towards the site with 1:20, loads of time, and hey, one more kill for the trouble. As Flezo swings around on an Narkic, who was trying to counter back against the play onto white windows and just got caught out entirely. Yet again, a C4 blows with nobody actually caught out by it. Hey, we want to have a look at an aggressive response. Grizzlies decided to try and climb red stairs alongside Kayak. Kavana entirely left the site clear for a moment to see if they can cause some trouble, but unfortunately did nothing more than graze the Russian, who has been pretty formidable over these past couple rounds.
And now there's 47 seconds remaining to be perfectly exact. You've only got 1 drone left on Winstrike. And now Kayak's going to have to be pushed out of his position. Him and Grizzly are definitely staring at a significant man disadvantage. And that's why we've been seeing them play more aggressively in this scenario. You might as well play to your strengths, right? But they can't. Winstrike take a flawless round, as that one went significantly better than the previous.
2 entries in a row by Smash, but a different result this time round, and the second flawless for either team throughout this game. And now let's see, as we said, Kavana step up, because Winstrike, we know what they're capable of. They demonstrated it, and there was a very well put together attack. They had the instant lockdown, they were pushing with the intel, and in a way they know how to play Kavana's game. It's a mix of Z pings and instant hot drone hot information aggression. It catches Kavana out time and time again. They go for these aggro plays and aggro possibilities, and if you just keep some eyes around, sometimes you get well rewarded with kills like the first 3 that we saw. Kitchen is going to be the replication here. The change as Kaid is on the board with the claws to try and keep a bit of a control over those hatches. Going to force a little bit of a slower pace potentially from Windstrike's attack, and might play into a little bit of a slower pace from Kavana. They won't just suffer the guns of the Russians on every single front instantly, because the Russians now have just a little bit of structural utility work to do first.
I'm definitely wondering if Kavana are going to play this closer to the site. As we saw before, we had Sloth all the way upstairs holding a roam in the very top floor, and he got caught out when moving back down. And it was a bit of a gamble that didn't in the end pay off. And it meant that by the time you get to the moment at which you want as many people on the site as possible, because you've got to prepare for the push, significantly so were Kavana weakened to the point where there were only 2 players left. And they had to try and get aggressive because that was basically all they knew to do. But as I say this, it actually looks like Grizzly's getting prepared upstairs. I'm wondering if he's gonna stay up here, like maybe play under a hatch or something, but...
Here's how he did it before. They put the Melusi up there before. They've obviously just tagged out who is playing that role this time around, and they want to have someone else have a go with a very aggressive Melusi play on the second story. Grizzly believes that they can do it a little bit better than Gorgona was able to run it previously, and the aggression here against the hatches unfortunately misses again. Another C4 just doesn't quite lock off the kill.
It's like they're just cursed in this game.
It's a damp batch of C4. Someone needs to check.
Like whoever ordered these ones. Yeah. You want to check your sources.
Is this like when you order C4 from like Wish and it comes like 6 months down the line?
Or like Alibaba or whatever it is.
It's not what you thought it was, and it's 7 months later, and it's
like sometimes you're on a budget.
Oh, I've got C2. Wow. Anyway.
That's definitely what it feels like. And the point stands is that Rush is still alive, and he's still able to use that soft destruction to his advantage to open up the map, as we're seeing now. And Windstrike just preparing for their attack, not only doing that, but also placing the air jabs to prevent any of those potential flanks. There's a C4 from Gorgona. Will it catch anyone? Leary's very close by, and it looks like they are just waiting for now, but he's moving all the way out so as to be careful.
Well, there's use of one of the Selmas to try and crack the angle and get the claw worked perfectly. There's no secondary claw to stop the hatch being popped. We talked about Windstrike being good with utility, and there's a very quick demonstration of how and when. Rush is still exceptionally injured from before, but another C4 blows just near the man. Nobody is catching those haunted explosions this time round, and all of Kavana at this point, at least they're all alive. Last time round, there was only 2 of them left, and the 2 were spiraling up a staircase to try and get some angry revenge. So far, Windstrike have eyes on the prize. That's the site we expected. A slower pace to this round in terms of bodies being dropped, and that's what has been delivered. The frag grenades are going to see if they can start cooking up a storm here, but Kayak, he only suffers a little bit of shrapnel.
Yeah, they cook his, maybe a couple of his fingers, something like that. Not exactly what Windstrike may have hoped for, but they can still play this vertical as they prepare with another nade. And Leary's going to be jumping on down as well. He's concealed by the smoke. There's the nade. And now he can run on forward, but he takes a lot of damage. Is he even going to be able to go in for the plant?
No, and he's trying very hard, but you assume there's a big gun watching not too far away, and it's the gun of Sloth who's covering the rotation. Might not know that 3 bodies are already inside, but Gorgona's going to give the game away and drops the diffuser inside the site, the canister over the top. They do not have the time. They would have to try and strong lung it, but Sloth is there to take the wind out of the breath of somebody else, but Exo has the trade on the backside. Smash gets one more. It's a 3 versus 2 versus no. Kavana, they're able to find and clutch on and hang on. The body dropped in default around a smoke canister, but at that point, just out of time and out of life, I'm assuming.
You take a site against us once, we're not gonna let it happen again. And the fact that so much control was allowed to remain to be held by Kavana over in cooking and towards the kind of prep side of things. Gorgona's positioning especially just meant that as soon as Leary moved forward, despite the fact that the smoke was there, eventually you're gonna have to, emerge from the cloud, and he could just see straight through. They have the holes in the wall. It's a soft wall. He can shoot. There's no one there to flank around and try and stop him. There's no pressure being applied from the west side. There's no pressure seemingly being applied from above. And it meant that it became a very one-dimensional attempt from Winstrike at the end there that became incredibly risky very quickly and did not pay off.
Back to the bar is the core for...
That is my motto.
Yes. And it is one that they're going to try and live on the UK massive as they head to the top floor and see if they can, I guess, double down what they did before. It was built upon misuse of utility and misplay by Winstrike. They weren't quite able to lock down the control on Kavana that they did so adeptly the next round over. And you wonder if that's the main lesson we're going to see learnt now as we start to, I guess, get a full idea of the growth Winstrike have. Still just one round away from map point on their opponent's map, but Kavana only one round away from bringing us back level.
It's at that point where it feels like whomever wins the next round, it sets the pace for the end of the game. And it feels like quite a wide pendulum. It can swing one way or the other. We don't know which way that's going to be yet. When we look back to round 7 and Kavana, they came to defend bar, they were the ones who won. Now, Winstrike could realize, here are the adaptations we need to make. Here are how we're going to go about things. And one of the really big problems that they had at the time was their inability to efficiently clear the utility that Kavana were using to their advantage, as they should be. But already straight away, it looks like a different approach is being made by Winstrike here. Exo narrowly catches one of those players. That's Sloth, who's playing in Dining, and he's going to back out towards Train.
Yeah, exactly where he was playing and causing trouble before, but Grizzly's going to try and offer some support. They have all of the eyes and intention on making sure that they can get this Roma first before he's able to rotate back to the top. And you think of the effect Sloth had the last time we were here. If they can take him out of the equation, it makes the maths a lot more simple for Winstrike to actually apply onto the site. And the final test, Gorgona, is close enough to potentially alleviate some stresses as well, realize where the push is coming from, and realized he can rotate into what is otherwise usually tempestuous territory. As Sloth is backed up by Grizzly, as said before, covering the escape, covering pillars, and potentially trying to cover the man who fires some bullets towards machinery that otherwise saves his life.
And Grizzly's going to take a lot of damage as well. Now, the fact that Cocktail, as far as I could tell, was empty at the time, it meant that Smash could get a lot of holes open for the potential vertical angles. And there you go. They have many there, but there's going to be Gorgona as the first one to fall at the hands of Rush.
While a smoke canister on the stairs stops any other approach, but Rush is inside and trying to apply the pressure internally now as they draw all the eyes and attention, and Arkic almost goes, but Kayak's the cover, and Kayak's double as they find another one to be able to lock themselves in. The canister pops off, the diffuser is in the site again. The second time this has happened for Winstrike, where they have to find themselves trying to scramble and reapply themselves. Oh no! Smash goes down to Sloth. The Ash and the Jaeger battle eternally as Kayak does slip and fall inside the site itself. 30 seconds. Flezo and Exo have to double up and restack and reapply themselves, with Sloth just handing his life away by playing under the diffuser. It's a 2 versus 2 technically, as Kayak is in no position so far to be picked up. They have angles and ideas of where the pressure's going to come from. They don't know potentially that Kayak's dead, but the swing in comes. There's the pop, there's the cover, and there is Kavana pulling even.
You can't attack against the Yak, and I think his 2 kills were particularly pivotal there because, as I said before, there wasn't any presence in Cocktail, but the whole point was Kavana were ready for when that was entered by the attackers, and they moved straight on in. And not only do you find that you're losing members of your team, but you're also losing the diffuser in a place that's incredibly hard to retrieve. And that put Exo and Flares in a very difficult position at the end. They had to try and come around through opposite angles, but it was a very interesting way, or a very cool way, I think, how Kavana went about that. They had presence downstairs, and they had a lot of presence over on the west side of the map. They kind of left the primary site itself clear because they knew that if Winstrike moved straight in, they would be able to collapse on them, which is something that Winstrike failed to do when they attempted something very similar on their own defense.
5-5. Kavana, and the first time we're seeing your third site in your rotation, and I guess it's one that's a usual third site, so it's going to be expected by Winstrike. They are looking better, Winstrike, and they went for what is a very less familiar take on that top floor. It was very much a plan B. For a lot of teams, it's a plan C, and for others, it's just never truly attempted, is that Eastern Wall, Eastern approach. Again, they almost got the diffuser in. And I'm curious if the moments are coming across on the comms where they go clear, 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 and then it's the Kavana strike back, or if they don't expect to get as much movement and momentum as possible. They're playing an aggressive game against an aggressive team, and I think at points, they're still being taken a little bit by surprise, as we all often are, by what the UK like to do.
One of the big things that we mentioned in that last round was that depending on how things went, we would either have Winstrike pulling away to match point or Kavana evening things out. And evidently the latter was the one that ended up happening. And that means that this scrappy little team from the UK who fought their way into Challenger League in the first place are continuing to be scrappy and fight their way into this best of 3. And it doesn't look like it's going to stop anytime soon, as you say, you come over to your tertiary site. Once again, aggressive play here by Sloth, who doesn't seem to be afraid to take these engagements, despite what you and Des may say about him trying to subdue himself somewhat.
Yeah, I mean, okay, you weren't around, obviously, for the recent season of UKIN. Sloth just jumps out windows.
I wasn't.
No, he's way more controlled than he used to be. Because at this point, he would have already jumped out 2 windows.
What I'm hearing is he would not be invited to the NAFPL.
No, not at all. And Kayak and Grizzly are almost not invited to this round as well. The first 2 suffer huge amounts of damage across this top and across this battle again. Winstrike have been applying a huge amount of aggressive pace this time to try and counteract the possibility of them being caught. The first C4 goes off successfully! Yes! That was the first well-made C4 that we've had just in the pockets of any of these 2 teams.
That one came from Amazon.
That one was next day delivery, same day delivery actually, and unfortunately EXO was the catch. That's 2 frag grenades gone, but that's also EXO, who's been a really good player so far, both in terms of playing the Iana, pushing and getting the information that's led to someone like Ash or Smash by Ash. And now it's the situation where they don't have that aggressive intel, they don't have that aggressive lead, and they don't have what has been the tip of their spear for almost every single attacking round that they've played.
And I think that's also really huge for Winstrike because their drone economy has not been the best so far in this game. And if you can utilize those Geminis when you are lacking in drones, then that is kind of that lifeline that a lot of teams choose to forego. But with EXO down, that's not an option anymore. And if they continue to run out of drones, then they are going to be flying completely blind.
Well, they have their top floor here, and Winstrike is still trying to apply some quick pace pressure, but with only 30 seconds, whatever they do, they've got to do it quickly. Kayak and Grizzly are on slivers of health. Not too peachy, but the pressure's going to start coming towards the library door as they set themselves up inside pillars. Smash gets caught, though. Grizzly, from the swing on the mining room, is able to pull back and just keep them guessing, keep them concerned across the big crossfires here towards the washroom. They do not have an angle or an idea, and everything's starting to fall apart for them. Yet again, they're in and trying to stick the diffuser, but with Leroy suffering huge amounts of damage, Rush finds one with only 3 seconds. They got to try and stick it, but they do not. Kavana, they're able to retake the lead, put themselves to map point, and I'm assuming head us back down to kitchen for one potential final swing.
It honestly feels like in so many of these rounds, if you blink in the final couple of seconds, you're gonna miss like everything. Because it's constant trades backwards and forwards. There's always a ton of kills in such a short space of time. I'm like, man, I can't keep up. But as you say, we are heading into map point. I did say match point earlier, but it is a best of 3, so it's not over after this. We have potentially 2 more maps after this. But it's been definitely a seesaw of who's taking the lead and who is not. And one thing that, without, any kind of like bias, there's no UK Massive here, no RML Massive, I don't know what they call themselves. But,
I know the
think
Polish
if
one is
anything,
Polska Gorom. I see that. I don't know what, I don't know.
Does it mean Poland Massive?
Maybe. I see it a lot. I see it when obviously the Polish teams play. I'm not sure what the Russian one is.
I wonder
thought you
if,
would know. You're a huge Russian fan.
I don't speak Russian. I wonder if there are people from other countries who hear the term UK Massive and they think we mean the word massive as in big. Because that just came to mind. That's not what it means in like British like slang.
No.
It's like your way of referring to like a group of lads usually. It's like, oh yeah, something massive. But anyway, there's your etymology lesson. The point I was going to make was the fact that even though we are still only in the first map here in Challenger League playoffs, what we are seeing demonstrated to us right now is despite the fact that there is a big distance in the seeding of these two teams, we are seeing just how competitive the teams who are present not only in Tier 1 but in Tier 2 of European Siege really are. And the fight for these two relegation spots is going to be absolutely brutal.
Well, match point. And I was going to talk about the new horrific Rainbow Six themed event that has now been released. The video is up on the official trailer, but if you want that nightmare and all of those skins that absolutely are cursed, I'll leave that to you guys to have a look for. Sugar Fright has now been revealed. And now we have more pressing concerns, though, other than the horrors of that. It's the horrors of Winstrike potentially losing this first map to Kavana. Okay, they have a good potential of being able to pull the next two, with Villa being their bastion and their choice coming up after this. But it's still one round. One round for them to be able to push themselves to OT and potentially not even see that third map, because they are going to be ferocious on side Villa. Steady seems to be the MO right now. Maybe some of the slowest approach that we've actually seen from Winstrike recently. They're definitely testing the waters and teasing the information game that has otherwise been very quick on their lockdown. Usually it's a drone or Iana met with the body and the physical embodiment of death that's brought to the Kavana Roamers. Here though, no Iana for the first time. Instead, bringing the Twitch.
Oh, we all love a good Twitch. Well, who was it? I think it was Chowder who tweeted the other day saying, does anyone actually play Twitch? We've seen her a decent amount.
Yeah.
I mean, you see her get played particularly if a team's bringing a mirror, for example, because you can pop the canisters. But here, you know, you can use them to get rid of ADSs, all kinds of different utility. A lot of teams prefer to bring other operators that are more efficient at that. But when you have someone like a Zofia who's been banned out, then you have more of an excuse to use her. Now, she's just trying to be careful because, you know, once you lose those shock drones, they are gone. And that's going to be the evil eye gotten rid of. And a lot of the reason that Kavana were able to maintain such site control last time, I think Winstrike are trying to be significantly more careful to ensure that when they drop down and when they try to take the site, there isn't anything like that can be used against them.
I think this is very well read by Winstrike. Last time they were here, they realized that the hold by Kavana was actually away from the area. They trusted it down to intel and swinging stuff over, and they've kind of gone, well, we can shut that down with a bit of clever droning, and Rush is able to shut down Kayak, and that is a huge loss, not only the player, but the smoke canisters too. Exo, the player who was the first off the board before, is able to get one this time round, but the C4 yet again puts the kit down cold. Flarezo is quick to react, but with a man just round the corner, he'll hear that, he'll act, he'll strike, he'll find the map! No. There it is, Kavana! Gorgona and Grizzly lock it off at the end there, but only just.
They were ready to spring on that, and what was ultimately a very, very close round on Cafe Dostoyevsky, or close map on Cafe Dostoyevsky, as I could say. It swings in the favor of Kavana. They take their own map and set the precedent going forward in the rest of this best of three.
7-5 though. Winstrike are here to play. And Villa, well, it is going to be a heft for Kavana to try and dig themselves into that map. That is surely going to be the biggest challenge that they have out of these three pool, but that's for a little bit later. We're just going to pop to some commercials, and then we'll be back with the desk to break that down for you.
Welcome back to the desk, ladies and gentlemen. Back with Jess, back with Hap, back with Des, and back with our first map winner here on the best of three, which is Kavana. Des, tell me, I'm sure you expected it, but I mean, how did this actually go down? Because it looked to be a bit of a close one.
Much tighter today from Kavana, actually. Against Penta in their game on Cafe last time round, there were a lot of mistakes before the execute even got underway. In this game, their executes so well laid out, and even if they didn't always work out, it was down to a C4 catching them unexpectedly, walking inside a smoke in a couple of cases, more things being caught out against them by Winstrike, I think, than Kavana necessarily expected. But to give them a nod, I thought it was really well planned. They had a lot of bases covered for. Winstrike did struggle at points, but the second half they started bringing it back, and then Kavana really turned up the heat in those dying rounds. Really good sight play, really good denial play, especially on Kitchen. Love to see it. Really excited to see what Villa can bring as well.
Whoa, we got Villa coming up, Hap. This is a best of three, so Kavana aren't out of the clear yet. And as a result, if Winstrike don't win their map choice, that of course give the match win to Kavana. But how do you think Winstrike will fare in it, and how did they fare in this particular map?
They surprised me, because after the first two rounds coming in, I really thought, wow, Kavana is really going to be running all over them because of the aggression that they managed to bring. But they still managed to bring it quite close, win the half as well, but they just weren't able to, convert enough rounds in that second half, as they said. And we're going to Villa now, also very technical map, and it's gonna be interesting because if you're looking at a map like Oregon, for example, a team like Winstrike relies a lot onto the Maverick by opening up these little holes that you can look through and get some side control. Villa lends itself a bit more towards that playstyle than Cafe would, so we might get to see some of those playstyles coming through here from Winstrike.
We were all talking before in our private call about the fact that we felt that Villa really matched the playstyle of Winstrike. Cafe was a little bit more free-falling and I guess promoted that newfound playstyle that Kavana has now. They're a bit tighter. There's not just one or two of those star players pulling up. I mean, Des, you said before, you don't think Sloth really popped off. I kind of looked at it as the whole team was kind of putting in one way, shape or form. How do you analyze that going into this map now on Villa?
Yeah, I said it after two rounds and after the first half, 2 kills on the side of Sloth. I was like, okay, this actually happened in a couple of games in the regular season. So let's see how it does in the second half. Comes out with 6 kills across 6 rounds. It's, well, no means a massive pop-off or a 3K, 4K round like we sometimes see coming out of him, but it's a consistent performance nonetheless. The two players I do have to give a nod to here is that the ones I've been not so much critical of, but while taking notes, been a bit more mindful of, is Grizzly and Anarchic. I always thought they were the quieter ones on side. They made a couple of role swaps today. We saw Anarchic get away from playing the smoke. That instead fell over to Kayak's responsibility. And between them both, really good play. A little couple of moments where like Grizzly was off on the roam on a Goyo, for example, and got himself snagged by someone coming after him. Same old mistakes there, but for the most part, those two players really stepped up today, and this was a team effort. This wasn't Kayak and Gorgona dragging a team through. This was all 5 members doing what they do best. Absolutely love to see it.
All right, well, Hap, do you have any predictions going into this particular matchup, or rather this map on Villa? I think you were talking about Cafe going either way. Des was pretty sure that Kavana would take it. I mean, I'm looking at this map and going, surely they win their map pick. We used to see a high percentage of teams actually win the other team's map pick, strangely enough. And, now that Kavana have won theirs, we have to see Winstrike win theirs. What do you think will be the turning point for them playstyle-wise? Do you think they just repeat the same things they've been doing on Oregon, as you spoke about before, or do you think they have to change things up against Kavana?
Of course, you cannot go for the complete same playstyles you have on Oregon because it's a completely different map. There is, 3 floors, of course, and there's a lot of walls you can use, but what we saw is that the ban from, especially the Sophia coming in from Kavana,
yep,
basically threw them off. You saw a bit of indecisiveness, like they swapped a lot of the roles around based off that. And the question is that something they were preparing beforehand or something that they were forced into now due to the Zofia being banned? Because if that's the case, another Zofia ban could basically handicap them coming up into this next map.
Do you think that's the same, Des? Do you think that Kavana turned around and go, we know what your crutch operator is? On Cafe, it was Zofia, and maybe it's Zofia going into Villa as well. Do you think that's just something they've identified as something that Winstrike really lean on, considering they're a very repetitive team, they're very predictable, so just get rid of that one operator that really helps them?
Yeah, I think either Zofia or Ash works quite well. You remove a lot of utility, you remove 2 comfort picks from the side of them and makes things a bit more uncomfortable. We saw teams like Kavana actually then leaning on the Kali. We didn't see that coming out the other side, so there are teams adapting around it. Need to see Winstrike be a little more flexible in their attacking lineups, I think, if that does get banned away here.
Well, what are we expecting ban-wise, Hap, on the other side?
well, probably you're going to see a Thatcher and a Mirror coming down from Windstrike again. It's something they have been doing consistently. I called it before, and would be surprised if they would leave the Mirror open for now. And I think Kavana knows this really well, so they will not be banning the operators themselves. They're going to be leaving that into Windstrike's hands, which allows them to go for these counter bans. And then I'm looking at the playstyle that Windstrike likes to play. They waste the ADSs, they take care of the utility, that is when they go for executes. But when suddenly you're going to be, some of your gadgets are taken away, which you can clear out the utility with, as of the impacts of Zofia, or let's say the Ashe with Des just mentioned, it suddenly becomes a lot harder. Like the core of their game style, the core of their strategy has been ripped out underneath them. It's like trying to work the side with one hand, really. So I'm waiting to see how it will play out. So for them, I hope, for Windstrike, I hope there will not be a ban to some operator with explosives, because otherwise they might have some issues.
All right, Des, it looks like the players are slowly getting in, and I just can only imagine that yet another toilet break will stall us even more, as is predicted. I mean, you can't be a European player or any player in APAC North as well, exactly, to jump in the lobby and go, hang on, give me 1 more minute, I got to go hit the loo, and I'll be back whenever I decide to be back. You know, we don't run on a schedule here. We're chilling, we don't care, whatever, we just sit here.
I just wonder how far the toilets are, because
I tell you what it is now, it's Sloth's like, man, I've had so much Red Bull now, I've got to get it out of my system, and that's it. It's just like, okay, release, down with the 2 cans, back into game we go.
Well, speaking of that, we're going to jump straight into it because I believe they are ready, and we'll throw over to our casters. This is the second map, hopefully not the last one, but if it is, well, it'll be a Kavana win, and if not, we'll go to the third map, which is Coastline. Let's toss it over, and we'll see you guys soon.
One of my favorite things that's developing about this is imagining Jess is driving a car and she went, why didn't you go before we left?
Oh, she would be that mum.
She would be that mum. 100%, she is entirely that mum. But she would also probably buy sweets. So it balances out. Hey, we're about to head into Villa. We're about to head into a site and a map that is... It's going to be tough for me for Kavana to step up. Because if Windstrike play this as they play this, it's a good potential map for them.
Well, I mean, I'm biased towards there being 3 maps. So part of me just wants to straight up say, I want Windstrike to win this just so that we can go to the third map. But it's true, this is Windstrike's map. In theory, anyway, you should be assuming that this is going to run into their favor as it stands. And Windstrike were very close to taking Kovana's map off of them. So you never know how close it could get this time, but let's kick things off with the bans, and Kovana will kick things off with a Thatcher.
Kicking in and kicking off. Hey, is Zofia gonna go? I doubt it. It's Windstrike's ban. So it's their ability to kind of actually play and put some pressure onto Kavana here. Now, obviously, they're taking something out of their arsenal and trying to think what could be good to break away from Kavana's, but an ace is not the most uncommon removal here. It pulls and structures away from a lot of teams, and, well, it's something there. If you're looking at solid and familiar bans, this, again, for me, plays towards Windstrike.
He's been used very significantly on this map, as a notable example because of the requirement for the long-range hard breach, particularly if you're attacking into study and you want to get the aviator or the games room wall. We see Ace be used onto the statue wall. We see Ace be used onto the vault wall. Basically, if there's a wall, a lot of people like to use Ace on it. So completely unsurprising, as well as the smokes being there for the plants. But with a Mirror and a Wamai joining the ranks, kind of unsurprising. Mirror always banned by Windstrike, and Wamai is a popular one as well.
Well, apparently Anarchic saying it was them being target banned for being the best player. Okay.
Oh, I see.
Okay, Anarchic.
I'll bear that
Anarchic.
one in mind.
Wait, let me just say this on broadcast. Last time you got very confident on the timeline. Things went a little bit wrong.
Yeah, and I'm actually just having a look, and throughout the Challenger League season, Anarchic has been the 4th highest rated player on Kovana.
Yeah, Anarchic,
Yeah, shut up, Anarchic.
you don't want to do the Gamma Gaming thing. You don't want to do...
Oh, no.
you don't want to bait that, because, we only ever see that go wrong. I don't think... Has there ever been an example...
You become a meme locked away in a Google Drive.
Yeah. Has there ever been an example in the history of Rainbow and comp where somebody has been in a good position, got a little bit mouthy in the game? We saw it obviously in NA, where we had the Fable lines, GG, don't ever type again. as the response, which was so perfect. Chef's kiss. Has there ever been an example of someone talking in all chat and it going well?
Probably not. I would have to go through my archives of opinions of things that happened in all chat. But who knows? I guess we'll find out in this game how it's going to go as Kovana start things on the defense. And straight away, I actually like this setup that they've got going on in Aviator where they've placed the shield in front of the open wall. It's basically like a budget mirror window, right? You can play behind it. You have access to what's going on outside. You can throw a C4 through if you want. And because it's a Vulcan shield as well, it could be popped from below, but the point still stands is it makes it harder to push into that room because you have to wait for the flames to subside.
Now, with Windstrike starting themselves on attack here, that's par for the course. It's Villa. It's generally defender-sided, and you generally expect the team with the choice to go defense first. But it is a hefty structural map. It's a hefty structural play space, and that plays, as I've said many a time, into Windstrike's favor. They set themselves up beneath. The corridors are slowly becoming locked down, and the doors that they want to access are ones that are, well, not currently doors, actually floors that they're going to try and blow their way through. If they can pop some pressure against potentially either those Goyo shields if they're close enough, or even just behind the walls and the angles to stop them being able to swing in if they approach Study, well, that's what they want to do. Sloth, however, is going to shut that down pretty quickly. Goodbye, Zofia. Swung on. And she was in piano. Oh, those are those angles. In the famous words of the hero of Siege, holes work both ways.
Oh, classic Emzo. And I feel like I didn't see if he used the lifeline, but I guess he was going to try and get rid of that shield. There's a second one as Sloth secures that and still maintains control here on main stairs. He goes for the third and he secures it.
Now, as they try and approach themselves towards something where things are very quickly falling through their favor. Sloth, okay. Sloth, stairs work both ways too. Finds his fourth and is looking for the ace now. Leroy at least gets Kayak but gives the game away, and Sloth is not happy about that. Decides to try and apply some pressure on his own, but with a minute on, Leroy has all the time to reconvene. The thing is, I'm sure if you go to Sloth now, he's probably hunting for the man and probably resetting himself up for a position here. He's one of these two bodies on this staircase, I believe. They're watching, waiting. There's the fall, there's the fight, there's the stairs, there's the pullback, there's the attention, there's Sloth. Is there an ace? It is Sloth! Yes! Wow, that is a man. He sniffs the possibility. Gorgona is calling Sloth his back baby. Let's at least get to a second round, guys.
I can hear Twitch chat just chanting UK Massive. I don't have Twitch chat open, but I heard that that was taking up a lot of it in the last map that we had. So a good start there for the players from the UK. Not so great for Windstrike, who came into this map knowing that it was their pick and got completely picked apart.
Windstrike have been a little bit slow to wake on their halves so far. They haven't successfully started either their attack or their defense on the last map, and it was towards, you know, theoretically some of the later bits where they started to look a little bit more coherent. Whether they won the rounds or not later seemed to be their more successive story, and I'm wondering if it's just going to be a trait that unfortunately becomes a trend that might lead to a lot of pressure. Obviously, it is a very strong start. Kovana, okay, Sloth refused to let the team onto the second story. It's a very bold way of playing it, but after Sloth gets his first pick, he almost plays to die. He's like, I'm Jaeger, I've got a kill. I'm going to see if I can get some more guys. If I die, I die. And you can't really stop him sometimes. If you're his teammate, the opponents can stop him. You just shoot him in the face. But there, sometimes it just takes one of those slow to wake teams by a lot of surprise.
Yep, well, Windstrike, once again, given that they're on the attack, my big concern for this team is that they are struggling to find the balance of getting an efficient clear, but also not allowing themselves to tunnel vision and allowing themselves to one-dimensionalize the way that they're approaching. It felt like that's what happened in the last round as well. And again, because we are heading on over to Trophy and Statuary, it's highly likely that this is going to be a multi-storied play from Kovana. And that's exactly what it looks like. And that is something the Windstrike can't afford to not deal with. And we could just find them running their heads into the same wall if that same pattern continues.
Well, the approach is coming with a bit more pace and panache here from Windstrike. Exo, who, as we said before, was a very big part of the entrance here, is actually picking up the Ash roll, with Smash taking the sledge instead. Obviously, previously, it was a kind of combination of the pairing, with one playing the Iana and getting the intel, and the other locking down and getting the kill. But they've drawn themselves to a slightly different approach here on a much heftier map, as they see if they can catch them with the drone play instead. Gorgona has the possibility of rotating down towards the underneath the landing stage in the bottom of red, and it's just going to wait around the top, wait for a bit more pressure and wait for the push. Sloth, the man on 5 kills, is the one that might cause trouble and drama beneath as he hears the movements going on inside. It's down to that air jab that might catch them. He's going to try and see if he can get a spot and an eye on a beat on it, but surely at this point he'll realize there is no further he can go just yet, and he'll wait to try this a bit later on.
Yeah, you can tell he's looking for it and he's not going to take the risk. But Rush trying to open up from below. Smash takes a lot of damage as well, but regardless, he gets the kill onto Kayak. It's a nice start at the very least. And there's a minute remaining, but Sloth is still downstairs. He's made his way up now. And this is where you once again find this problem of potentially being caught out. He's going to move on forward, but more kills coming in from Windstrike. There's one for Sloth. Windstrike still hold the advantage though.
Oh, he almost then does get the second too. They knew exactly where he was, and the double from Sloth puts him on 7 and puts him into a quick retreat. He's done enough to cause some problems and needs to back up Gorgona on the site itself. The man slips past Gorgona, he sprays some bullets but can't quite catch him, and the Deer's going to become a bit of a battle here. Sloth has found his way inside the site and is looking towards concrete. The grenade pushes them further back, but he still finds one, and there's another for Gorgona as well. They've somehow pushed themselves into a 2 versus 1. He can't get the ace this time round. Gorgona is the lockdown there, birthed from Sloth's rotation and roam past the air jab and through a double kill towards Astro Stairs. From there, Windstrike entirely taken by surprise.
Yeah, absolutely disgusting, the fact that such an advantage was allowed to be clawed all the way back. And despite the fact that there was that player downstairs who was ready to deal with Sloth, it didn't work. He got killed himself, and as you mentioned, you have the push on the Astro Stairs, and suddenly Windstrike are entirely taken by surprise. And I think it's sort of, again, like when you've been stunned in that instance and everyone can collapse in on you, it makes your job much, much harder. So now they're going to be heading down to Kitchen. Again, this is likely going to be an instance of where you see, or potentially going to be an instance of seeing a multi-storied approach. You're going to, at the very least, the attackers are going to have to come in from the top down, and they're going to have the risk of Grizzly holding onto the cardiac sensor and holding onto the C4s along with those other players who have them. That'll be Gorgona and Anarchic. But you can tell that Windstrike are aware of the fact that there is this information that's being utilized by Kovana, and I think that's part of the reason they've decided to bring this IQ. They can watch out for that, and at the very least know where those eyes are being kept on them.
Well, they're getting their approach set up here for what is again a C4-laden hold, making sure that any general approach on the second story is met with the story of Hay explosives. Okay, Cafe, 1 out of 50 was successful, so hopefully this time either team has a little bit more luck and success with their high explosives, because we've not really seen any of them land across the battlefield of Cafe. Windstrike, they set themselves up now again with the standard bringing of 4 frag grenades that has been a consistent contribution towards their approaches so far, but yet again, unfortunately, falls and befalls on the story of no real successive use of this destruction.
Still, his presence. Sloth, once again, I mean, he's becoming the name in everyone's mouths right now, and I think he is living rent-free in Windstrike's head as well. He's actually going to move these ADS, and he can just take them with him so that as he changes his location, he can change the presence or the place around which he either wants to anchor around. I mean, Kayak's there as well. He can protect him too. But the point is, Windstrike are very aware that this man is out there, and he's a problem that they're going to have to deal with lest they want to be caught out and shot in the back as they approach the site. But not only that, they still have to keep an eye on what is going on with Grizzly downstairs. So these eyes are on them, and these pressures are on them from so many different directions.
Well, now as they watch with fervent vision towards the basement and try and see if they can find anyone below, unfortunately the monster that's haunting them isn't puppet-faced, but is actually very aggressive and swinging towards the danger zone of Windstrike across a landing. Sloth, he hops to escape, and somehow gets away with it. 50% HP, and what we're seeing is a little bit less good of a solid hold on the defenders this time round. As we saw in Cafe, usually Winstrike were able to lock off any of those quick movement rotations. They had themselves set up to catch the fervent animals and the aggression that they wanted to swing, but this time, no luck, no dice. At least Winstrike have this top floor, and they've only suffered a little bit of damage from yet again another misblown C4, but the attention is now being paid down towards the site and the connection itself. Gorgona is a little bit isolated towards the bottom of Astro's stairs as he waits for an approach here, but for now, with a minute on, they still got a lot of potential destruction they've got to run above first.
Yeah, well, it feels like it's been forever. There's still a decent chunk of the round that remains, but a 10-man on the board. So that 5 versus 5 is still a problem that Winstrike are going to have to face. And with opening these vertical angles, one of these sides is going to have to face the prospect of potentially losing. There's, I believe, pre-placed C4, which has been shot away there by Rush, and that makes it a bit safer for him to continue on this destructible floor.
Gorgona goes down, but, well, luckily someone's there to help him back to his feet. Kayak, who was the first off the board last time round, is able to keep himself going and keep the canisters popping as well. A big bit of utility they're actually making some use of this time round. The firefight is coming on the door, and Rush finds his way in and finds the legs of Sloth, but there's a quick trade and a pick up. Everybody is starting to fall on the sides of Kavana as they try and dig the diffuser in, but they don't need to. Winstrike, they find themselves in that final 15 seconds and find a lockdown on all the bodies of Kavana.
It felt a lot more efficient, especially as they managed to keep a level head when dealing with what was going on upstairs, even though I like the fact that Sloth did move the ADS to try and provide Kayak and the shield with, more protection. They got out of there in time, and that meant that Winstrike had the opportunity to be able to take more control. I think as they started to open up, the bathroom floor, for example, there's a huge risk there. Regarding, what could happen below you, whether there's going to be a C4 that's going to come up and be a huge threat. And the fact that that didn't happen was a major part of why Winstrike were allowed to enter into the final fight as a full squad, because when you think about it, that is a moment at which you could risk losing a lot of your players. And as we've seen a lot in this series so far, we know that these final fights and these final engagements are going to be incredibly aggressive. A lot of the kills coming in at the end and a lot of things popping up on the kill feed. And essentially, it just turns out in which way the trades land. And in that case, it went to Winstrike.
Last time we were here, it opened and then continued with a story of Sloth killing everything that approached this delicate brown staircase. It started, though, with the loss of Rush, somebody who is such a big force and obviously was the leading factor there on the previous round. Got them inside and got the kill and led to the success that fell behind. But also Zofia in terms of utility. They talked about how the ban on her on Cafe could have been a huge impact here, obviously. She's bringing the impacts and trying to make use of them, which she couldn't do before. Crack those shields, crack Goyo, and crack any possibility of this brown hold being as successful and successive as it can be. So, Rush is probably going to play a little bit more controlled, and hey, Winstrike doing a plan B push. They do this quite a lot, to be fair. They like to set themselves up with multiple ways of ingress, so if the first fails, they're more than happy to try and adapt to their second setup.
I do like the idea that they're coming in from a different side of the map, because that was clearly something that didn't work out for them before, and that's dislodged Sloth from his position there in Master. And so that's a good start, especially as Smash actually manages to secure himself the opening kill as well. So it looks like doing this north side take could be the answer for Winstrike.
2 minutes as it ticks over, and Winstrike setting themselves up for their actual approach towards landing. They want to lock down all the angles and potential of someone looping in behind them, because it's cost them most time so far, and they want to push this body advantage. With Gorgona gone, they know that there's always more Kavana to strike back, because that's how Kavana like to play it. If they lose one, someone will very rapidly try to replace them. Sometimes even multiple members of Kavana decide to show up and get a little bit of revenge for their fallen teammate, and here they're not going to take any chances. Hey, remember when I talked about the Smash by Ash and EXO dream team of 1 drones, 1 pushes? Well, they're still doing it, and we'll probably do it for every single round. A C4 goes, and there goes Flarezo.
Nice.
2 successes over the day, as Kayak is able to find his first kill and loops all the way underneath Wine.
Good example as well of a player who has actually found himself being one of the last remaining players on Winstrike quite a bit. So if everything goes downhill for Winstrike here, the fact that Flares was taken out early could bites them. It also means that Winstrike once again have to be aware of this presence from Kovana that's elsewhere, but they are making work on the wall with the Maverick. Grizzly's going to try and shoot in through the Mav holes that have been made. Mav holes are definitely something that Winstrike like to use. Okay, goodbye Exo. That was pretty easy there for Kayak, and that means that so much control is still taken here by him. He doesn't have a C4 any longer, as we saw him utilize it before, so he doesn't have the same level of threat. And while the nade does go into through the Mav holes towards Vault, the control is still being held at the top of main stairs.
Well, the pressure they're trying to apply back here is the cover potential for Leroy, who's going to dig in the diffuser behind the smoke and hope that they think it was thrown more perfectly. But there is the cover, and there's the activated diffuser, and there's a quick pair of kills for Rush. We talked about the importance of him before, and we talked about how quickly he was dropped, but hey, one more for the road. And that's what happens when the man is allowed to stay standing throughout the entire round. Winstrike pull themselves back and pull things level on Villa on their attack.
This is the point at which Winstrike are going to hope that they can actually lurch forward and make up for what's happened. The low momentum at the start of this, knowing that this is their map, and because this is, we have to reiterate, because this is a single elimination bracket, if Winstrike are to fall short in this series, that's it. Their opportunity to make it all the way to the EUL relegations and take a spot in EUL are gone. Straight up. So Winstrike have to continue to pull this back on this map because they need to take it to a third if they hope to make it to that point.
Trophy Statry not going to try AVG again. Realize things weren't quite going the way they wanted to. But hey, let's throw our minds back to how this started last time, and it was very much in the favor of Winstrike. The only thing that really pulled it back was an intense clutch from the duo of Sloth and Gorgona, and you can't really rely on those every single round. So Winstrike are in a pretty good stead here too, because they have heated up over the past few rounds, obviously led by the duos that have led to a lot of kills. Rush there on that previous round, as I said, has been the instigator of all the ones he's still standing on, but Smash 2 has been able to put bodies down. Exo so far hasn't had the entry possibility that a Nash could. However, as I said, it's a duo ship, a teamwork that makes the dream work.
Cute. Love that.
Can you tell I was a manager in retail?
Well, I've never worked in retail.
You've never worked full stop?
No, I've never worked in retail or service. My first full-time job was when I became a full-time caster, but Flares isn't going to continue on in this esports stream, at least not for this round. He's taken down first.
I could have told you you'd never worked in service. Now though, as we approach, and me, Common Cockney Fluke, we set ourselves for what is a steadfast attempt here. Exo knifes his way through an invisible door and then hits the second with a man and the aggression of someone who really hates wooden doors and barricades. Kayak set up with himself in the deep corner of Astro and ready to yuck those canisters into the bathroom, but Rush yet again finds Grizzly. He is being such a force for the attacks right now and is really, for me, leading the pressure that Winstrike desperately need to keep themselves in this fight. Hey, Sloth looping up Astro stairs, but nobody's home this time around. Does it a lot sooner, gets caught out on the drone, otherwise you almost know he was going to charge his way into the bathroom and is at least going to put a little bit of food for thought into the brines and the guns of Winstrike.
I mean, I think he feels a bit more comfortable about it because this time Winstrike haven't decided to bring a Nomad. This is actually a very cheeky angle that could be being held by Rush, but as it stands, he won't find anything just yet. And Gorgona's watching down from above. He'll get Exo. And so that adds another punch onto the defeat that Winstrike have been feeling so far in this game. But my point was that there is so much room for Kovana to take aggressively because those air jabs aren't on the board, and the information that Winstrike would have had from the IQ was disappeared very early.
Wow, Gorgona finds a double above and keeps them locked down. Leroy and Smash, it's down to you two as you try and approach and pull back with a minute on the clock. Huge amount of time, and you have some utility left, as well as two very precious frag grenades, but hey, there's the first, jiggling around onto the concrete corner. You can't quite catch the bullets on the second, though. Gonna cook a grenade and try and swing it. It's a dangerous game, especially when they just swing you back. And Arkic heard the pull of the pin and decided he wanted a little bit of that action. Now, with 1 man left against 4, Smash. He's played well so far. He's able to at least get 1 back, but he doesn't have the easiest guns to make it happen with. Cracks away through onto the site, 25 seconds, and 3 more stand in front of him. They have Intel, they have Sloth, and they have Kayak with, I believe, some canisters left too. So it's not going to be an easy approach.
Another one of those players from Kovana was ready for the refrag, and because he didn't get it, it means Winstrike, or Smash rather, doesn't know exactly where he is. There's an attempt onto Gorgona, but it doesn't pay off. And Kovana take the next round, once again, putting Winstrike on the back foot.
Well, Gorgona, you pulled a clutch here last time alongside Sloth, and now you're going to make sure you don't have to do the same again. And to be honest, it was a very, you got to win that round, and you got to try and win the next one too back on AVG if you want to put yourself on what is a standard decent split, because the Winstrike defense on this map is going to be good. You know it, I know it, and Winstrike know it too. So they're already probably looking at their books as this as being a successful attack so far. Not their best, because every team believes that they can take a 6-0. Otherwise, you wouldn't play comp. If you don't go into the game with the headspace that you are going to beat your opponents, well, apparently that means for a lot of people's books, you've already lost the game itself. No, but from our point of view, with a slight bit more understanding of stats and realism, a 4-2 is still a very good split for Winstrike. 3-3, Winstrike are looking very good.
Definitely not something too shabby to be concerned about. And as you say, this is the 3rd time now the Kovana have returned to this site. However, last time they failed to keep it. And a lot of that came down to the fact that Winstrike did go for an adaptation on their own approach. The first time that they came here, back in round 1, they basically put all of their eggs into the basket of, we are going to clear main stairs, we're going to throw all our bodies at it, and Sloth slurped all the bodies straight up. The second time they came here, they said, okay, let's go for a more mediated push from the north side, and we're going to make our way down from Master. And yes, while there were roamers on the side of Kovana, they were dealt with. Winstrike managed to open up the vault. They applied pressure that way, and then they cleaned up at the end. It was a lot better an approach from Winstrike. And it looks like they're going to be doing something similar this time. And of course, if it worked for you before, then why shouldn't it work this time? Well, the question is, are Kovana going to have adapted the defense enough to be able to halt this push in its tracks?
Steady approach seems to be the MO, and so far we've generally seen them have a pretty good track record of getting the opener, and then it's going from there. That seems to be a little bit of a mixed story for Winstrike. Just having a quick look at himself and making sure that he looks plenty fine as for this time round. Hey, Kayak's not on the smoke. Pulling up the guns of Maestro this time round, and Anarchic is going to try the role of the smoke. A big change here is obviously it gives Kayak, a guy who can gun when he needs to, a very, very good gun to do it with. Slightly easier to manipulate and use than obviously the pairing of Smoke, who Anarchic. Okay, you were target banned by Ace, sure, for being the best player. Maybe.
3 and 4, by the way.
Maybe. Hey, smash. He smashed, and he smashed the wall, and I didn't call it, but he's going to push 90 now.
Well, he might.
He might.
Right now he's just holding on to it. Rush is taking control of the window, so it looks like Winstrike are doing a pretty good job of taking control of that part of the map. You've got to bear in mind that Grizzly is present here on the red stairs, as we are being so beautifully observed as such, and it means that he is just ready to take anyone who may be close by as well. He has the C4 in hand. That could be another one of those huge threats. Gorgona trying to get the shots in down beneath, between the slats, I should say, as EXO runs around below.
Betwixt the slats, they do not fall as EXO runs down below. This might fall, though, as the wall is the one immediately pressured. The frag grenade changed their mind about it going over the top, maybe concerned about the rotation. Hey, it's Sloth who's decided to apply the pressure. Gorgona with the C4, no! Oh, just escapes the shrapnel of the high-impact explosive that was otherwise popped over the top. 2 guns pointed towards here. Kayak has the potential to do this, and does it. There goes the thermite charge, and there goes the breach onto the corner, and here goes potentially a very tough attempt at a plant, especially as Sloth gets rid of Rush too.
Oh no, I can see it happening all over again. Grizzly gets one with the C4 though, so that will deny any kind of ace potential, but it might also deny Winstrike's ability to take this round as they are only 2 men on the board. Flair still has the diffuser, but it's going to be incredibly hard to get an opportunity to plant.
Well, now it's cameras, eyes, and ideas, but with only 10 seconds on the board, this is very much Kavana's to lose, especially as Sloth decides he wants another one to keep adding to the tally. Quick pop-up from behind, Gorgona is going to lock it off, and a flawless round befalls the way of Kavana, the first one since the opener in a while ago, and the flawless from the guns of Sloth, actually the ace, even. I'm confusing my own handwriting here. It's tricky to write while standing up. That's something I've learned.
Life is hard, isn't it? I do get kind of a bad back because when I'm casting, I stand, but my microphone like boom pole isn't quite long enough for my height, so I have to lean over.
There's 2 jokes I can make here.
Go on.
The first is they're both immature. One is hey, when the boom isn't long enough. The second though is about your height, because I don't think they make things for people that are 11 feet tall.
Oh, come on. All right. Yeah, it's true. It's a miracle I can even see the game from this kind of height.
It's crazy. The thing is, when you know, if people got a photo of your setup, to us it would look like monitors. To you, it's like 80-inch TVs. Is what you use.
I don't have that kind of money.
Your mouse is 7 mice glued together.
I think we should talk about the game again. Yeah, I agree with Medics. Why are you bully? Let's talk about the game again. And now the Winstrike have head over to their defensive half. This is where we are kind of hoping or expecting things to be pulled further into their favor, given that this should work in their playstyle. We've joked so many times about how Winstrike are this team who love Oregon. Oregon isn't being played. This is Villa, in case you're just tuning in and you, for whatever reason, didn't know. But the point still stands is Oregon's quite an...
Go on.
Nice shot. Oregon is quite a methodical kind of map where it really plays into that general Russian playstyle where you can do the same thing over and over and expect it to work if you can do it well enough. And I think that you can see something similar here on Villa because it is one of the more methodical maps rather than the crazy run and guns that we see, you know, those young UK lads enjoy.
Yeah, now they're a bit concerned, though obviously Winstrike decided to meet them at the border and, well, not let them in. Hey, you remember the first round where you didn't let us onto the second story? Well, this time, Gorgona's not allowed in the building. That's fair as fair. War is war, and Exo is up in Astro, and there's another one just falling. Kayak completely taken by surprise there. They didn't even have the start of the setup of their roam control, but Sloth's at least able to find one back. Winstrike are entirely roaming the heft of this map and happy to try and explore all the avenues of potentially causing some destruction. Sloth is a bit concerned about the close push here, but the shield is going to make the approach a little bit tougher until he does this and pops it open with the destruction that is also going to match towards the Melusi that is set up onto this tactics table.
So much utility straight away being cleared very early from Kovana, and also the air jabs being placed on the red stairs means that despite the fact that Winstrike do want to play the roam, they won't be able to use that for a flank. And actually we see this Exo is in a really interesting position where he's playing in study but facing northwards, but Grizzly can catch out Smash, who was going on the roam, and that means that has been dealt with from Kovana.
Well, now they're trying to set themselves up for the 3 versus 3 push here, and a minute on, they still don't have the lockdown on Exo, and he could be the big problem. Oh, wait, there it is, double kill. Puts themselves into another body advantage. They never quite had the solid lockdown that they thought they did, and there's another bit of mistake that has led to a death. Anarchic tries to move in the pieces of the destruction. Obviously, the Banshee screaming is going to give the game away of the motions that he's making. Swings all the way around, is at least able to take care of one. Looks concerned for the swing onto Study, but doesn't quite look far enough. Winstrike with a very aggressive hold lead to a very solid round.
Yeah, you know, I think even though the fact that things got cleared up underneath, they sent another player down to deal with that, and that again kind of slow down what was happening, but they could also utilize the way that they were positioned up towards the site to go against the fact that Kovana were entirely coming in from the north side. So you could play with EXO positioned in study facing up in that direction. You didn't have to worry necessarily about someone coming from behind. And all of that in spite of the fact that Kovana were actually pretty efficient at being able to clear the utility that was present on the site. So it's not all about the utility clearing, kids. Apparently not. And that means that Winstrike, they put another round on the board as they head here into Trophy and Statuary.
Yeah, let's see if they set themselves up with the same spread of an aggro that they were able to fly so well before. You assume Kovana will be a little more apprehensive on the approach towards the building this time to make sure they don't get caught out by the mobility that Winstrike wanted to offer and the culpability that seemed to cost them as the round burnt to its end. But you look towards EXO on a deep roam who really only had his first body putting down success over that roam, over that play. All of his kills have come from that first defense, and I'm wondering if this is a Jaeger player that is about to explode.
Definitely could be. He could be about to show Sloth exactly what he can do on the other side of things. At the very least, Kovana have started off this round without team killing, so they will be entering in with all 5 players. And while it is a bit of a meme, you also kind of can't discount it as being a potential reason for their loss on the last round. Winstrike did most of the work, but if you're going in with an immediate disadvantage, it really puts you on the back foot. That won't be a problem this time, but it could be as Sloth gets caught out, which he doesn't, as he sends that player from Winstrike scattering.
Now they've at least been able to, get into the building. All 10 players have escaped the throes of the Winstrike attack. And look at Sloth trying to meet them and meet their maker very quickly. Wants to swing instantly in, might not see the body and does, but a little bit too late. EXO finds his 4th over 2 rounds and is thirsty for another as he creeps his way closer towards the games room rotation, right onto the corner kayak as the drone is going to get a bit of an idea of where they're at, wants to apply the pressure, but has the ability with this frag grenade to not even have to, but does more damage to himself. Gorgona, oh no, a bit of a miss throw, only shatters a little bit of EXO, but what a huge amount of blowback he just suffered.
Yeah, and the perfect time as well for Winstrike to be able to retreat back towards the site. Smash is still downstairs, but he gets caught out straight away. Gorgona, despite taking all that damage, he manages to have that repaid in karma for him. Winstrike are just relying on the rest of their players present over towards the site as the round continues. It does give Kovana more space, and they're going to prevent Winstrike from being able to take any of that with the air jabs being placed. And this is where they can start to move and rotate around and have a look at some of those windows and avenues of ingress that are on the other side of the map.
Well, the steady approach is starting to collapse down towards Leroy. They want to lock off all of the second story sooner rather than later, especially as they've only really got the minute left on the clock. Now, with Bedroom being the next point of ingress and Leroy being hyper aggressive as he peers from pillars towards the window. Let's see if anybody gets caught out from a misplay. No, this time Leroy isn't there to strike almost instantly, representing the Na'Vi charm, which I've heard gives you +5 towards swinging onto windows too. So that's going to be very dangerous for this approach.
Oh, he pushes forward. He takes some damage, but can't quite land the kill that he wants to. That means he will retreat somewhat, but there's fewer than 30 seconds remaining, so Kovana are going to have to make this push while Winstrike is still present here. EXO on the Astro stairs means that he can watch out for any kind of flank. There's the first smoke that comes out, and Kovana have less than 15 seconds.
Well, as the canisters pop over the door and a man pops in through the door, there is a bit of a quick trade, but Kayak, a man on a mission to put a diffuser down, is going to try and make it happen here. It's only Rush left in a 1 versus 3. Suddenly, Kovana struck and they took around by the horns like the deer where they tried to plant near. They didn't plant on the deer, it would have been better. Does the deer even have horns? I don't remember. But either way,
Deers have antlers.
it was a solid... What?
I said deers have antlers.
They should teach me this in school.
Have you ever seen a deer?
I've lived in cities my entire life in England. I've seen a pigeon many times.
Is it a la pigeon?
It was medics as la pigeon. Birds, they're not even real. That's the crazy thing here. 5-3. 5-3 is the turn of force, and that is, I mean, if you're looking on the board to pull even, 50% of the work done for Kavana. And they've just got to try and look and lock towards growing a little bit more. If we had a look at the previous map too, hey, this is how it started before. It was 4-2 in the favor of Windstrike at the turn of the half. Then Kavana were able to take one of the opening 2 this time round, and it wasn't the first, it was the second this time, but they grew from that. So Windstrike, you got to step up. Otherwise, what was a very impressive season could slip between your fingers.
That's the big fear here, is as Kavana inch further away from those 3 rounds that Windstrike have taken for themselves, they inch closer and closer to moving on forward into the semi-finals of the CL playoffs. And Windstrike, who have been touted as the best team, or at least one of, in Challenger League, all of that could have ended up being for nothing. And you wonder if maybe some of that is being so inflexible on their map choices and now being forced to go against these other teams, especially one from a group that they haven't been in, on maps that they haven't played that much. There's still time and there's still a chance. You can see straight away Sloth is making his way in. This time round, it doesn't look like Kavana are spending all of their attentions down on the south side of the map, which is where they went through for the clear. Instead, they're staying pretty close to the north.
Now with Leroy playing around red stairs and the possibility of rotating and causing trouble, you look towards if he can get the first strike here against the potentially unsuspecting. Well, now they're suspecting as the drone catches them, gets the eye, the rotation started. But unfortunately couldn't quite finish the maneuver in time. Kayak steadies and busies his way underneath to try and clear any of the utility possibility here. They've gone for a different push. They complimented Windstrike on how they like to have a plan B approach, and so far Kavana are living up to that. Instead of going for the clear towards AVG this time round, they're going to focus all of their attention underneath and try and gut out the defense before they go for their final push.
Yeah, Rush being forced out of position there meant that he was significantly more vulnerable, had to keep an eye on the Astro windows. He was forced out from his relative safety of behind the desk. But regardless, so far, all 5 members of Windstrike still do stand as we get to the halfway point in this round. Grizzly sending in the flashes as they get ready to clear out what could be behind. And it looks like Sloth is still ready here with the breaching charges, potentially going to open up the hatch. But you can tell that those players from Windstrike upstairs are moving around and actually giving more space in Astro so that they don't get caught.
Exo here could strike if he gets this first pick against Sloth. He's been waiting for ages, and they know that someone was around there, but they've finally turned their gaze away, and he's finally chosen this moment to strike. He's coming up the back of Sloth the same way Sloth did it before, but the cover comes through. They had them in the bathroom. Gorgona, a little bit late to the party, finds the bait and finds the push. Smash gets one back as the balance starts to fall with Gorgona dropped on the stairs. 40 seconds, though. They have to apply the pressure whilst they can, and they do. Rush goes down. Another canister drops 2. They can't quite lock off the kill, and Gorgona's back to fighting standard as they try and apply the pressure onto the site. Sloth just swings in, finds 1, finds 2 for the third of his round, and now it's only smashed by Ash on the far side. Tries to push his way back in, fights over the mystical animal I've never seen before, but the head of the boar is the only thing that's staring at him as he looks for a little bit more. Swings now, but Sloth is the only animal in his sights, and apparently today the animals are the ones that are on the hunt.
And now Kavana find themselves not only on map point, but this time it really is match point. All they need to do is take this next round and they will have forced Windstrike straight out of the competition and pushing themselves forward. One of the most notable characteristics that I said about this team is that they are willing to scrap to keep themselves in. They went through it all when they qualified for Challenger League in the first place, and they are willing to do it once again. And here on Windstrike's map, it looks like they may be about to do it, consistently able to outsmart them and outflank them in moments where it's clear that Windstrike feel like it is in their advantage. And the question is, do Windstrike have the mental fortitude to believe that they can keep this afloat for the next few rounds to make it to overtime?
Medics, I'm gonna need you to do me a very quick favor, just for a second. Can you just put that board back up? Scoreboard back up. Sloth, 17 for 4. Now, you may be thinking, why am I doing it on the whole board? It's on the side too. It deserves full screen application and vision. What a pop-off game, and what a time to have it when he otherwise hasn't really been able to have the same effect that everybody who knows Sloth's playstyle expected. The man even took a bit of FPL by surprise when he was up to the top of the boards, having compliments from some of the biggest guns inside Siege community, like Pengu and Shaiku both said, hey, who is this Sloth guy, and what is he doing? Well, this is what he does. And this is the first time for me, I think, we've truly seen him able to do it. And again, heck of a time to pull up Sloth, heck of a time.
Definitely the moment that you need him, and it really sets a good precedent going forward in the rest of the competition, assuming that Kovana do go forward, but as it stands, they're certainly looking to be moving in that trajectory. EXO, once again, on the roam, something that we've seen pretty consistently so far, but he'll still be feeling the sting from the fact that he got caught out in that last round and looking to make his mark before the opportunity comes around to do it once again.
Medix has just realized that the announcer in the game is in French because he forgot to swap it after the French finals.
He is in France.
Yeah, but he also did the French finals. They borrowed Medix over the weekend and the studio. It was both nice. It was both nice to see them in our studio. I got a lot of love for the French casters, as a lot of people do. They were the first casters to give me advice on my fledgling journey. A lot of love for them. But also I kind of wanted to be there too. Talking of wanting to be there, Sloth, just under 2 minutes, already applying pressure from landing towards the potential plant spot and then over on the opposite side too, because why not? I'm Sloth. I want to gun on everything right now.
You know, he's trying to, I can hear the French in the background now. It's, I'm not going to be able to let that one go. EXO looking up, but you can tell that Sloth's just trying to remove the Valkyrie. That's Rush, who's down the corridor. Behind a shield, I believe, that they still have not cleaned out, but you can tell that his reaction times at the very least were ready to take those shots. Not only that, but the X-Kairos is opening up the, well, attempting to open up the vault wall, as I believe that got impact tricked by Illyri.
Now, as we start to stack ourselves up a minute on, they were very, very quick to get the start of the push here, and it's down to having all the bodies standing, which obviously they very much did not have at this point. They were looking much worse for wear when it came finally time to apply the kind of aggression towards the site itself, and this time they've just ignored it as Kayak tries to dance a very blind dance here on the close corners. Throws the man in, who jumps on the tactics table and looks over the top, but there's a quick kill for Sloth, and there is a load of damage done the opposite way. Another one falls as an Arctic gets the lock off. Grizzly can't quite get the diffuser down as Flarezo moves and manipulates inside the smoke and finds a second. An amazing bit of spread of aggression, but Gorgona is there to apply some pinch pressure from inside Study. EXO has to very fervently rotate up as Rush is doing everything he can to keep them locked down. Knows there's a man in Study, knows that he can't put the pressure on, so he just has to try and keep the angle of the door locked off. Hey, there's EXO. Hey, there goes Sloth. A big take from underneath, loops round and tries to apply it, and Rush again locks down and holds off Anarchic. The only one left, the player who springs and tries to find a bit of action, knows that there is a worrisome body and a bit of control, knows that the pressure's here, and knows
3 seconds.
that they're just trying to hold themselves off, and they know how to play those moments. Windstrike pull themselves to the timer, pull themselves away from danger, and pull around.
Oh, it really looked like it was getting close there, as you could see the bodies just dropping on the side of Windstrike, but a great 2K from Flares managed to, at the very least, swing the momentum around. I was worried that maybe EXO's presence elsewhere off the site was not going to necessarily be conducive towards Windstrike taking a victory in that round. But evidently I was wrong, especially being able to get the vertical angles through the floor. But crucially, that was a blow too close to death for Windstrike, knowing that this is really their last chance to stay in the competition. And yeah, it was just all a big mess of smokes and not quite mirrors, but Candelas were certainly in there. It didn't work out for Kovana.
Did not, and it's going to be down to, again, as we said, the beautiful play of the smoke there. Moved and manipulated the play space with the beauty and grace of a man that is throwing toxic chemicals and is the only one who remembered to bring his toxic chemical mask. Hey, save a mask, save lives, and then use a gun to try and, stop the approach and oh no, wait, I'm talking about Siege. Now, as we set ourselves up, still on match point, still in the danger zone, and still dancing the delicate dance of, oh no, we don't want to go home, because Winstrike had a very good season. They're a very good team. There's unfortunately just matched a team that is playing their best all season. Kavana, sure, they came through as the lowest seed on their group, a group that included Penta and a group that obviously included M&M, two of the other huge hitting teams that had high expectations. And out of all of this, out of all the play days, this is easily the best Kavana have played.
Yeah, I've actually been really impressed. There's been some inconsistency in the main season, and I came into this game thinking, well, expecting Winstrike to very much be on the front foot, and worry that Kavana wouldn't necessarily show the kind of not even necessarily aggression, but just forwardness and consistency that we needed. But I have been very much proven wrong in that sense, and they just don't look like they have any chance of stopping. But EXO and Rush now following up with a C4 suggest actually I may be very much mistaken in that one.
Hey, one of the best rounds we've seen on all the defense here from Winstrike was when they threw themselves to the wind and threw themselves at their opponents. It was when they played their best on their attacks inside Cafe as well. And here, it's kind of good to see them knowing that, learning that lesson. 3 very, very quick kills. Some of the highest pace bloodshed that we've seen since, oh wait, one of the last times they really succinctly won their rounds. Their first defense here was started in a very similar fashion, and now it is a tough battle for Kavana to pull themselves back. They still have the possibilities of obviously one more round after this, but Kayak and Anarchic, can they lock themselves out here, or can they at least find some bodies to start the pretense and potential of taking a round?
Oh, I like this that Anarchix decided to use the X-Cards to get the angle so he can look down below, but once again, another kill from EXO leaves Anarchic all on his own. And he doesn't have any drones, so this is a lot more of a pressurizing situation, especially as he's going up against all 5 players remaining from Winstrike. Right now, he's just playing it cool and safe in Master, and he's going to make a rotate round. The fact that everything happens so quickly, so earlier in the round, means that he still has plenty of time to play with here, as it's only just past the minute mark.
Now as Anarchic looks towards the pantry to see what he can pull out, it's a closed door that he's decided shouldn't be there anymore. Wants to cause a bit of a bait and attention as he swings more aggressively, but, well, Winstrike want to swing back. That's how they've played this round. That's how they found a lot of success. And now they're in a situation where they have a huge body advantage. Heard the reload, the flashes come out, the C4's caught, but there he goes. Flawless from Winstrike. Couldn't come any sooner. Just do it once more, and you'll find yourself back in the running for this map.
Going for the ADS at the end there maybe wasn't the total best idea, but regardless of that, Anarchic was in a difficult position. Still the best player, though. That is if you believe the chat from the very beginning. But yeah, this is actually looking like something of a redemption arc here for Winstrike that they desperately need. It's almost like they looked in the face of fear and they were like, okay, no, we don't want that. And it's interesting. It reminds me of something that I think it was Doki who said about Na'Vi, which was, we feel we play best after a big defeat. And it's almost like Winstrike have seen that big defeat coming for them, and they've preemptively been like, we've got to pick this up now. And so far, it's going well.
Now it's just one more dance on your defense to get yourself to OT, something that we haven't seen in EU in a very long time. And it's going to start here, a site that has befallen you a couple of times and has so far been your only unsuccessful site to hold on your defenses. So what lessons can you learn? I'm kind of curious to see if you bring the aggro game. Both times it has been exceptionally successful for you, but they were very spaced out. You're able to take Kavana by surprise both times. You assume they're eyes on. This time you assume they're aware of the potential pressure that might be applied to them before they even get close to the walls of this fabled villa. So let's see, Winstrike. You've already set yourself and spread out pretty intently across the top floor. You're waiting and baiting for the potential of eyes on towards the AVG side with a lot of rotation coming round. Curiously gazing towards potential Valk cameras as Rush is going to apply some intel pressure towards the guns of the rest of Winstrike.
Well, this could be the round. The Winstrike take it all the way to overtime, and we still see the hope of a third match come along. But it could also be the round that Kovana shut down their EUL dreams and forced themselves forward. Smash just peeking out of the window to look for anyone who may be nearby. And Grizzly, while he's on the rappel, so far hasn't been caught out, and Smash instead is going to rotate away.
Now then, as Sloth starts to apply the pressure on the second story, the Z pings are coming out and the mobility movement of Winstrike inside AVG. Grizzly is trying to keep a lockdown on 90 as Smash is the one that wants to get right underneath and cause some problems. Unexpected strikes has been the big cost for Kovana so far, and they're making sure that they don't pay it again. 3 bodies are what they're being matched with so far. They've seen one for sure. They can hear the drones buzzing as they look towards the second. Pre-fires all the way down, but they can't get any purchase. There it is. Sloth goes to Smash, the one that they didn't quite have the angle on. Grizzly let him slip through, and that was a very costly moment for what was the entire purpose of why you're on that window.
And immediately hopping through the hatch meant that Smash really got away, but actually he doesn't get away with his life this time as Grizzly clears him up. And with 2 kills as well, that means suddenly Winstrike are behind. The remaining 3 players move back towards the site, and they still have the protection of shields and banshees and whatever else may be around, but there's still plenty of time on the clock for Kovana to push forward and deal with all of those things, especially as there's not really much of a risk for some kind of late flank with EXO and Smash, those notably aggressive players, removed off the board.
Well, as they pass the diffuser over with the minute, they're going to set themselves up for their idea of a retake now as they reevaluate their push here. They're going to put the pressure onto the bedroom. Kayak is going to get in close and personal and start blowing up. Oh, bounced off. It was the stun that cost you there, and you know nobody's playing the close corners, so that gives you the game away to do it safely. There it is. There's the follow-up, there's the bait, there's no ADS there, there's no body there, and there goes the Banshee. But unfortunately, the bounce this time led towards his own face. Anarchic suffers on the windows as Leroy plays hyper-aggressive inside the bathroom, as we've seen him do before. The frag grenade doesn't quite catch him, and look where he's gone. He's pushed all the way into walk-in as he digs himself in with a much likely strike here to try and apply the pressure onto these pellets that pop round. There's a trade. A grenade goes off, and a 2-3 is the body split now, as it's now down to a 2 versus 1. Grizzly is the only one left as he tries to dig his way through onto the site. Can't find anybody though as Winstrike play the hiding game they're so adept at, and they find themselves pulling even 6-6.
Winstrike can breathe. I think one of the big risks that Kovana took in that round was the fact that in their endeavor to remove EXO and Smash off the board, they played very aggressively with their drones. We saw when that player, I don't remember if it was EXO or Smash, I think it was EXO, was present in games, straight up, there were 2 drones who came all the way up to him, they got rid of him, he got rid of the drones didn't get rid of him, God imagine. And they were just losing them very, very quickly. And then by the time that they actually had to push up towards the site and you have those final 3 players, as you said, you have the stun go out from the Zofia, you know that no one's playing on the corners. That's one thing that they know about the positioning, but they need those drones to be able to figure out their last few steps so that they can actually take it to Winstrike. And the problem is they didn't have many drones. I think that Gorgona still had one left. I saw him bring one out. But the point still stands is that despite the fact that you might have a decent amount of time left on the board, if you haven't got a real safe way or efficient way to be able to figure out where those locations that you need to be focusing on are, you're still going to have the disadvantage. And we saw that play out at the end of that round.
Well, I said it at the very beginning of this game, that Winstrike usually look better towards the later half of a round. They always, or look better towards the later half of a half. And that was kind of the proof of the pudding there. 3 defensive rounds in a row. The final 3, the most important ones they had to get, because otherwise they lose the game. Now they're on 4 in a row. Now they're on a position where they can kind of push this on the turn of the half, push the energy and the momentum that they've built up into this game and see if they can keep themselves rolling, something that they haven't really been able to do before, and obviously it cost them the previous map. Now it's been able to pull them back into a situation where they might be able to push themselves towards a third map here on their map, Kovana. They've not really dropped off, but they have been taken aback by a more aggressive, more controlling Winstrike, and I guess they've really seen today.
All right, so now whoever it is who's going to win this map, they need to do it in the course of the next 2 rounds. Well, they'll have 3 rounds to do it, but Gorgona won't. Goodbye to him, says Flares, as Winstrike set themselves off on a good start as they head into this first overtime round.
Well, the Mist-thrown flash doesn't quite make it all the way through there and catches them as Rush is looking to read down red stair, or brown stairs even, and apply the pressure towards the bodies at the bottom. There it is, and there they go. Oh no, you're looking the wrong way and you go for that swing and it costs you dearly. Grizzly couldn't quite get the trade and pull the body back as the pressure's coming from above with the angles that they'd opened by the bar. Now, as Grizzly finds themselves cut off, Kayak is looping around to see if they can try and pinch a body. They've been able to do it before, where they've been slightly down and slightly onto the kind of beat and the rhythm of the round. They've been in pressure situations and made it work before. This time, however, they've still got a lot left to do. Drop the camera, sees the body on the brown stairs, but Rush again. That's 2 that have fallen to a man that is in a very standard, steady default hold.
Yeah, and it's a shame that Kayak didn't have the opportunity to try and remove that shield before you had the player from Kovana try and remove Rush as well, because it meant that he just had the extra positioning, and suddenly you lose a body slightly earlier than you necessarily needed to when you could have taken that. But there's another essentially trade backwards and forwards coming out as Kayak and Rush lose their lives. We are in the final minute, but with just Anarchic remaining. He's the final player on Kovana. Everyone else on his team is down.
Well, this is a bit of a tough save here, and you don't even get the exit frag for the stats. Winstrike, they're on a roll, they're on a tear, and now they're on their attack, with 1 round separating them from being able to pull themselves towards the 3rd map of Coast. A curious place to play for me between these 2 teams, and something that, if I'm honest, would be quite nice to see, because both teams have the capability of leaning and leading into the aggression that Coast can offer. Wow, there's so many windows for Sloth to throw himself out of, but at the same time, for the compliments I played him a little bit earlier, for the pop-off game he's been a little bit quieter. He's still on a 2.0 KD at least, so he's still having a great game, but I think at the other time it was like a 3.4 KD, so you know, he hasn't quite found the same purchase as of yet.
Disgusting. He's really slipped.
It's just washed.
Yeah. Complete wash player. Disgusting. What? Go on.
No, I was just going to say 7-6, but you go.
You're not wrong. Mm-hmm. It is a 7-6, but now Winstrike are on their lesser favored half.
Yes.
So despite the fact that they had a ton of momentum swing through, while they were on the defense, they got 4 defensive rounds in a row. Now we are going to see potential flaws. And, I mean, you never know. They could still be running on the same mental momentum, but they only took 2 rounds when they were on the attack. And not only that, one thing that's very characteristic of Winstrike's attacks is they like to play very close together. It's almost the entire opposite of how they like to approach their defenses. And it's something that we've seen Kovana particularly catch them out on. I'm thinking all the way back to the very first round where they all invested themselves into trying to take down at the bottom of the main stairs. And Sloth just cleans everything up. So that's something I'm going to be looking out for. I mean, if they are to lose this round, then they are still in this game. But, you know, being in the situation that they're in, they're going to want to clean it up as quickly as possible.
Well, the approach is coming in now from Winstrike, and they are hot and quick and heavy towards the top floor here as they make sure that they have everything open that they need to, including the windows to catch anybody that heads up in the destruction possibilities. Flarezo now has a moment to breathe and get the drones out to cover the entrance of the opposing attackers. As we've already said, the balance from them is one where they do enjoy hot droning each other around corners and swinging into firefights with that aggressive mentality. So far, they haven't been able to catch anybody as of yet, but would have potentially just seen the head of Sloth as he approached from the long corridor and took himself up instead. Grizzly moving underneath, dropping the drones that are there for the flank watch. Xexo is the one looping around with the Jackal, getting the pings, getting the possibility, and pushing them all the way back up brown stairs.
Yeah, I was going to note the fact that Winstrike had decided to bring this Jackal, especially given how the aggressive play coming out from Kovana has been used against them. I think being able to track and scare those players like Sloth and like Grizzly, who could be trying to push up on you, is definitely one of the biggest favors that they can apply to themselves so far, as they're taking control of 90 here, having removed some of the utility and pushed back the players.
Well, Flarezo suffered a huge amount of damage, but is still standing and has the ability to pull those very important flashes to start burning off ADSs. Swings around the close corner there to make sure nobody is in that aggressive position, and they're going for the Maverick across the top of the vault. A very important setup here. They're doing the same little double push they did before, a way to potentially apply some pressure here and stop the catch. They have obviously grenades. They're a big grenade team, but they almost catch one of the wielders on their approach, and they're not going to risk that too much. But there is the first. Kayak goes caught out by the control over the gun vault, and now with the body looping underneath, Exo might be able to apply some pinch push pressure on the opposite side.
Oh, really nice there by Windstrike to be able to get that kill, and I would imagine ostensibly also take the shield from within as well. It makes it basically impossible to hold on to Vault for the defenders, and you can tell that Windstrike are just maybe going to look to plant very, very soon. There's a smoke, there's hiding Grizzly, but there's the attempt at the plant.
Well, the canister is going to start cooking, and Grizzly cooks another. There goes Leroy. Doesn't quite get the diffuser down. 20 seconds, and another one falls. Suddenly, everything started to fall to bits. Grizzly is dug in. There's a body on his left, which is going to be a bit of a pressure here, as they know he's there and wants to swing onto this situation. There's the giveaway, and there's Flarezo attempting it, but the C4 comes through. Gorgona is able to lock it off before the canister even can. At this point, you've just got to try and stick it. It's a 4 versus 1. It's only smashed by Ash, but unfortunately, there's only no time left. Retreats. Save KD. Kavana find themselves back on map point. This one is series point, and this one is going to be their toughest attack yet.
In absolutely none of that final engagement did any player from Kavana die. Windstrike were obviously very focused on wanting to push on in so that they could get the plant down. They used the smoke over towards where Grizzly was, I believe, because it makes it harder for him to see where those players are going in. But regardless of that, you still have the Toxic Babe canisters that come out that dealt so much damage. It actually killed one of the players on Windstrike, and they can use that as well to their advantage. If you're bringing out smokes, it comes back to the holes work both ways, staircases work both ways. Obscuring vision via smokes also works both ways. And when you have so many players from the defending side who are still present on site, just not on necessarily the part that you're on, they can still use that to be able to get shots in on you, and you don't know where they're coming from.
For me, I'm wondering if maybe that canister just went a little bit further than they wanted it to. They potentially wanted it just on the door instead. I'm not sure if they entirely knew that Grizzly was dug in that corner specifically, or whether they just wanted a wider cover and a wider bit of support. So they probably believed someone was in study, or at least had the potential to swing around onto the door, and I think they wanted to isolate that. And Grizzly just found himself suddenly amassed in smoke. Hey, when did that happen earlier on? Oh, Flarezo. In the same kind of site, same push, same setup, had his canisters and the smoke canisters working entirely against him, was able to just move in and amongst them and then drop anybody else that was causing a little bit of chaos. Now, though, we find ourselves in the kitchen hold. A fair pick, a much more successful run and rate here for Windstrike. It was led with a very good stead of aggression, and this time I guess it's down to seeing if Kavana can learn the lessons, because their trophy take was good twice and then it fell off. Here they didn't really get a chance to apply the pressure they wanted to. It was all left to just an R-kick, as it seems to be pretty continually. So Kavana, what's the adaptation you want to apply?
Yeah, that's the thing here. You know, Kitchen is a site that Windstrike have only defended once so far in this game, so you can tell that it's a risk from that perspective. But as you say, Kavana have been effective at dealing with a trophy site. So Windstrike don't have much of an option here. As you say, Kavana looks set to do the kind of standard going down from above, but because once again, Exo has brought along the Oryx, it's not the first time in this game he has done so, but he could, you know, evade a lot of those air jabs and be able to get the flanks around onto the players who are looking for the clear.
Rush was looking for some instant aggression there, but nobody has really been caught as of yet. Still loose on the roam and trying to apply the pressure from the art door run out here, swinging on to the pre-placed open angle, but nobody of Kavana is home as of yet. Gorgona is more concerned about the closer run-out potential of either the washing door or even the stairs itself that can cause some chaos. Now, though, as they're waiting for, well, now they're waiting for the intel to start coming their way. They drop the Valkyrie cam that was buried in, and Sloth has himself in a situation to apply the pressure here. Gorgona wants to start digging in via the washing machines and see if they can cut off the close corners and potentially try and slip the diffuser in, as Leroy is the one that might be the first point of ingress. Potentially going to loop that over the top, but it doesn't really do much. Unfortunately, nobody is that close to the wall. Leroy's on the far back side of it, but they didn't quite have the beat. Rush still on the roam, on the explore, and maybe going to try something here, but does Sloth know as he punches a door? This could be a very big loss. There it is. Doesn't quite win the firefight, but it suddenly explodes down in and amongst the wine barrels. Sloth is lucky to escape with his life there, and you can see another blue body has come down to offer some support, but they drop instead. Exo actually loses his life while Sloth hunts the other man. Probably knows that was the second swing, and it was a bold attempt to guarantee a kill, but unfortunately it's fallen away from them.
Rush is still down there though, and he can find that he'll get killed if he gets caught out. Is he going to be able to win the fight? No, he doesn't. Leary does get a C4 kill, but it's still falling apart for Windstrike. 3 versus 3 now, and Sloth is incredibly low health. Fewer than 30 seconds remaining, and this is basically it. If Kavana can make this work, then they will take not only the round, not only the map, but the game entirely. There's the plant, and now Windstrike are in a post plant.
Well, they find themselves now in a 1 versus 2 post-plant. Anarchic still up, but at least Sloth's dead. Smash, a huge player, has been able to push them a little bit further back, but is concerned about the watch from the windows. It is huge angles they can have, and he can't quite get the long arm. He is desperately trying to get the prompt for the animation, finally finds it. As they're listening and firing over, the bullets come through. They know that they can push him off. 20 seconds, and he has to go aggro as he swings and hucks an impact, but he's doing the same dance he did before again. Doesn't quite get the pop-off there on the animation. Gives it up. 10 seconds. There is a great swing, though. A 1 versus 1. Can't quite get the second. He does not have the time. Windstrike, you slip through, unfortunately. A tour de force performance throughout the season is unfortunately taken away by the forced performance of a UK team that stepped up just as they did in the open quals. Here they are once again, Kavana. A well-played day and a well-played victory.
And despite being the #1 seed of their group, Windstrike are the first team to say goodbye from the Challenger League playoffs. The single elimination bracket not working out in their favor, and they won't be finding themselves in EUL. But Kavana, the team who have so much fortitude and will just continue on their pugnacious attitude, means that they will be moving forward after taking the first two maps of this best of 3. They proved that they could do it, and you can hear the UK Massive, not just from Twitch chat, and not just from our hearts, but Derry probably as well.
23-9, Sloth. Yeah, that's a pretty good day, mate. Well played. But we'll see what the desk has to say. I believe we've got an interview too, but I'll leave that all for the unstoppable Jess Goat. Please, take it away.
What kind words from the gorgeous Fluke. And I did just want to pick up on a little thing I heard there, Des. I think he said 23, and after a really slow start for the Sloth in map #1, he was no longer a Sloth in map #2. What do you have to say for the UK Massive there?
It's really funny how I came out the back of map 1 giving commendations to everyone except Sloth. I said it was an uncharacteristically quiet game for him. There were a couple of rounds where he made an impact. He was listening. He got out that whole crate of Red Bull and just poured the whole thing down his throat, I think, because that map there, 5 rounds he dragged over the line by himself. 3Ks, 4Ks, aces back in round 1, and that closing round, we all sat here as a group of 3 like, oh man, this is got to be done now, just no way they can do this. And then Sloth walks up and finds a 3K with 2 of them coming downstairs by himself. What more can I say, buddy? You've made a name for yourself. Well done.
That was a very good improvement for Kavana, but what happened with Windstrike? We did fear that best of 3 would be their downfall. They couldn't even win their map pick. Was this just something that was bound to come about, considering they just kept going back to the same maps and they just weren't versatile enough?
To some extent, yes. They only played Oregon. It's always a question, are they hiding other maps, or are they just not capable of playing them up to the same extent as Oregon? And the risk here is, of course, if you only play Oregon, you're not testing out any other map in a competitive environment, only in scrims, and you'll find out in the official whether or not it was enough or not, and it clearly wasn't here today. And it shows that the oh-so-mighty Windstrike, the oh-so-scary Windstrike, suddenly isn't that scary anymore.
Yeah, I mean, they went undefeated right up until playoffs, and then they lost 2 maps in a row. So it just goes to show that you are not undefeatable. I mean, we did have high hopes for them. All 3 of us had discussed this personally as well, about how we thought that they might be a big hitter. They just weren't. Best of 3 really bested them. And of course, a lot of people don't realize a lot of the Group A, or all of Group A, has not versed Group B in any capacity yet, if at all, other than maybe, their own nationals. And even to that point, how much of that can you take stock in? So a lot of these teams going head to head now are into group. They don't know what to expect. And well, I don't think Winstrike expected to go out in this kind of fashion. What do you think now that we're going into the semi-finals? We know our first semi-final team, Des. It's going to be Kavana. Do you think we'll have another UK team sort of shoot up with them in the lower bracket, or rather in the lower half of the bracket?
I think so. I mean, with them coming up against Matchco on Wednesday, I think you're going to see them do pretty well in that fixture as well. But CL is full of surprises at this point. I think it's pretty fair to say. Like, Winstrike, I got to give a nod to. I don't think they played badly today. Kavana just played very, very well. First map, they were very prepared.
Sloth
Second
played
map,
very well. Second.
I was about to say, second map was literally down to an individual player popping off, because that last round,
yeah.
for example, would have been won if he hadn't found 3 kills for his team. Like, just before we jump back onto Deska, DM'd Gorgona and was like, mate, he's massive. And he was like, he literally won us the game. Literally won it for them. So again, all commendations to him. But between the teams across those 2 maps, everyone really showed up today. Again, Kavana should be very proud.
Well, speaking of Kavana, I have a little whisper in my ear that quite possibly we have one of those Kavana players waiting for us. Let's throw it over to the interview and see exactly what they have to say about some of those big hitters here today. Hello, Anarchic. How are you?
Hello, I'm good. How are you?
Good. Well, I'm sure you're better than good. You've just propelled yourself into the semi-finals. We got to ask, how does Sloth go from, you know, a pretty average first map to going into the second map and go, boys, this is where I turn up. This is my playground. Let me run.
I think I remember at the beginning of the map, the first thing he said was turn around and said, I'm going to make these guys scared of me this game. And then the first round he went and got an ace. So it's just Sloth thinks. Sloth does what he does.
After he got that ace in the first round, did you really think that that map was yours? I mean, that set you up really well. Things were looking confident. How were the comms feeling? What was going on?
Yeah, I mean, straight away from that first part, everything was really positive. We pretty much thought we had it in the bag. We didn't think it was going to go to 8-7. We expected it to be done very quick, but they played really well, so we can't fault them.
Now, Des was saying before, and obviously he's, you know, the big UK massive, so I'll throw in his little point here. He was saying that he felt like, especially in that map, all of the teams stood up. It wasn't just a couple of players here and there, other than Sloth, of course. He had an absolute massive game. But of course, the rest of the team held up as well. Do you think that that's something that you've changed since, let's say, the Penta game, for example, on Cafe? You guys made a couple of comments that it wasn't you guys in your 100%. Do you feel that this is your 100%, or are you still getting there?
We're definitely still getting there, but this is a lot closer to where we want to be. We want to. I know Sloth really went off that game, but it's from everyone on the team being able to allow him to do that.
A lot of vertical plays, a lot of communication that you're speaking about there, a lot of ability to probably propel yourselves into the grand finals. Going into the next game, which I believe will be on Wednesday, are you guys, I mean, don't tell me anything too secret. I know there's only so much I can ask here, but are you guys prepared for both of the possible opponents?
Yeah, we're always prepared. You know, we was a bit underprepared going into CL, having 2 days to prep, but we've had all this time now during these 5 weeks to make sure we are ready for these playoffs. And I think we're there, and we're getting to where we actually want to finish being.
All right, well, you've still got one more game to see if you make the finals. And even if you don't win the finals, you've still got an opportunity to make EUL, which would be absolutely huge for the UK Massive. I'm sure you have a lot of new fans. You've got a lot of old fans. You've got a lot of UK fans. What do you have to say to them who've been following you through all of this and now who are sitting here watching you in the playoffs, absolutely raging for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely want to thank all the fans for just supporting us, whether it's new and old fans. And then I also want to give a shout out to our old Koana. They've been really supportive of us throughout UKIN and now into CL as well. They've been even more supportive. And I think that's allowed us to actually be able to put in big performances and potentially improve further in the future.
Well, I heard that you guys all went full-time now. Is that correct?
Yes, so we have a lot more time to prep. That happened last week, so should be good.
Well, the results are showing. That's 7 days that you've been full-time, and I can tell you what, it seems like a brand new team. So congratulations on your win. You're into the semi-finals, another best of 3 ahead of you, and then possibly another best of 5 ahead of you after that. Congratulations, UK Massive, and all of those beautiful things that I'm sure Des will be whispering in my ear. And I'm sure, hopefully, we'll see you in another interview.
Yeah, definitely.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
I heard you whispering in my ear in the end there, and I was just like, Des, get out of this ASMR, please. I'm trying to speak to the interviewee. My goodness. Well, I mean, I think I got pretty much everything out of that I wanted to. I just wanted to see the mentality of the boys going into that second match, and especially, you know, when you have an ace to start off with, you don't want to get too ahead of yourselves, but they felt pretty confident they'd walk away with that win.
Yeah, I did comment at one point. I was saying, look, it's been a couple of rounds. He's got 8 kills and then went silent for a few rounds. And I was like, please, Sloth, not like this. And then he starts showing up again in the second half and showing us, hey, turns out he's still here. Good stuff.
All right, Hap, any
Good.
lasting words here for both of the teams, especially Windstrike, who unfortunately that's it for them. Their run's done and dusted.
Yeah.
That's it. Maybe play a little bit more maps than just Oregon in the future. Might be helpful. I'm not sure. They didn't play bad again, but I think a lot of this could have been prevented if they would have had, a bit more official experience.
I will give one more thing to it, by the way. Don't forget, they came into a cafe map here against Kavana, who they've seen play it twice, who played a completely different game today. Kavana came in today with
true.
nothing
That
that
is
has been
very
shown
true.
before. That is almost impossible to prep for.
Well, they look like a
That
very,
is true.
yeah, they look like a very, we call them predictable, but rather they're a very prepared team. Whether or not they've counter-stratted their opponents, who knows? And it didn't turn out to be that way. Kavana were just a little bit too slippery for them. But we still have another matchup to go after this one, and well, make sure you hold on tight because we're going to find out who will make the semi-final against Kavana. We'll have a quick break and we'll come back to you very shortly.
Welcome back to the European Challenger League. We've just witnessed a bit of a steamroll by Sloth and the boys of Kavana over their Russian counterparts in Windstrike. And with that first series down, we still have 3 more to go this week. I'm back for game number 2 here with Gio, with Fluke, the wonderful ladies to bring us through this next game. It's going to be Heretics coming up against Penta. Now, I think it's pretty fair to say coming into this, guys, that Penta are considered by many to be one of the best teams. They fell ever so slightly short last season with a heartbreaking defeat against Sisu, but have been everything that everyone expected of them in this season. Absolutely dominant from start to finish. Gio, tell me all about them. Why should you be excited?
I mean, this is the thing with Penta, right? Not only just this squad, but this is one of the most well-known names of any org in Rainbow Six history. It has got such a venerated history. And the defeat that happened in Challenger League Season 11 was absolutely heartbreaking. They were 1 point away from qualifying. If one of their losses had just been a draw, they would have made it. And I think a lot of people felt like this was a team who kind of deserved to be there. Ultimately, they didn't. But this is the same squad. It's been all the way through. They haven't changed it. They've still been working on it. This is a team who are currently playing in the French league, and the only team behind whom that they are placed is BDS. So they're still beating Temper and Vitality, other EUL teams. This is a team that you should be scared of.
The French League kind of serves as a hyperbolic time chamber where you jump in there with a bunch of other EUL and CL teams and really get to face off against some of the best. And now
Everyone's
they're coming
French.
up against... Apparently so. They're coming up against their Spanish savants here in Heretics. Now, Fluke hasn't been the season of dreams for them so far, but still some good plays to be excited about. What are you thinking about them coming into this matchup?
It was always one of those situations where you're looking at whoever's against Penta, and it's not easy because Penta are seen by pretty much everyone as being the best team out of both these groups. But Heretics, for me, they've got a little bit left as a bit of surprise. They work well on hefty tactical maps. They prefer it. Coastline, that's going to be their first ban, 100%. They like to go to big maps, big sprawling places where they can lock themselves in. One of the things that we've seen across them is that they've been very good at this situational lock and the situational aggression, a similar way to Windstrike, but it didn't start well. However, as they've grown into the league and grown into their games, they've performed better. You look at players like Barrows, I have high hopes potentially for him to pop off today.
Hopefully for quite a few of the members, because it's a big opposition they are coming up against. However, to know what exactly monumental task sits before both teams, we need to know what maps we're going into. Let's get that video up on screen and see where we're going to be playing for these 3 games. You called out a Coastline ban first. It's not going to be the case, and it is going to make it through. Oregon, one of the most popular maps we've seen. Coastline and Villa. Ladies, we're down to about 30 seconds here, so very quick thoughts starting with you, Gio. What do you think of these maps?
Well, Villa is a map that Penta have liked to ban, so it's going to be interesting seeing them go there if they do go there for the 3rd one. But I'm kind of unsurprised that they wanted Coastline in. That is another map that they've done pretty well on.
I mean, for me, Coastline going through, Heretics, you've got to really hate Cafe because you've played well on Cafe and that you've played it and got a result. Coastline, they've banned every single time. Every game across the National League and CL, it's been their first ban every single time. Penta's seen that. They've struck Penta, the 3 best KPR players.
That's the one.
At all. That's the one. Those are the letters. Hey, you got to prove that that's the right decision because all signs point towards that just being brutal.
Either way, Coastline will have to wait for a short while because Oregon is going to be our first game. We'd love to sit here and talk around these teams a bit more. There's so much to unpack, but there are 2 very, very capable casters who can tell you a lot more about them. Let's throw over to Jess and Hap for game number 1 on Oregon.
Oh, well, this time I'm not on the host desk or the analyst desk or anything like that. I'm on the casting desk and it gets to be back with Hap. The last time I cast with you was like stage 1 EUL. I've missed you ever so much since then. And I know I've left you for Des, but we finally get reunited here today and we get to find out exactly which one of these teams. Is it the French or is it the Spanish that will reign supreme and move up against the UK massive team of Kavana in the semi-finals?
One thing is for sure, Winstrike would like to know these 2 teams, their location.
What? What?
They're playing Oregon.
Oh.
It's their favorite map. Come on.
I misinterpreted that wholly. My apologies there.
Wait. How could you?
A little bit more disturbing was the direction I was taking that, but
okay, no, I was meaning just this matchup.
Hopefully these bans are not quite as disturbing. A Thatcher ban coming out, not a surprise at all. And Penta start on the defense, so that should give them a little bit more safety, especially on Oregon. A lot of walls, a lot of hatches, and then an ace ban will come out from Heretics. That's not surprising either. I think there's been a lot of ace ban on a lot of maps recently. People stopped banning it a bit over the past couple of weeks because they've actually been trying to implement it into their strategies. And then a Wamai ban as well. Well, that's not a surprise either. That popularized from BDS in stage 1 of EUL, and now every team seems to make it their kind of thing.
It helps you a lot by cleaning out the ADSs. Only needs you basically use 6 projectiles to clear everything up and do not have to worry about the errors of recharging magnets that get tossed in. And as the Valkyrie gets removed, it's going to be a big hit on the Intel game that might have been played by Heretics on the defense. This is the biggest struggle I have this game. Just trying to pronounce Heretics right.
We could come up for a neat nickname for them. You could just say the Spanish team. I know it's a lot more syllables, but that might be, easier.
Might be able to just weave it in there somewhere, Like we'll find out. Anyway, round 1 underway. Not really yet though. We're going to Laundry Room Supply. As the 6 picks come through. Don't think much will change in the attacking lineup here. We might see the Yana go and be replaced with something else, but no. Okay, all 10 operators locked in. No mind games coming in round number 1. And that's an interesting fact.
Yeah, I'm expecting a pretty usual, and when I say meta, it's probably the most default way to hold elbow in blue bunker now is to have a shield extended out exactly where Ravan is placing it. And for him to be able to hold elbow there, a little bit more flush against the wall than we see most shields placed. For the most part, a lot of shields are pulled back a little bit, gives the ADS an opportunity to capture any of those explosives that might move up. But they're going to put them quite shallow in towards the blue bunker door, and that's purely because there's no Thatcher to be able to disable them. So they're going to be able to work pretty much with them right on the door. They'll be hard to destroy. There's no Twitch on the attacking lineup, so all of the flashes and other gadgets will have to go towards disabling them, or they might do a little bit of a snazzy freezer and front lobby push, which, to be frank, hasn't worked a lot of times for teams.
It works Sometimes it's like that one-off that you can try, and if it works,
Yeah.
it works once, but afterwards not anymore, because they will be putting utility towards that side. Something that kind of confuses me though is the fact that there is no mirror. Normally, operator that you would see quite often here, not seeing interplay as of yet. Of course, there is still, well, at least 11 rounds to go, or 5 on Penta, so there's plenty of time for the mirror to be picked. But again, it could be such a big impactful operator.
I think they're relying on Ravan here on the smoke, having that shield play, hoping that he gets some picks and delay some time, which is fair enough. You can play it that way if you want to. A lot of teams know how to deal with this once they cook the ADSs. An enemy with the Vector in his hand is hoping his Go-Go shield will stay, but Cactus lit right up on the back stairs. He'll have to vacate over to Harry Potter, and he'll need to pull some magic here with, you know, what's he got, 5 HP left? He's been able to delay a bit of time, Hap, but the thing is here is that they're slowly getting pinched left, right, and center, and there's only one shield remaining.
Gemini Replicator being used to try and find out the location of these players. Bit of information being gathered, but not much yet, as meantime Kuriboh tries to open up the hatch onto the drop. Alive just holding, making sure Freezer will not be entered, listening as well as you see him just stare into the room. It's just to try and pinpoint where the attack might be coming from, if a flank might be there, because with 1 minute and 15 seconds left, surely soon a push will be coming down somewhere.
Oh, they're hoping to be able to Kaid trick one of the hatches. The other one's already been opened up by the Maverick. And as you come down to the 60-second mark, if you are Heretics, you're trying to hope that Penta peek you. You want to try and take an entry frag of some kind, some way. I'm looking over towards the smoke. Still all 3 of those smoke babes in pocket. This is really bad for the attackers because they were hoping he would expel it. Instead, enemy will run out and he'll need to be traded. And as a result, we're dwindling on time here for the attackers. Ravan is only now using his smoke babes. He'll be able to time this really well. Blaz, can he be the big gunner that Penta needs? Yes, he is. He'll swing out and find the head of Kuriboh, and they'll start to reinforce off elbow with 30 seconds left. Hap, this is the good time for Penta. They just don't need to overpeak.
Don't need to overpeak indeed. The diffuser is still down, but it's easily recovered as there is a 3-on-3 situation currently going on. Excaris will be deployed. Smoke canisters, however, will be coming in as a reply from Revan. He has 1 left still. There should be enough time to block off the default plant. The C4 is already pre-ripped here from Alive and will be raining over soon, straight into the box, but it's going to be dealing more damage to Revan than to his actual teammate. Yuka will be able to get 1 kill. Revan now pops up with the shotgun, gets 1, but doesn't get the second one. The plant will go down, but he's the last man standing. Cactus comes in. The diffuser gets Penta will win round number 1. It got quite close, but they weren't able to get it quite yet, Heretics.
Had the Jaeger have lost his life on those backstairs earlier on in the round, that may have spelled absolute disaster there for Penta. I think Blaz was hoping for a bit of a hero play there. He was able to swing out onto Pillar and get 1 headshot. And then I thought he must have thought that through box he could swing as well and get another kill. But they read into that aggression. They played quite well. Yuka had a really good round there and was able to get quite a few kills, but kills don't really matter if you can't beat the time, and the clock was what really won Penta that round there. Had that have gone down to a 1v1 with, you know, more than 10 seconds left, it quite possibly could have been in the hands of the attackers. So that's how close that particular round went. And a lot closer than I think a lot of people have given Heretics his chance here on this map or on any maps against Penta, to be frank out.
We'll wait and see how many maps will be won by either side. I like that Banshee there in the middle of gains, just to basically force an extra piece of explosives or utility to be used. Because if they manage to get the breach through, they'll still have to move in. And as soon as the smoke canisters come out, because that is, of course there is no smoke now, but like that's often something we see on Villa, for example, when a Banshee gets placed in the strategy table. It slows them down so much that as soon as these canisters pop, you're guaranteed to get the kill down onto the member that was planting. Right now, of course, other utility will be used. There's 2 C4s available, and if that Banshee goes off, you know one is in that room, just aim it in the middle, you'll be guaranteed a kill.
It's a good way to use it in conjunction with a lot of other operators and gadgets. I think a lot of people don't realize that nowadays the meta allows you to be able to use a combination of gadgets. It's a Banshee, it's a smoke, it's a Banshee and a C4, for example. Those types of things can be used really well in cohesion. It looks like for the most part, Heretics wants to be able to get the closet wall open first. Surprising that they aren't looking to go for Attic first. That will generally be what they look for, and then rotate over to bedroom and work on that wall. But no one is over there as of yet. Maybe a rotate will come through Hap, but considering the placement, considering the droning, maybe this will be a one-dimensional push, and enemy's whole point of staying in top tower might be fruitless.
We've seen this before, though. I believe that was an APAC where a player was Shala, I believe, was holding down that tower for about 2 minutes straight, as there was one player there at the start, but then rotated out slowly but steadily. And like that, you keep one of those players busy. But again, it was a Zofia, not sure who it was right now, but one definitely busy with it, as Enemy in the meantime is rotating all the way around, trying to reposition himself. Could be potentially sneaking up onto that classroom. And just look at the two players here, Kuriboh and Barrows, both around there. A C4 from below from Enemy could be absolutely devastating.
Not sure how that hole got opened up there, was whether or not that was a C4 or the sledge opening up that to keep a line of sight, but now Enemy can use it back onto Illusionist. I don't think he's close enough, but Ravan's close enough. Not sure what happened there, and well, that was a little bit of a misread of a situation. Grenade will sail over into Pig, and is anyone there to collect? Yep, that's Ravan, and he gets a little bit of karma there for that kill that he was able to spread over to the Maverick hole. 60 seconds left, Hap. My problem here for the attackers is they've lost their Maverick, but the wall got soft already to begin with, and they haven't cleared below. C4s will still be available for those defenders, and if they know exactly where the defaults are, the defenders on site can call that out pretty damn quickly.
It's not just that, but the Banshee is still in place as well, and as long as that is active, they will be able to basically play your sound cues with these C4s, as Revan now gets picked up. That is one of those C4s out of play, but you still have Enemy below, you still have Blast below, who have the opportunity to play. An Enemy already finds himself in the middle of Games Room here, and now all he is waiting for is for that Banshee to start whoop-whooping, which gives away the sign that one is indeed inside. A second grenade got tossed in, but will not be able to take out anything. There is the C4. The diffuser gets dropped, and Enemy gets the kill onto Barrows. Illusionist will be taking that position right now. However, Enemy comes around the corner, will be able to pick up that kill. They both miss each other for a couple of seconds, but as Blast finishes it off, it is Penta to win round number 2. I just quickly want to highlight again what happened there in the walk-in closet, because what I think that Maverick was doing was actually trying to shoot open the wall rather than using the Ash charge. But it's really confusing to me if the Ash is literally in the room next to you.
The trouble is, it's that conservation of gadgets, isn't it? You know there's going to be Banshees there. You want to try and deal with it, so you're trying to conserve those long-range impacts like those Ash charges, those Zofia charges, etc. And so you try and find a way around it. However, that way kind of led you astray. Things go downhill from there. And I think Heretics will have learnt from that, Hap. My problem now is that you're going to go over to Kitchen and Dining. You'll usually see this held with a Maestro. We see that in the lineup there for Penta, but they also get a whole other operator to work with, and that's the Mirror. And we've seen how Ravan plays Mirror on Cafe. Is it going to be as frightening here on Oregon?
Mirror is one of those scary operators. Might even still be, to this day, one of the most powerful defender operators there is. Because it just has the opportunity to transform any site in this game into a completely different one. Suddenly there's a whole bunch of extra sightlines you have to worry about. Suddenly you cannot just try and challenge head on, because their mirror window, they will be able to pre-fire you every single time. And that is why Mirror is so powerful. That is the reason why we've seen her basically perma-banned for an entire year in pro play. Every single match, the ban, you could basically double down, like Mirror's gonna get banned, Mirror's gonna get banned. Always happened, and lately we're getting to see more and more back out of her. There's a couple of teams that still ban her. Previous match was a good example of that. But when it's open, it doesn't even get played that many times anymore. But it's always good to see her coming back.
Well, having watched Penta for quite a few games now, it seems that they really like the Mirror. Doesn't want to matter what map they're on, they have their own Mirror strats. It's not a surprise, a team with this much experience, some of that leaders of, Enemy and Ravan who've been playing Siege since day dot of the game. But in Challenger League alone, they've got a 54.5% Mirror ban. So it's the highest banned defender operator here in Challenger League for Europe. And second is Wamai. So she's still considered quite powerful by a lot of teams. And it'll probably be a default ban for quite a lot of the teams, especially as Penta goes up against them. They'll be absolutely certain that they can get away with this, you know, the other team banning that against them.
What happened there? I think there was a grenade being tossed in by Illusionist, but exploded a little bit too early as it took out the wall underneath. Showers now will be cleared out as Blaz still very aggressively peeking through from the hallway there. A few Maverick holes are being created, but Blaz still trying to find a kill right there. Spotted a feet, but I don't think he knew. He's going for a repeat now. He's going very aggressive here. Finds one, but instantly shut down. It's the Maverick out of play.
Oh no.
Illusionist trades him out. A very strong trade coming in. Very important pick as well.
Well, it doesn't really matter now because one half of the wall in Showers is soft, but it's not the wall that will give you the best line of sight. So for Heretics, that's going to stall them even more, and they've not been having too good of a time on timing thus far. Enemy's in a prime position here that once the Hibana holes open up on the dining wall, he'll be able to challenge it completely or back on up. My problem is now is that if they do manage to get that open, which they do, and I don't think there'll be an impact trick coming out from Enemy, even though he did have one in hand. That might have really saved Penta the round. Is that these Smoke Babes, only one left in hand for Cactus. Then Plant Denial will come out of the C4 from Ravan, I believe. And I don't know if that mirror got opened or not by those Hibana charges. No, it didn't. They got shot off. So Ravan's in a really good place here for his team. They're going to have to rely on smokes that they simply don't even have.
And that's why it's okay to leave the mirror window there as Sake now moves through. Managed to find one kill. Moving through the security corridor, quickly reloading before making the final push as Juka tries to go for a pre-fire. C4 comes out, will be shot down by Juka though, however, needs to go aggressive, and then Revan peeks out, gets taken down by an air jab, and right now Sake needs to know, he knows it, but he's not going to be able to win the gunfight alive, able to win one. Now comes the Maestro Cam, is going to be zapping him to his death with these last final seconds as Penta to win round number 3. Even though the Heretics, they almost managed to bring it back. And I just said it, it's good to have that mirror window there. You can basically afford it that they open up that wall because you're going to be able to challenge it, especially when it's on a soft wall like that. But if then they decide to plant close after just charging through, you're failing to get that C4 killing. You're failing to get the refract because there's an air jab on your door. Well, that could have gone south real quick.
I think one of the unsung heroes of that round was Enemy. He shot those X-Kairos off the mirror window, the one mirror window that gave them the best and the most critical line of sight that they needed there to be able to identify that the plant was going off, get a C4 out. Okay, it didn't connect, but it didn't really matter. It made them stand up, it made them move, it made the plant not happen. And you have to play like that. If you are Penta right now and these rounds are close, every single one of these rounds have been close. Round after round after round, you're sitting there going, okay, it's coming down to these last gunfights. It's coming down to the attacking team attempting or almost executing each time. I'm hoping that Penta don't become predictable, because a little bit of predictability here I think will afford Heretics a little bit more leniency that they would need to be able to get onto site and identify what those weaknesses of Penta are. I think after 3 rounds, you probably work that out. They're going back downstairs. They're doing pretty much the exact same setup. If you're Heretics and you haven't learned, well, quite frankly, you don't deserve to win this round then.
That is some bold words going out of there. Jessica Bolden.
Full name? Damn. You like my mother hat. What's that?
I just, I thought your last name would rhyme quite well with bold. Would make a fun play. That's why I did that. Sorry.
That's why it's my last name.
Didn't mean to sound harsh. But Heretics, shows what you've learned, because Jess just put up these powerful words. You gotta show that you know what went wrong, and you gotta show that you know how to fix it. Because they got quite close the last time around. The C4 that wasn't quite able to go over did more damage to Ravan than to the enemy. That is the enemy of Heretics, not enemy that is playing. They need to put up the pressure. They need to be quicker with it as well, not leave it all down to the last 30 seconds.
Well, they've sped this up a little bit, but they are being aggressed here by the Jaeger, and well, that doesn't really work out for Cactus whatsoever. Last time he played backstairs, he was able to waste a lot of time, and when I said Heretics need to learn what they did wrong, it was kind of not dealing with these time delay operators like Cactus. And oh my god, they didn't have drones upstairs? How did Blaz not get away with that? He impacted the hatch and almost netted himself a kill. And there's no way he could have come up Freezer because that's been barricaded, so he had to be roaming this entire time. And That's almost a free kill for him there as well. Yuka's just a slither of HP.
He knows he's being hunted as he goes aggressive, able to pick up that kill. Sake will fall. And all he did was just toss in that impact onto the hatch, make him afraid and run away. As right now he dropped into kitchen, unseen, unknown, and he's going to be able to potentially go for a flank as a drone just spotted him out right there. Will be digging himself in deeper into the actual kitchen, hoping to be hunted, hoping that they're coming after him. But of course, Heretics know as well, there is no time to hunt last. We need to hit the side and we need to hit it fast. And as these players are setting up and meeting on the back stairs and one near blue as well, surely within these next 50 seconds, they will be trying to adapt. They will be trying to push towards the site. The question is, however, how are you going to be dealing with that? There is still 3 smoke canisters left on Revan. He's going to be having the opportunity to block off 1 entry for the remainder of this round. He's probably going to be falling back soon as well into the actual side and reinforce of elbow. Give it away because there's not going to be enough time to actually go for that plant. As there we have an enemy able to pick up a kill. Illusionist goes down. Varus tries to go aggressive onto elbow. He's not going to be able to land any shots yet as now the smoke canister comes out, and that means it's going to be followed soon by the reinforcement of the wall as a grenade brings it back a little bit to Heretics, but it needs to be quick because the reinforcement is going down. There is no shield in place, and as Kurbo swings around the corner, it's alive to pick up that kill. The smoke canister is, however, responding. A team kill with the C4 to come out. That's unfortunate, but Barris is the last man standing in a 1v1 right now as he takes down Revan. Has no clue where the last member is. There is 3 seconds left. Might be able to find him from the one hole, but he's going to swap over to his pistol. Doesn't hit the pre-fire. Penta able to win round number 4, just barely again. Going down to these last dying seconds.
4-0, Hap. The trouble with a 4-0 is that you'll have one side of the curb saying, it doesn't matter how you win a round if you win a round. Sure, valiant argument, no problems, I'll accept it. As long as you win the round, whatever you had to do to secure it, whatever. And then on the other side, you got me sitting here going, actually, this is not depicting exactly... whoops. Yuka? Buddy, Zero's not in pro play yet. He's still sitting it out for a moment. We gotta double check that he's
still quarantined.
Yeah.
Good to know they're already practicing with the operator.
My understanding is that he also has to say what operator he 6-picked to. Well, I mean, he doesn't have to because you could pretend it was another 6-pick, but now they know there'll be an unknown operator on the other, well, rather than Zero, of course. But my point here is that 4-0 does not depict what really happened in those rounds. They were very close rounds. There's no way on the scoreboard to be able to show that other than maybe kills, maybe points, maybe assists, etc. And that's really the only indication you would get that this team is actually putting up a pretty valiant fight here against Penta, a team that everyone is predicting will 2-0 them here today on this best of 3.
Except for the Spanish casters, they all put a 2-1 up for Heretics.
It sounds like a little bit of bias. Don't want to throw that out there too heavy, but, you know.
I mean, I just want to give some love to Mark Cross, I believe, who put it up there. But Penta currently 0-4. Enemy standing by at the door of the small tower. We'll be checking the default chems to see if one was still up. The answer is no. As he hits the barricade twice, has an opportunity of potentially going for a run out there, and is currently not being watched by Illusionist. If he would have gone for it, he would have been able to pick up the kill. But of course didn't. Falling back now into meeting as Alive puts down his final ADS.
There's not a lot of teams who choose to open up quite a lot of lines of sight. And teams who do manage to open them up, they'll use shields to be able to create their own lines of sight. We speak about Mirror being able to provide those extra lines of sight, cut sights in half, sometimes give brand new lines of sights. Well, I think a lot of shield placements by a lot of these teams have been doing that as well, and I think that's what Penta really are enjoying here. Enemy, both Revan, they've been playing a lot of the Goyo as well. I think their understanding of shield placements and how that gives them a good sight line is something that has really assisted the team, and this time Kuribo will get away with his life. Hopefully they don't decide to try and shoot out the softball.
Yeah, this time he managed to get this far as well, but then he went in again trying to shoot out the wall. This time it's going to be the Buck Sake that does it. Skelantiki quite effective in such close quarter situations, just to take out a wall right there. Evil Eye will be taken care of as well with the... It's actually been taken care of. I didn't hear the explosion. It might be deaf. Yeah, okay. They take care of the Evil Eye. So that piece of utility will no longer be there. They have an opening. They still have 5 men standing. It's looking pretty good.
Hey, the big fragger of Penta going down. That's Blaz. Last time he played this side, he played really passively. And last time Enemy played this side, he managed to get a C4 kill. So this is all going in the way of Heretics this time instead. Could this be the first round they put on the board and the only round they get here on attack? They'd better need a really damn good defensive side if they're going to overtake Penta here. And that breach doesn't look too good for them to run on in, but they've got a lot of time to play with here as well. They've had pretty good grenades onto Ravan so far, but none have ever really been able to connect onto a full kill. And even if you're missing Blaz at the moment, I guarantee he's on cams now, feeding as much information as he can to his teammates.
He will be as Sake picks up a kill onto Enemy right here. And now Revan is in a key position. He needs to be able to find one kill because this push is coming in. Varus moving in. 2 kills coming in. 1 by Revan, 1 by Alive. Varus will be able to find one from the back, but he gets taken out straight away. And suddenly it's a 1-on-2 situation for Sake. He needs to find both of these Penta players, but he won't. Cactus gets that final kill with the Alda. And Penta are able to pick up yet another round, even though it looked so good for Heretics. They had the breach, they had the 5 players, they got 2 entries there, but it turned around suddenly, and Penta are able to continue their flawless round so far, their flawless health.
If you're Heretics right now, and the fact that you've essentially got one more round to prove that you can even get an attacking round under your belt before it goes to match point, and you've not got one single round on the board, that's going to be a harsh reality here for the team of Heretics. And the reason I say that is watching that round, everything went their way. C4 missed, picked up onto one of the biggest fraggers on Penta of Blaz. Things were absolutely looking your way. Someone managed to also get Enemy as well from below, I believe, a Sake on the bark. So things were looking Heretics. What happened? How do you go from, okay, we have a 2-man advantage, we're ready to get the plant, walls pretty well partially open, we got, grenades raining onto all the shields, we should be good to go, to, okay, let's rush side, don't worry about the plant, even though we've got it all set up and we've got time on our hands. I don't know what the thought process was, but it wasn't one that reaped rewards, and it's one that's now giving Penta, 1, a lot of momentum hap, and 2, a lot of confidence.
One simple thing, no pressure onto Attic.
Yep. Multiple times now, you're right.
You have a player playing there for free, you throw in that grenade and the shield is gone, yes, but it doesn't stop you from quick peeking with a Factor, which has a very high fire rate. Because you're going to be trying to push in from the breach, you're going to be trying to get in a plant from there. That doorway in the Attic is the perfect way to try and challenge that. That's exactly what's happening. You're leaving him there, that's how you lose that round.
I did say that in that round when I said, oh, maybe they'll only do a one-dimensional push, and it hasn't worked for them at all. We'll go back to Dining this time, and this one was a bit of a slog fest last time we saw this one as well. I thought to myself, oh, Heretics might have this air jab on door, plant going down. They just didn't have the control. They didn't have the execute angles that they needed. And speaking of that air jab, Yuka's going to throw a couple out right now. They want to get in and get in fast. And the times that they have been able to take early control have shown that they get a lot closer to victory, but never quite the cigar, which this round they need to prove they can, because if you're on match point, there is no more pressure than needing to put 6 whole rounds in a row on the board for any team.
Look at this heavy top floor hold that's currently going on. Alive, Enemy, and Blaz all are near each other. They have crossfires on one another as well. And of course, you have Revan from below who has the opportunity to toss up a C4 if it gets too hot underneath their feet. Give them a bit of cover to fall back. Here we go. Skeleton Key goes out. We'll be opening up a bit of a line of sight from Sake, but he's not going to be able to do much about it yet because we have Alive stuck in the corner of the dorm's room. Just has to wait patiently, not move ever so slightly, because Cactus is covering, his teammate is covering, Blaz is covering, the Alda is also covering, and as Turbo now tries to go for an aggressive gunfight, Alive and him will change some bullets, the down comes in, and a grenade will be expended most likely to secure him. That is going to be the first kill to come in. Blaz already fell back, I believe. No, what? How did he go around? How did Blaz end up in Attic? How did he do this? He was just in kits a moment ago. It's going to be able to drop Illusionist down on the board and suddenly fights his way all the way back to the basement.
Oh, it doesn't matter how many air jabs you expend. Blaz will find his way around it. He's a magician, and he's able to get a really crucial kill there onto Illusionist. My problem now is that actually that top 4 hold that Alive was baiting out for so long, and they only lost one single player to it, baited out over 1.5 minutes of Heretics time. They can bust this Roop open all they want. The trouble is that Ravan had a pocket mirror, C4 rains out, and I don't know whether or not that actually secured anyone, but Cactus did manage to get barrels in the top white, and there we go. Ravan finally pops that C4 and yet another kill, and it doesn't matter what you do with Heretics. Penta's thought of everything. If we don't have top 4, no problems. We'll just rain C4s up. And now they have no time left.
Dropping through the hatch, Moss, the smoker comes in, able to deal some damage, but not enough. Is Kuriboh manages to get the first kill in to try and return, but the flank will be there. Ravan moving in slowly with that factor, pops the mirror window to create another line of sight that potentially could be used. Swings around, doesn't get the kill down onto the Nomad though. Juka's still alive. However, the kill comes in finally. Blaz able to take down the planter at the 0-0 mark. And Penta are able to go flawless in their first half. They only need one round now to close out map number 1 in this best of 3. And something tells me this could be a 7-0 sweep that we are seeing in the making right now.
If you're Penta right now, you're sitting here going, wow, this is an easy sweep here on Oregon. One more round and we are absolutely catapulting ourselves into the lead here on the best of 3. Next map pick, and I didn't even manage to spot it. I don't have my notes up here. What's the next map pick here, Hap, on this best of 3? What have I got here?
It was Coastline.
Oh, no. Oh, no. I have a feeling Penta's going to do pretty damn good on Coastline.
You know, they're pretty much fragging out right now. I'm not sure if Coastline is going to be the medicine that Heretics need for this. It's
going to be the really bad medicine you had as a kid. Do you remember, I don't know if you're old enough for this, but as a kid, we used to have this one medicine that was horrific. It tasted like bleh. It was the most disgusting thing ever. And they've only just started in the past 10 years making medicine. I don't know. They started making medicine really fun flavors and stuff. Where was that when I was a kid? You know what I mean?
Okay, so there was that cough syrup we get.
Yes.
And no one liked it. I kind of liked it though. The taste was kind of okay for me. I didn't really mind. So, but yeah.
Well. Well, I don't think Penta needs any medicine right now. They're absolutely chilling here. I think if anyone needs medicine, it's Heretics. They've got to turn something on now. One more round and they've lost this flawlessly. If you're Penta, why change something if it just has been working every time? It looks like they're going to set up the same Go-Go shields, the same Banshees. They're going to set up the same ADSs. Nothing has changed here for Penta, or rather for Heretics. They're actually doing the same setup as Penta. No wonder I got confused that it was Penta. They're doing the same setup here.
Similar setup coming down, but Blaz is already breathing down their necks from the freezer side of things. Will be potentially trying to challenge Kuriboh. However, the biggest fear of any Ashe players waiting around the corner is a shotgun that's just looking to get that entry. So their response will be open up the hatch, put some pressure that way, because if you manage to cut him down like that, the electric clock came through. Okay, Excara's got picked up. Not going to be able to open up that hatch. That means they need to rotate around. There is, of course, no Thatcher available to try and take out these Electroclaws. But the Juka gets spotted as he is going to be hunting for a flank. He's not going to be able to fall back. He's stuck in tower now. Needs to fight to survive, or he will die wasting time.
Juka what?
He almost did.
If Cactus wasn't there, if Cactus wasn't repelling there, he would have got away with that, without a doubt in my mind. And I'd never thought to use it as a rotate. We'd seen it once before, and I think it was in EUL or APAC North, not entirely sure. And it was a crazy one back then, and now it's something that players are seriously trying. Just any way they can get away, as Big Tower is a bit of a stuck situation. But over half the round,
rotation in attic.
Very true, very true. Or you have an impact in hand or a C4 or something to give you the opportunity, but. Now Penta has rotated. They've got control over towards Freezer that they kind of wanted. They didn't really take Freezer the way I think they had assumed they would want to. And now Ravan on the Zofia is unstoppable. Barrels will go down. It'll be under 60 seconds left for here. Penta's got a 4v2. This is it. Do they 7-0? Do they walk away flawless? Do they walk away the first team to bring that 7-0 here on playoffs? And possibly the only one?
Dangerous, dangerous. Look at that. They haven't been able to close off Elbow. Cactus has control as well from the complete long side of things. Kuriboh, however, able to respond to life, taking a bit of damage. 30 seconds left. Flashbang surely will be tossed in right here to try and waste the ADS. There comes a shield, will be taken down as well. Illusionist, however, stays aggressive as he knows that he's quite close and actually getting that kill. C4 will be popped, but will be shut out as well. And now's the question, are you going to be risking a potential reinforcement onto this wall as he goes prone, misses the shots, gets it down onto Revan, but instantly responded to by enemy. Revan, of course, Zofia has the opportunity to withstand. 8 seconds left. They need to push from two sides if they want to have this clean, flawless match to come through. And as the life goes for the plants right now, there is no smoke canisters left. Kuriboh needs to go for the peak, but there is one still on Elbow. He is going to be covering. He is going to be able to get that kill. Revan is putting Penta up into the flawless match. A 7-0 to come through. Absolutely destroyed Heretics.
You cannot call that anything but an absolute slaughter. I'm even surprised we were allowed to broadcast that live because that was absolutely brutal what they did there to Heretics. The French towards the Spanish. No Spanish Inquisition here today because it's just the French just walking all over them. A brilliant game from Penta there, a brilliant map. We've still got possibly 2 more maps to go, but after how that particular map went, I have a feeling this is going to be the fastest cast you and I have had, together, and we only cast best of ones.
This might be indeed one of the quickest days we've had so far as well, as it could be a 4-mapper. That's something that we haven't seen before, but let's quickly toss it over to our ad break, and after that, our analysts will break down the 7-0 for you.
Oh. Okay. Thought they were supposed to
guess
go
we're
to
here,
commercials, but we're here.
Yeah.
There we go.
Hey guys, looks like we're back for real this time. You're not going to get us kind of, my hair down, Gio with the legs up on the desk, just like, ooh, look at me.
That's how I sit, man, all the time.
Yeah, I feel that. Sometimes you got to get your legs off the ground. Best way to do it is to use the desk that's right in front of you. Yeah, get nice and relaxed. And speaking of relaxing, that is something that Heretics cannot afford to do on their next map. 7-0 on Oregon. Cool. I mean, it was close in some rounds, Gio, but Penta just took it every single time.
Even on the rounds where it looked like Heretics could quite have it in their grasp, Penta was always ready to swipe at the end and ensure that that wasn't the case. And one of the rounds that I really looked at for that was round 6, which was one that I very much thought actually Heretics might have this. But one thing that was really notable to me was the fact that Heretics had to commit to a full top-down clear in order to try and take that round. Now, if you don't remember, that was a kitchen and dining hold. A lot of attacking teams will see come at it laterally. You'll send maybe 1 or 2 people upstairs to deal with the player who might be on the hatch. But other than that, you don't commit the entire team. They ended up jumping down the hatch and taking presence in security at the end. But it was just another one of those examples where it looked like they could have had it. They had to commit so much just to go up against what Penta were bringing. And even in the end, Penta swung it around in their way.
And Fluke, we've got to talk about Heretics. Again, they showed some good gun skill in that first map, but it all just fell to tatters in the dying seconds of every single round. What have they got to fix going into map 2? What has got to change if we're not going to see the Spanish sent home here in 2 maps?
It's tough. It's very, very tough, and they knew it was going to be when they stepped up. It's just those little moments around the cover where they're so dedicated to getting the plant down where, okay, sure, if that's what you want to run, it's your pocket of space in your strategy, where it was close so much, but what Penta have is this fervent gun skill, is this aggression and the ability to just swap in and swing in on all these lock-off situations and potentially breaking some sightlines, potentially, I don't know, maybe playing more late smoke, holding a bit of utility back towards the end of the burn instead of throwing it all and then just sticking the plant and trusting the gun cover. You might find a little bit more success in that situation, or if we're talking utility, burn some of Penta's out a little bit earlier too. Play some games with C4s. Too many times we saw you sitting in smoke, sitting in these uncomfortable situations where you're being blown up and blown apart, and it's just a little bit slow towards getting to a game where Penta are so adept at playing it in those chaotic moments.
I just found out, by the way, Medics apparently has broken the lobby and then referred to Coppet, who's our admin, as Copper. Now, the colour of his text name in our channel is Copper, but this is very cruel.
Yeah.
And that also is very cruel as well, Fluke. Well thrown in. I guess to bring it back on topic for a quick second, though, Gio, do you think going into map 2, Heretics have shown enough in map number 1 that they can still bring this back around? Or do you think this is it for Penta here? It's going to be a 2-0?
I mean, I do personally believe it will be a 2-0. You can't have that kind of dominating win and think, oh yeah, it's going to be completely different. And, you know, as Fluke said at the beginning, she expected Coastline to actually be banned out by Heretics, which doesn't make it sound very great. But a lot of the instances in that Oregon game where things were clutched at the end, or, you know, really nice kills from Penta, came from the fact that they were able to rally around and use the aggression that they could, have great gun skill. That is something that's going to be great for you on Coastline, you know? And I really think with players like Alive and Blaz and Revan, I don't know, I think it's going to fall straight into their lap.
Absolutely. The same sort of story for you there, Fluke. Do you think Coastline's going to fall into their laps or something different on your agenda?
I mean, you want to have a little bit of faith in Heretics, but if I'm entirely honest, the stats that they've put down across not even just this, but the national leagues, is they're not great on aggressive situations. They're not great on maps where they aren't able to build a huge amount of control first, and Coastline is the opposite of any of the play styles they're happy with and comfortable with. It is uncharted territories for us as viewers to see them play it, and potentially for the players themselves to lock in. Penta saw it instantly and went, we're going here, because not only is it a map that Heretics statistically we don't really know much on, and if you look at where they're best, it's the opposite split on that coin, but at the same time, Penta, they're so good on maps where they can be loose and aggressive and have all these different names, all these different players step up. Obviously, if you look at their stats across the season, you know, it's a huge boon for them as their KPR. Revan, Alive, and Blaz all close to a 1 KPR rating at the end of a season. All of them have at least a +10 KD difference. That's so huge for just one player on a team. 3 of them having it on Coastline. Huh?
They've been shadowing their big brothers in BDS, it seems. They've been looking and saying, guys, whatever you guys are on, we want to get on that. And this is the scary thing. I remember speaking to someone about this last week, is that for a lot of other regions, and I think the UK is a wonderful example, where you have like Eminem and Kavana, wonderful teams. Of course I'm going to go to the UK, Gio. What else am I going to do? You're from London. You should be with me on this.
Yeah.
Either way, in France...
I'm just not a simp for the UK like you are.
You heard it first here, ladies and gentlemen. She's not a simp for her own country. For shame. For the French, however, 2 wonderful squads currently lining up here. BDS seem almost unbeatable. I think looking across here and even looking towards the Spaniards here, this is their best hope here to bring something big out, to have that big pride team that you can hold on to and really stand up and say, we're here to make sure that we are heard against a team like Penta. Now is the only time to do it. But with that, I've just heard that the map is ready. So Coastline, this is where Heretic season could be all over and done with, or we find ourselves going through to map number 3, which would be Villa. Let's go and find out how it goes now with Hap and Jess.
Coastline, we just saw 7-0. 7 rounds in a row, thus won by Penta, and we're going to an even more frag-heavy map than Oregon might be. I don't want to paint a grim picture here, but yeah, I think I just did anyway.
Yeah, I think it sort of speaks for itself here that 7-0 has painted a very, very dark picture, a very scary picture. And I know it's spooky month. We're coming up to Halloween. And if you're not aware of what the Halloween event is here on the game, make sure that you check it out. I believe it's going to be an absolute awesome one. We got some crazy looking skins on some of these. Oh, man, I can't wait to get all of those skins and play that game mode.
Don't sleep anymore.
So cool. I'm so excited. I love Halloween. I don't think Heretics is enjoying their Halloween. But hey, things could go back to front here. They start on defense. They might throw some aggression at Penta that they aren't able to deal with. My problem is that there we go. Nomad's banned. That was going to be the one thing I said might be something Penta could use to stall it out a bit, but it won't be there for them to use.
Be there indeed, and my question is, will this be followed up with a Valkyrie ban? Often those two come in tandem as the ace gets removed by Penta. And right now we will see whether or not they will choose to go for a Valk ban yet again, or if they leave that opportunity open to Heretics. Now, I don't think Heretics would, considering they will be starting out on the defense. They'll be trying to get more rounds in than the last game, preferably even win it. And as thus Penta will ban out Valkyrie, it's Heretics that has the opportunity to go for that final ban. And would you consider a Mira, given the way that they used it?
I just don't think on Coastline a Mira is viable other than Penthouse and maybe Kitchen
You're
Wall.
telling Penta. You're telling Penta. Just saying.
Yeah, no. I just don't think it's that viable. Not on this map. I think on many other maps it's super viable. But on this particular one, there's only probably 3 spots I can think of where it would even work. Blue Bar, Kitchen between sites, and up in Penthouse walls. And I don't think it's that strong considering the breachability you get above from it that you would bother bringing it over other operators. And it's going to be a Maestro ban instead, which is fair enough because I actually think that both teams would struggle with dealing with some of those Evil Eyes when they've got so much else to deal with as well if they keep bringing those Go-Yo shields. And it looks like Heretics will bring them as well. Same we saw Penta do in the last map.
Really like this lineup coming through here from Penta. I know it's a bit controversial to say that you like a lineup when you see the lion on there. However, the Yana will be coming in as well together, like they're in tandem. So as soon as the Yana will be pushing in with the Gemini, you can pop off the E1D as well. Basically force people out of their positions like that whilst getting the information where they are going. So it used to be like in the more casual realms of Siege, it used to be line and fuse.
Yep.
This could be a way as well because the Gemini Replicator manages to, of course, recharge, and thus you have multiple opportunities to try and drone out with it. It's not a one-time use. It is not like the Prisma. As soon as it gets shots, it's gone. It'll just regenerate, and you know you can use it later on again. So, interested to see if that is indeed the cohesion between those two operators they're aiming for.
My sort of guess is that Cactus's job there is to do a herding tactic. It's where, you know, once you've drawn someone out or you're aware that someone might be playing Office, for example, they might be playing down in Blue Bar, you're able to section them off and use the EE1D to stall them out so that they can't get away from you. Unfortunately, Coastline, especially for the defenders, can be hard to rotate around, and that's exactly where Blaz will enter. He'll enter over towards Office. And they've got a little bit of a bottom floor hold here. Over, when I say bottom floor, an extended hold towards Sunrise. A lot of teams do this. Some other teams will do a top floor hold, and there goes the first EE1D. Not sure what that was meant to do, but it didn't really reap any rewards for them. And now they'll be down 1 for the execute, of which a lot of teams like to use it for the execute now because it allows them to get the plant down scot-free.
Of course, one during the bomb plant, one right before as they would be going in, and they still have those 2 left. One of the shields have been exploded, meaning that the Sunrise bar now is a little less viable for the players of Heretics to stay inside. As Juk is still playing around security, the drone will shortly come out. Now they know Blast will surely be moving in soon. There is the E1D, but it's too late already. The kill's already there. Blast able to pick up 1 and now has eyes on the rotation. He's going to be able to cut down the sites in half. He's going to be making sure that no one else gets to rotate close inside A or into the bathroom, besides the ones who are already there.
See, that wall right there could really use a mirror right now. Actually, now that I've looked at it, you know, if they had a mirror there, things would go really well for them. And, well, Blaz didn't pop up last map, but this map is on damn fire. And He gets shut down finally after a nice triple kill here, and he's kind of done most of the work here for Penta, but without those drones, without those E1Ds, without all of those calls coming from his teammates, I don't think that would have been quite as possible for him. And now for Alive, he's trying to scope things out. He's trying to work out exactly where they are, and well, Barrow's actually got control or regained control of lobby here, so this is really pushing it down to the nth degree.
This is the issue, though. They know exactly where both these players are. They already took down one. It's only up to Barris now, who is trying to sneak through. A pre-fire from Revan will be coming through. The call is now there. He is inside a bathroom. Cactus has to be careful as he rotates himself near the kitchen. Barris thinks he might have already gone through. The plant is going down in the meantime. C4 will be tossed in, will be shot out, so no explosion coming through, and Revan gets the cover there. It's the 8th round in a row right now that Penta manages to win, and it's the first one on Coastline after Blast running in, getting a triple, flicking onto the 4th, but not quite able to hit those shots. It is Penta that continue their streak as they start off strong in their attack.
That is 8 rounds in a row here against Heretics. 2 different maps, but 8 in a row here for Penta against their opponents, of which technically we're meant to be able to give them a run for their money here in the quarterfinals. That's what playoffs are. They're the best of Challenger League. Everyone's moved up, both of their groups. And Heretics just look like they're faltering to every single thing that Penta's putting on the board. They get ever so close, Hab. My problem is that we've seen, I can name at least 4 or 5 rounds now on Oregon, and now this first round here on Coastline, where they've gotten so close to victory, so close to putting their first round on the board, and it just slips away from them. It's almost as if Penta knows the magic ingredient every single round, no matter what's thrown at them.
That is just the experience on the lineup, I think, where, of course, they have been around for a long time. They have been in the previous Challenger League. They just fell short due to Sisu coming in and shutting them down. Nordic team able to end their EUL dreams. Now, luckily for them, there is no Nordic team in these playoffs, and that means they are only up to themselves to lose. But they do have the experience, and they do have the fragging power on Blast, for example. It's a very well-rounded lineup, and we know that French Siege is doing quite well right now. Both Tempera and BDS being at the major. It seems like Penta is looking to join them for the EU finals. Of course, in a different spot, not for the actual title, but for promotion into EUL.
We'd have a lot of strong French teams going around then. And I think the French community would agree that it's probably one of the strongest regions in Europe at the moment. UK and Russia as well, hoping that they can solidify their strength in the European region. But for now, the Spanish are getting their... how else do you say it? They're getting their butt kicked. They're getting their butt whooped here. There's no other way to softly put it, I think. And that's the trouble, is that I had really high hopes here for Heretics. But it just looks like Penta knows their exact number, knows exactly how to dial it. And Blaz actually is having a lot of issues in entering here. I know that E1D was meant to introduce that opportunity for him to get behind the bar and assist, but it's just not going to be. Yuka's in a really good position here, and whoa, what is this clap out from Heretics? Is this the first round they walk away with, or can Alive 1v5 it?
Might be as well as Alive now in that 1v5, able to pick up 1, able to pick up 2, able to pick up 3, no! Illusionist, the third body thrown at him, wasn't able to be picked up, and Heretics are able to win their first round. It didn't seem like they were aware of that one player behind the bar, otherwise Blast would have been able to directly challenge him instead of jumping over blindly. And thus Heretics pick up their first round. It's on the defense, a very quick and effective shutdown to come through, as the E1D wasn't able to pick up the shots quite well. 1-1. Line coming out again. Yana coming out again, an unchanged lineup here from Penta, as we are going kitchen service again on the side of Heretics.
Well, that's the very first round that Heretics has been able to put on the board. And as I was saying, before all that action kicked off over in Sunrise, I had high hopes for Heretics. The reason being, the way they played against Matchco on Consulate, for example, it showed really big glimpses of greatness. But having seen how Penta has been going up against Heretics here, and knowing that Heretics was kind of even on some of their matchups, you know, especially against Matchco, for example, I just have this sinking feeling inside me that no team will be able to come up in any way, shape, or form against Penta. Not Matchco, not Heretics, not half of the other lineup in the 8 teams here in the playoffs, because of the way they're just dismantling Heretics round after round after round. My only saving grace here is that the rounds have been close. And so that's something that Heretics, maybe that's just a problem. They're miscommunicating during those the late round sort of executions, or those flurry of kills that are coming out. They're not communicating correctly. Maybe that's what's going wrong here, and Penta could be possibly losing these rounds, but it just seems so dominant, Hap.
Seem very dominant indeed, and Kavana definitely will be looking at this matchup, trying to get some lessons right now that they will be able to work on for, well, their sprint towards the next round, towards the semi-finals. They already qualified. The winner of this matchup will be playing against them. It's Penta right now seems to be in front with one map, 8-1 in rounds right now. They have a very good opportunity of making that semi-final.
Interesting to me that they've only been putting one set of ADSs on the service entrance door. And the reason I say it's interesting is that they've always got that Goyo shield there in the middle. And there we go, only one ADS, one Banshee, of course, which they'll have to destroy when they get inside or maybe from above. My problem with using only one is that they know last time that's exactly how Penta got rid of the shield. By using one set of flashes, shooting in one of the Ash charges, boom, it's gone, and then it's just kind of useless. And since you only get 2 Goyo shields, I would have thought you would protect it a little bit more, especially since you can't shoot the ADSs in service door from above. Not sure what the thought process is behind that, but I can hear an EE1D ringing in my ears, and there goes the second Goyo shield.
Damage being done, a C4 being tossed out, but the kill comes in right before the pop is there. An Illusionist onto the big flank right now, misses the player that was actually inside. Blast seems to be aware of that. The call will come through. They know one is on that flank. They know one is exactly at the ping right now as the E1D got the spot out, but he's not going to be able to land the kill. Illusionist able to pick up one, trying to go for 2 as he rotates all the way back towards the pool table. Penta losing out on Blast there. There's 2 people up on the top floor right here. Another kill to come through as Illusionist will be able to pick up Raffen as well. It seems like the attack of Penta is completely being picked apart right now, but his one roamer was not droned out properly. He's been able to pick up quite a big of an impact right here. As Cactus is just patiently waiting onto the service entrance door. Alive is coming to assist him a little bit, leaving Enemy all alone at the top floor. But they also know they need to hit the side, because otherwise this round will be lost.
Well, hitting the side they will. Cactus has decided to walk on in. There's so many feet holes onto him there, but I don't think anyone's playing lobby. The lobby player died before. That was Barrows. And now none of Heretics are giving Penta a bar of it. 30 seconds left. Not a single one of them want to peek. And guess what? That's kind of the safe option, especially if you're a team that's been getting dominated by Penta. You just want to get around safely in your hands. And if it's a 4v1, 4v2, whatever it's going to be, it'll be quite an impressive and dominant round finally back here for Heretics.
Just trying to put some pressure down. He's the last man standing now as Juka took down Enemy. Seems to be worrying about the fact that one could be running down the bar. But the main lobby, I must say, with 2 seconds left, surely this round will be lost. We'll be trying to get a kill. We'll be trying to go aggressive, but not on the actual side. Heretics, for the first time in this series, will be taking the lead. May it be on a map, not on the actual total scoreline. But it is a start. It is a way how they can potentially fight themselves towards that third map to have an even fighting chance up against Penta.
Well, this is the first time this entire series here of this best of 3 that Heretics has been in front. Has it shown me a lot of confidence? Not yet. But that round specifically, I think they played that really well. They didn't give too much to the vertical holes, and on kitchen site, that's something that once the attackers have those verticals and they've got it quite comfortably, and you don't challenge it either by flanking or, having C4s available in hand, that you're going to lose out very quickly. You're going to be put in quite a difficult position. And I loved there that a couple of those fraggers from Heretics said, you know what? I'm sick of being scared. I'm sick of being dominated by Penta. Let's go on the flank. Let's go roam up above and try and retake the top floor, because otherwise our anchors will get absolutely slaughtered. That was a good read into the situation. And I think Penta maybe have got a little bit too comfortable with how much of the map they've been getting over this series.
That's the thing, right? Right now, they seem too confident. They seem to be not really caring that much about the flank drones, not really caring about droning everything out properly, but it came back to bite them right now, and that means that for these last remaining 3 rounds, hopefully, they have learned from their mistakes, and they will be upping it a bit. just a little bit, you know, just to make sure that you're going to be able to find out where these roamers are. Because of course, when you cruise through your first map so easily with a 7-0, when you win that first round as well, you're going to be a bit like at ease. Like, okay, this matchup should be okay for us. We shouldn't be worried too much. And you still have that semi-final to worry about. But by doing so, by worrying about that semi-final already, you might be tossing away the cards that, you know, are still being dealt.
Well, for Penta now, they're 1 round behind, and they're also 1 drone behind as Mozzie gets to steal Blaz's drone, but that's okay. He'll get there before it can be driven away by Saki. I'm having a little look at the setup here from the defenders. It looks like a little bit of an extended hold. And when I say an extended hold, most of it will go towards office and security, maybe a little bit of presence over in the default spot of couch for Sunrise. And then Barrels looks like he wants to, you know, check out kitchen a little bit. So no top floor hold. And the reason I'm pointing that out is because we've seen that Penta really likes to take the top floor. We've seen that they like to get the verticals. Will they do the same here on Sunrise? I'm not sure. But it seems like they want to get that shield off first, and there it goes. It'll be destroyed. And whether or not they now take top floor is yet to be seen.
Looks like as enemies rotating back out, what I would like to see is if someone will be trying to move himself into that kitchen, because if you have the kitchen door, you're going to be able to stop anybody from rotating in and out of the actual Sunrise side, and that means you would be fighting a 2-on-4 on the actual side, as one of course would be inside of that kitchen. Melusi will be spotted out, and look where Blaz is going. Blaz is getting himself into a position where he can try and challenge. They know one is close in that corner now as well. The spot comes through, and here we see it. Blaz inside the service entrance will be moving through the kitchen, will be able to find himself into a good angle soon, but has to worry about the fact that his feet might be spotted out right here as Juka is holding it, putting up some pressure, able to get the kill down. Blast will fall, and that's exactly what he needed to worry about right now, as Cactus knows one is deep inside that corner, but they're not able to do anything against it yet. Whenever you see the feet, you're not shooting at them yet, as he managed to find it one. Instantly responded, however, Sake able to find that kill. It's a 2-on-4 situation again. Heretics right here in Coastline are looking quite strong. Is alive together with enemy. They are the ones that need to bring it back right here. It's all started out with Blast being picked up by those feet hole as he tried to sneak himself through. And it all ends with these last 2 players of Penta who either are going to be able to clutch it out or will be shut down in their attempt to do it.
Something Dez has brought up time and time again is that late round Penta oftentimes lack the drones. I'm looking over towards them now, and well, they are in quite considerable numbers down, but they've got 3 drones. They're not using a single one. They're face checking everything, not particularly the play. And when time's against you, I guess you just got to do anything you damn can. Enemy gets in.
I'm not hearing you anymore. I'm not sure if you're still here.
I will disconnect. And not sure if that was just me.
Again.
Hopefully that got through on the broadcast, because otherwise it's going to be awkward silence for the end of that round.
I didn't hear you for a second, but hey, we're back again. It's 1-3 right now. Heretics 1-3, and Penta are currently slacking, maybe even.
Ooh,
but hey, again,
slacking.
If they manage to pick up one more round, it should still be doable for them to turn it around on that defense, because we've seen how flawless they were last time around. If they manage to pick up 2 more rounds, that means the 2 remaining rounds of this half, they should definitely be in a very good spot of still getting this match in. And now they're starting to change up the line. We're seeing the line being removed. We see the Capitão to come in. That will definitely help them with going for an execute. You have those smokes. You have those incendiary bolts that you can use to dislocate people. And that might be exactly what they need. Because yes, you can of course hit the side. But if there's still plenty of people there with plenty of utility, you're going to have to try and find a response to that. And look at all the C4s out there now. 3 of them are Heretics.
Well, if we can throw a little bit of a safety net to the Penta fans in chat and who are viewing this, whether it's live or later, the biggest thing I could probably say is that they are predominantly a defensive-sided team, at least over Challenger League. They have a much higher defensive-sidedness than they do attacking-sidedness. I know they've been quite dominant in most of their games, but for the most part, that should tell you that a team who does quite well on defense, for the most part, will continue to do better on their defensive half. And there are teams in APAC North, for example, that are better on attack. This is an attacking-sided map for the most part, but if you are more comfortable in how you operate on defense, then I don't think the map really matters at that point. And did Blash just accidentally walk away with his life there? I think so.
He might have indeed. As he will be trying to rotate out. Juka here taking a bit of damage. Flashbangs now being tossed into the entrance, it seems. Revan wanting to put some pressure down. Will be trying to bait some shots as he runs past, close to the door. Alive setting himself up to enter with a Gemini as well to get some pressure. Actually decides to go with the drone and sees that Sunrise will be cleared. This gives a lot of confidence here to Penta, because suddenly the C4s can only be coming in from horizontal angles rather than from below, because soon that will be under control by Alive. And as soon as that is under control, they will be able to put the pressure up. Barras' shield gets taken down, a lot of damage done. The ADS there was mislocated as it was just outside of the range.
Ooh.
As the kill comes in from Cactus, that is definitely a good pick, something they can use. Surely will be followed up with an Incendiary Bolt to come down deep right here in the middle of that hallway to make sure that Barras is not going to be able to pick. No, it's a grenade instead, and that manages to find the kill. That puts us in a 5-3 situation here. Penta in the lead. Just a long angle by Kuriboda will be watched. That has a potential impact on this round. Otherwise, they should be able to get that plan down quite quickly.
They have a minute and a half left here, Hap, and I have a feeling my analysis is just going to have to cap off in a second when they decide to go for this plan. First smoke bolt comes out, surely a second, or are they baiting out the C4s? That's a smart play. Well done, Cactus. They're going to bait out one smoke babe. That was less than they were hoping for, I think, and he's going to get off the rappel there, and he had time to bait that out. I'm a little bit confused what Saki's doing here. I believe he thinks someone's coming in from Sunrise, so that's his job to deal with. But he also has a very crucial C4, and so does Illusionist. So my problem here is they got one smoke babe, two C4s. What they need to do is get into a denial position. Illusionist is trying desperately, but Blaz says no, go to bed. Good night, 5v1, all up to Saki. Doesn't matter how many C4s he has. He's in a really precarious situation now.
Blast just zoomed by there, managed to pick up 2 kills as Cactus now will be going for that defuser plan. Sake still has that C4 in hand, but doesn't have any information. Instead, he will take care of some of the information as he gets shot up from above. We'll be able to toss out that C4 as he picked up the kill into the enemy, but we'll be finding no joy with that, and will be barbecued to his death right after. Cactus able to use that Incendiary Bolt to close out the round. And that leaves us with one more round to play in this half before we swap the sides and before we see what Penta can bring on the defense. And if they manage, as I just said, to pick up this extra round here as well, it is still looking quite good for them, even though this might be an attack-sided map, according to many.
I think we're going to have to take this on a singular game basis here. I'm looking at Penta, I'm looking at Heretics. I'm feeling like Penta are just in a completely different ballpark here. It's like we've gone to watch baseball happen. You know, they've given metal bats to Penta and they've given them to Heretics. They've given them flimsy little wooden bats that are just not working for them at all. Just keep snapping every time Penta throws them a curveball. It's not working, but they've got 3 rounds to their name. If there is a map that they can get in their hands, it does look to be this one. Oregon was their map pick, by the way, and they got 7-0 on it. So that's where a lot of my lack of confidence comes from, is that on their map pick, they couldn't even put 1 round on the board. And now we go into Penta's map pick. They're starting on attack. They're more confident on defense statistically. Heretics has, you know, they've actually got a more even count on attack and defense than Penta does. And so I'm wondering whether Heretics gets off defense, they go on attack, and they can keep that momentum. They get this next round, like you said, and they're looking to be quite strong going into the second half, but that's assuming they can keep that momentum running. And I just think Penta have, considering the way they've been face-checking things, like the way Blaz ran into lobby last round or through kitchen and service entrance and got absolutely railed from lobby, had he have drawn that, he would have known not to do that. I think there's simple mistakes here from Penta. They could fix up really quickly, tighten things up, and it will look like the steamrolling train again.
So I think you don't really have those drones in the defense. You're more so holding angles, playing off your own information, your own sound, trying to play on that, rather than having to attack the objective, you defend it. It changes the game so massively, and thus the biggest problem that Penta has had, as in droning in their players, will be taken out. They no longer have to worry about that. You just need to, you know, try and find out where they're coming from, put yourself up for a good flank, and try and execute from there on forward. As this looks to be a rush to come in from Blaz and Revan, as it looks like an impact is about to come in soon. I want to take care of the Goyo shield first. ADS will be wasted. Here we go. 1 impact. Second will be used potentially on the shield to take care of the Goyo that is out there. First Candelas will be coming in. They will be taking care of the shield as you see right now. Second Candela as well, but there's no follow-up yet. Why are you tossing in 2 Candelas to not follow up on a Goya Shield explosion? I don't understand. Not sure if you're still here, Jess.
Can you hear me? Go with the
I
execute
can now.
now. Let's go, buddy.
Oh, there we go. There come the Candela. Smokes are in as well. Plants will be coming through. His Cactus will be planting right behind the smoke. C4 will be tossed in. It's actually a double C4. We'll be able to pick up on the kill. Sake over, goes down as well. As Juka finds a response into enemy. We're in a 3-on-4 situation now. There's Juka. He's trying to rotate up. He's trying to go to the top floor, but it's Alive that jumped in from the window, able to pick up 1 kill, not the second one, however. As it's Revan and Blast, the last 2 men standing on the Zofia and the Ashe. They still have 1 minute and 10 seconds to play with. It's plenty of time. And as Blaz is still waiting from this kitchen window, we'll be hoping someone moves into his line of sight. There comes a pre-fire. Revan able to find 1. 2v2. Slowly approaching this. Penta have an opportunity of closing this out to a 3-on-3. Rotate from Blaz now will come through. We'll be going towards the Sunrise Bar. Gives them the opportunity to go for a pinch. As Revan is just waiting, is just playing around with his utility. Might be going for a little bit of a distraction move, opening up either on the long angle here or tossing in a concussion just to make sure that they have an opportunity to distract them for a bit. Blaz, however, gets spotted in these last 35 seconds. And as Blaz is trying to find a kill, C4 smoke actually will be coming out. Revan needs to go aggressive right now, but he's not going to be able to find the angle just yet. Blast taking a bit of damage. Illusionist goes down, meaning only 1 member is standing. Is Kuribo right here, who's covering off the diffuser. There's 20 seconds left. Well, are they aware? Are they aware is the question. As Blast will be able to find out that he is in the bathroom, and there comes the peak. Revan goes in aggressively, and we'll be able to pick up on that kill. Penta are able to get that 3-3 in. And that is the even split that they need to set themselves up well for that defense half.
Well, hopefully I'm back as Penta is
Yes.
back. Can you hear me here, Hap? Testing,
I
testing,
can hear
1, 2,
you.
3.
I can hear you.
Damn. Wonder what's going on. I don't know. Maybe I'm just having downloads in the background. I just can't identify. I'm not sure what's going on, but I believe I am back and everything's looking A-okay. Production tells me everything's fine, so that's all right. And as I said, Penta's back. It looks like they're getting that dominance that they need. And the reason I say dominance in that particular round was that Heretics had a number advantage. And in that situation where you've got it covered off on most of the entryways, you probably shouldn't lose that, especially in a time-sensitive situation like that. You could have baited out as much time as possible, forced them to enter through windows and doors, and had a really good preset crossfire. No one was troubling or pressuring from above, and that should have been a Heretics round. And I feel like we've said that over multiple maps now. That should have been a Heretics round. That should have been a Heretics round. I don't want to keep saying that until we quite possibly get to the end of Coastline and they lose the round that could have propelled them into the 3rd map here of the best of 3. I'm hoping Heretics have learned from their mistakes here. And again, I just feel like I'm just a broken record on repeat.
Well, as they go over to the attack right now, you mentioned it is important that they can bring that confidence they had in those 3 rounds they won on the defense. As the Capitao gets brought instantly by Kuribo. Incendiary bolts, smoke bolts will be used to aid the attack, aid the execute onto Penta. However, there is a Mai on the board. And the magnets will be able to catch off those bolts. That is something to keep in mind. And that means that first, you'll have to be very thorough with tossing in flashbangs, with tossing in other utility you have at your disposal. But look at that. Only 3 flashbangs here on Illusionist. There is a Jaeger. There is a Wamai. That means 11 projectiles that need to be tossed in. They don't have that many.
Yeah, I was going to comment on the fact that you have both a Wamai and a Jaeger. It's just so crippling. And not only that, they've also got a Mozzie for that drone denial as well. A really good drone sitting here trying to identify if anyone was over security or office so that Illusionist can make his swift entry. And now what he'll do is he'll try and open up below quad wall. He'll try and open up. Oh, that was an opportunity for him. He's missing out on this one angle, and I believe it's Ravan on the Mozzie. He's been able to slip past that line of sight, and he's in a really good position here. The Roni has an incredible fire rate, and Alive will pick up one for his own, and Blaz says goodnight to Alive for some reason, some way, and I think maybe he's getting a little bit jealous of the kills that his teammates are getting, and he's not.
Just putting him back in his place as Revan still playing close. Blast has an opportunity to contest into blue bar as well as soon as he feels like it. Revan hopping over, able to put the down onto barrels, will be instantly traded out, however, by Illusionist that comes in. And Blast just staying put, not moving whatsoever. Yeah, he knows there is a down, or at least they should be aware that a lot of damage was done to one of the players. However, it's the Zofia. The withstand ability has been used, however, instantly taken down by enemy. The 3-on-2 situation is upon us right now. Kuriboh and Juka are the two men standing on the side of Heretics. They still have all smokes, all incendiaries left. With a blast just prone in the middle of the lobby, just waiting for Juka to walk through the security door. And of course, that gun will point out first. And that means Blast is just easily going to be able to land that kill.
Well, Penta had this problem as well. If you drone things, you face check things, you're bound to get caught out because of it, and they're just ripping through them as a result. Big thing here is now that Kuriboh could probably take a little bit of a tactical timeout. If he goes hide somewhere, his team could have an opportunity to talk if they want to. But Blaz says, no, please, let me find you. Let me put you out of your misery early. No timeout for you. Of course, in online mediums, you don't get an opportunity for a timeout. So those rounds which seem unwinnable could be ones you could take that moment to just run outside, hide somewhere, give yourself a free moment to just relax and collect yourself. I think that's what Heretics needs here, because they started off, getting a few rounds on the board. Things started to look a lot more positive than it did on Oregon. And you don't want to let that slip away. You don't want to let Penta find their feet, of which it looked like they were a bit shaky going into Coastline. And you don't want them to find their feet and absolutely just run away with it. Blaz, Alive, I said before, he's a bit jealous that he's been getting kills. In fact, he's got 9 kills and is the frag leader for his team. I think he just doesn't want anyone else to get kills. And that's why Alive went down to that TK.
Didn't I say you're talking to Penta when you say the mirror will not be that viable?
Yeah, but this is Blue Bar. This is the one site where I did say.
I like how you said, now the mirror's not that viable, and then you proceeded to list 3 different sites where you could use it. And I'm like, you only need 3 sites, Jess.
Well, who goes to Penthouse anymore? As a serious team, unironically, who plays Penthouse as one of their dominant sites?
I cannot wait until Penta will be going to Penthouse just to
If they go to Penthouse,
I
will absolutely, I'll put a tweet out on Twitter and say, Hap is right, I am wrong, all hail Hap, Hap go. Are you happy?
All right, I'm happy.
Yeah, good. Blue Bar, it does warrant a mirror, or rather than warrant a mirror, it does provide a really good safety net for a mirror. My only problem is that I would really want to see Penta challenge upstairs. The moment you lose upstairs, they start to smack a sledge above it. That mirror becomes absolutely useless. It doesn't have longevity. So Alive's above on the Vigil. I'm not sure if he has another player with him, but doesn't really matter because enemy could just come spawn peeking, or I don't know, maybe that was Lobby. He managed to grab that player. Missed out where it was, but that was a really impactful frag.
There he is.
There we go. Was he trying to shoot the default cam in Lobby? That's dirty, enemy. Damn.
I'm not sure what he tried to do there, but he's going to be able to find a drone on his way out as well. As Illusionist right now will be looking to be entering into Aqua, as they already lost 1 man, and a lot of damage now being done onto him as well. As Alive then pops up suddenly, and Billiards will be able to pick up that kill. And suddenly Heretics are 2 men down, with not even 50 seconds played at that moment in time yet. And it looks to become a third one right here, as Blaz actually will be losing his life. Sake able to get up on that kill. We'll be able to bring it back just a little bit, but a lot of early aggression being brought right here by Penta, and Heretics haven't been able to match it quite yet.
My problem is, look at the drones. They've got 2 drones left to be able to actively use. And as I say that, 3. Sake's able to put 1 out as well. And my problem was, when Illusionist, and not Barrows, because of course I think that was a bit of an unlucky moment there over on Lobby Double Doors, but for example, Illusionist, when he wanted to enter upstairs and be able to challenge above, what made him enter without a drone and without someone else with him? What is the cause of Heretics making these brash solo decisions? Because they're in a position here where they must win this map to keep themselves in playoffs contention. Otherwise, they are absolutely zoomed out. This is single elim. There's no other opportunity for the Spaniards to be able to walk away with a win. And so my problem is here, I think they're making panic just choices. And they need to play more as a team. No.
Beautifully played there by Alive.
Wow.
As you were saying, as you were talking, I saw the drones coming out, and I saw in the overlay that Maddox portrayed that the ERC-7 was activated. So I was already thinking, he's gonna be going aggressive as that drone will be rolling in, and it's exactly what he did. Able to pick up that double kill there. Penta now 5-on-3. Sorry to interrupt earlier, Jess, but
no,
that was all right. Beautiful spicy play there.
I'm upset for Heretics because we know they are a good team. You can look at these
they're a good
scorelines
team.
here today, and you could say, that, oh my God, they got 7-0, and then they got 7-4, or whatever this match might turn out to be, and they're out of contention for playoffs. The trouble is, I don't think this matchup is showing the capability that Heretics have. Are they overthinking this matchup? Have they not appropriately responded to certain situations? Have they not adapted appropriately? Have they panicked and given up droning or teamwork or cohesion or coordination? I think so. When you're viewing it from a third person, it looks that way.
I think if it was any other opponent they would have been playing against, we wouldn't have had these scores to come through. Penta is absolutely on another level here tonight. They're playing so well. It started out with that 7-0. Right now they're 5-on-3. And they are placing a mirror. They're not quite playing Penthouse, but they will be putting up some pressure there by playing that mirror winner that we were talking about. Might see it as the Zerd after this site, the kitchen that is coming down right now. Penta looking to be making this a quick night right here. They weren't even supposed to start until 8 p.m. CET.
Yep.
And right
When
now
did they start?
it is a 7.
Okay, because I'm in
something around
Australian
that.
time. So for me, it is currently 6:45 a.m. and I have no idea what time it is currently overseas. And, well, guess what? We know what time it is. It's time for Heretics to just storm the building and get a kill onto Cactus. That was a great entry there. I'm not sure if that came off the back of a drone, but it was really well done. But one entry kill onto one player doesn't really mean much. We've seen Heretics have an advantage and then lose it very quickly, but more advantages in the hand of Heretics. Now alive, going down, and Yuka, he wanted to play that angle early and he really reaped the rewards of it. And now you've only got Enemy and Ravan, some of the oldest players. When I say oldest, some of the most experienced, and they've been in the game since the very beginning. They've been in Pro League together. In fact, they've played together on the same team for 4 years now. That's probably some of the longest duo players together in Pro League, in Tier 1, or in any tier for a very long time now.
It is definitely a long-standing duo to come through. And as Enemy moved himself over to the courtyard. It's a danger donut, how Flood calls it. Coming through. Able to cut down any rotation if you find the right angle, and they definitely found the right angle right there. C4 will be tossed up, not able to find the kill. Sake able to respond and run away with his life. As right now the mirror window gets opened up, Revan gets the first kill to start things up and instantly traded out. Enemy misses the opportunity there to go for the kill into Illusionist, and in the meantime, the plant will be going down. The pre-fire will be going through. Will not be able to pick up the kill, but at least stops the plan to come through. Barris will be able to shut it down. Heretics are able to win round number 9. They're trying to get back in. It's 5-4 now. They're 1 round away from getting things all equalized. That means that there is an opportunity. We might still be going to map 3.
Map 3 would be an absolute banger because it would show that Heretics have really found their groove, they've found their footing, and I think we've not really seen a round, except for one round on the earlier part of the first half where they had a 4v1 in the end, or a 4v2, and that's the most confident round I've seen from them thus far. And I'm worried for Heretics now as they get that round, and then generally the trend is that and then they lose the next, and they can't really do that. They need to just sweep away with the next 2 rounds to put them on a match point to be quite confident that they could walk away, or they can put it into overtime and try their luck that way. But when you're on a map deficit, you don't want to be doing it that way. You don't want that kind of pressure on you. And the cluelessness that we're seeing here on some of these rounds, adaptation-wise, has really been what's costing them these rounds.
I have to say it was a really good strategy we just saw the last round, though. Just some quick pressure coming through, instantly cutting off the whole rotation through courtyard. Able to pick up 3 kills just on the back of that. And all you need to do then is go up into cleanup mode, and that's exactly what they did. However, that works once. It will not be working again because they will be aware of the fact that you're playing in that bar. You'll be able to take quick pressure of it, quick control. And thus Penta, that's a dangerous drone right there. That is going to be able to spot out the exact location. I believe that was a Revan in the kitchen, alive actually, who's still in there. Might be receiving a pre-fire quickly if he doesn't move.
Well, Heretics, if they keep up the pace we saw last round, we could see some really good things from them. A lot of drones coming out as well. The trouble is that Penta seem to be a little bit slippery. You can drone them and then they sort of catch the drone and run away. So you have to be able to act on the information really quickly. What is that? That's disgusting. The Roni coming in hot there. It's a bit of a laser and he catches the head there of Kuriboh. The Capitao would have actually been one of their key operators here for the execute. And now that they've lost him, things look a little bit more dire. Plus someone has to go collect the diffuser as well. And Barrows, he's stuck in the bathroom here.
Beautiful challenge coming through. Revan able to pick up one, pick up two. That's a triple of him. Just 180 flicks around. Second now taking damage as well as he moves into the office as Blaz is creeping his way around, looking to be entering soon. If he goes for a hard swing to the left, he's going to be able to find Jukas. Revan will be able to pick up a quad kill. There comes the impact. He's going to be trying to put up the challenge and Blaz finishes it off. Denies the ace of Revan, but a flawless round of Penta is on the board and that's exactly what they needed. As this will put them onto a match point. And not just one match point, it's 2 match points. It's 2 rounds they have the opportunity to close it out right here. It's 2 rounds that they have the opportunity to reach those semifinals and be 1 step closer towards EUL.
One really good comparison we can make here about Penta is that during French League, they were able to take a map off of BDS. The BDS, who is being crowned one of the best and most brutal teams in Europe as it currently stands. And they could take an entire map off of BDS. If you have a tier 2 team capable of ripping an entire map out of the hands of one of the top ranked EUL teams, then there's probably a pretty damn good chance they fit in EUL as well. And I think that's what we're slowly getting to see here today, is we're seeing a little bit more history here for the organization of Penta. I myself have a bit of history with them, and I know what some of these players are capable of. And to see them come back after that grind and that slog and to say, yes, we are tier 1 players, some of these newbies coming in rather, you know, like Blaz, he's a young gunner. They brought him in and said, you know what, let's craft you into that player we need you to be. And they've really flourished quite a good player here. Cactus as well. Alive has had his name, you know, throughout multiple teams in the French community before, so he's a bit of an older soul. But for the most part, this Penta iteration is very much showing and proving here today, and we'll see it in the semi-finals and quite possibly in the grand finals as well, that they deserve to get promoted up into EUL, whether it's against Rogue or through Chaos's spot. We might just be seeing history here, Hap.
Of course, those semi-finals won't be until next Monday, and the grand finals will not be up until the EUL finals that are going to be happening in December. So plenty of time to prepare for that. First, they need to take this step. First, they need to get this 1 round in. 1 round is all that separates Penta between where they are right now and between the semi-finals. That is the goal they have. That is what they need to achieve. As Chuka seems to be worried about potential spots, not quite sure why he was looking up onto the ceiling like that. It is them that need to attack. It's them that need to bring the pace. It is Heretics that need to deny Penta from moving through.
And Kavana was able to walk away with a 2-0 on the first series of the day and propel themselves up into the semi-final. And Blaz says, well, we want to join them in the semi-final and I'll do everything I can to be able to do it. Ravan says, let me join you in on that and I'll make a move myself. And it doesn't matter what Heretics are throwing at Penta. They just can't seem to be able to get through them. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the solo play we're seeing. I've not seen a lot of trades from Heretics. In fact, I actually can't name a trade that has been positive from Heretics in the past few rounds. And it just seems like Penta are just pulling that for all it's worth.
Look at Alive as well. He's just sitting by near Billiards, has the opportunity to go for a flank, get some cover from enemy as well. Of course, the drones are going to be coming in, but the ERC-7 will deny any information to come in. Alive takes down that drone that will not exactly know where he is. A bit of pressure being boot down now as Cactus takes a bit of damage, so does Alive, but nothing too fatal yet as Kuriboh wants to go aggressive. Blast will go down now finally. However, the response is there. Enemy able to take down Illusionist. Only 2 members stand on Heretics. Only 2 members are keeping Penta out of the semi-finals for now. If they go down, it is all over there. That would be a clean 2-0 to come in. Drones are coming in for the last final stand. We're 50 seconds out to the potential end, to the potential conclusion of this matchup. And as Cactus goes aggressive, tosses in the first smoke canister, gets the down. No, not just the down. Kuriboh goes down into very low HP before Revan takes him out with a clean headshot. and it's all up to Chuka now. The man is on 100 HP, he is full health. Another smoke being tossed at him right here. Has the opportunity to go to the top floor, but of course doesn't know whether or not there will be players there. Has 2 drones to his availability to try and find out the information, but he will be taken down. Revan gets that final kill. The GGs are being brought in here. It's a clean 2-0 to come through. Only 4 rounds lost from Penta, and they will be moving on to the semi-finals against Kavana next Monday.
Well, in a very swift fashion, Penta will walk away with that series win and propel themselves up, like I said before, against Kavana in the semi-finals. Ravan had an excellent matchup, especially in that second half. Ravan was just everywhere. One could be capitalizing on every single kill. Almost got an ace stolen by Blaz in the previous round. And Heretics, well, throughout that entire series, only walk away with 4 rounds, and they'll have a lot to go back on and say, hey, these are our mistakes, but they had a formidable opponent. We have to give it to Penta. They've been showing their prowess here, and I think we've possibly got a grand final team here, that we're seeing.
Penta is one of those teams that everybody looked at before, but let's toss it back to the UK, to the island, to see what they have to say about it.
You butchered that one a little bit, didn't you? Yeah, that's your soul. Either way, welcome back to the UK Deskies, right? It's me here with Gio, with Fluke. Did you know at the very start, Gio said there were 3 ladies on this desk? And I was like, hang on a minute.
Jess was going to be hosting.
For shame,
She's busy
for shame.
elsewhere.
Not that you don't fit the role, Derry.
Thank you
of
very
being
much.
a woman, that is, not hosting.
I would fit wonderfully in a dress. However, let's talk around these 2 teams and how it's played out. Penta putting on one hell of a show in exactly the same way Kavana did in their last series. Gio, can anything stop our new French overlords?
I mean, other than a couple of rounds, it looks like no, not really. I had some concerns about Penta in the first half because they kept having to change their attacking lineup. It looked like everything they're doing wasn't necessarily working once Heretics started to get some of those rounds in. But as soon as you swing on over to the defense, and I said this in our little call, I was like, look, Penta are going onto their defense, and yeah, Coastline is not a defender-sided map, but Penta is a defender-sided team. So, and that's exactly what we saw. They just look so much more in their element. And when you just look at what they've done here today, and the absolute dominating scorelines that they've acquired for themselves, I think that their next opponent should be fearing them.
Yeah, it's been a season for Heretics, to be fair, Fluke. They came in with such great fanfare. Everyone was really excited and said, hey, these could be a dark horse team here that could upset the big boys when you look at the likes of Eminem and Penta. But this season, today, it really hasn't gone their way, has it?
No, and I guess, it's always a tough day. Any name could have been on the board against Penta today, and everyone would have expected Penta to be able to take it. They are the step ahead of every other team, pretty much, and it's down to everyone else to try and match their level. Heretics had a very tough day of it today. The scoreline is obviously representative more of the skill of Penta than the lack of skill of Heretics. They're able to take some on their defense, but otherwise, just keeping control and keeping a handle on what is an animal that has one job, one role, and one dedication, which is to get into that tier 1 again. This is the situation we're in.
We'll have an interview with one of the players very shortly from Penta as well. But let's just have a quick look ahead at what's coming as well, because a week today, we get to see the 2 teams that have 2-0 the opposition tonight go up against each other. Kavana versus Penta. That is going to be an absolute screamer of a semi-final, I think, Gio.
Yeah, I kind of paused there because I was thinking, oh my god, that's going to be absolutely crazy. I mean, Kavana, I described them earlier as being scrappy. They're that team that will always claw themselves to the surface, even if they're put down a couple of notches prior to that. And that's what they did today. They were the lowest seeded team, and they beat the highest seeded team in the opposite group. And they did the same when they qualified for Challenger League because they got pushed into the qualifiers because they didn't make it through UKIN. And even though Penta looked like a sincerely dominating force here in Challenger League and always have done, I could definitely see Kavana being the sort of team that could take it to them.
Well, Fluke, we'll have a good chat around this when we come back from this interview. But we do have a chat with one of the Penta players, so let's get that up now and have a chat to them about their thoughts on this matchup and, of course, what awaits for them in future. I believe it's Enemy we'll be speaking to. I'm assuming that'll come up now. There we go. Wonderfully done. Just need to get him in our channel so we can actually hear each other. We'll wait on this one. We can always count it down together on fingers. We can go 5, 4, 3. Okay, never mind. Enemy's in there. He beat me on the countdown. There you go, Enemy. How are you?
Hello. I'm good, and you?
Not too bad, thank you. So, talk to me. 2-0. That was a pretty dominating stance from you guys. You know, did you have any thoughts coming in today that Heretics might upset you guys at all, or was this always part of the plan?
No, we were confident. We knew they will play on Oregon, so if you look at yesterday on the match versus BDS, we did great on Oregon, so we didn't pick the map to let them pick it. And after, we decided to go coastline because I don't know, the feeling was good on coastline. We wanted the map like we can be fast, aggressive. So I mean, it's not planned to win every time, but I guess we put all the chance we have to do it actually.
And it came out really well. And touching on coastline, that comes onto a point really nicely I wanted to bring up. Coming into this season, there was a lot of, Blaz a great gunner, everyone's really excited about him. But I think it's pretty fair to say, looking at players like Ravan, Cactus, Alive, all of you have been stepping up and really delivering this season that no one really wants to face against. What's changed between this season and last season to make you guys such a terrifying outfit?
I think we took a slap, a slap, because we miss at one point to go to the European League. And I guess everyone is pushing to play every day, to be focused on what we have to do. The team play as well is really important, and that makes the difference. It's because we know we have the level, we are above, in French League for example, above 2 European League team. So sorry. I know, we know we can be on the top 6 Pro League maybe. European League maybe. So we are hungry. Simply hungry. We want to go this time and don't miss it. Sorry.
Nothing wrong with having good ambitions. I need to ask around the French League as well, because you guys obviously play against a good few teams in there of a very high caliber. Do you think that's helped you guys improve because you've had Challenger League, you've had the French League to play in? There's been a lot of big names that you've come up against in both of those competitions.
We play Vitality and BDS in French League. It's really cool. It's really cool. We played this weekend, by the way, because it's it's a good train before to go to BO3, because we play just all BO1 every week, and this weekend prepare us to BO3, so it's pretty good. And we're ready and we want to go to this European League. So everyone on the team is really it's enjoyable to play with them, really. So I just hope we will make it, and I don't know what to say more.
Don't worry, Sisu aren't here this time to give you guys heartbreak on the last day of the season. But
every year.
There is a team in the way still from you guys making it into the EU finals in December. It is Kavana next week. They 2-0'd their opposition earlier. They looked pretty damn good. Are you worried about facing them next week?
No, we face them already on match. We do 6-6, but like we did in Coastline, it's just because of mistake, because we are going too fast, attack and stuff, and so we know the mistake we did. Also, they play as well really good versus us and bring some good clutch as well. So no, we're not afraid. We'll go 200% every match, and that's it.
Oh, it's going to be an absolute stormer of a game. I'm really excited to see how that one plays out next week. But before you go, of course, congratulations on the 2-0. But is there anything you'd like to say to your fans around the world?
Thank you for every fan we have, support we receive from you guys, and thank you guys to cast all this match and stuff. It's I really like when we play a lot of match, I would say, because I really love matches better than practice, and the experience is really good for the team, for experience and level up for everyone. It's really good. So
I'm a little bit curious, actually. Do you have much pressure on you knowing that there's people watching at home, thousands of people watching you play?
No, because you don't see it. But I have I'm here since 4 years now, so I don't have the pressure anymore. But I think when you are a new player and you start to play on the official matches, I guess you can have some pressure, but for me it's fine now. It's happened sometimes. When you're in clutch, sometimes you're more I will do the move and stuff, and you're doing it. It's you open your Twitter, it will be in video, But,
Well, don't worry, because you guys are making a lot of moves that are impressing a lot of people. Can't wait to see how you play next week. But thank you very much for your thoughts tonight. Hopefully, speak to you next Monday.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
See you later. Oh, there you go then. Lots of confidence, lots of beans in these points. Not beans on toast. I'm on about the beans in the can. That type of
Beans on
variety.
toast is disgusting.
You don't even talk to me
Sorry,
about that, Gio.
I know that we're on UK desk, but
Yeah, this is UK desk, but I guess you and your Russian counterpart complement that.
Fluke, are you a beans on toast kind of lady?
I enjoy beans and toast.
So down here
beans
we
are
have someone
grim.
who has never appreciated the greatness
Yeah.
that is beans on toast, and here we have an educated goddess
of
Go figure.
culture.
of culture. Then
Hi.
some beans on toast. But look, guys, that has been one hell of an evening. Another 2-0 came through, and I said to you, Fluke, we come back after this as well. Penta versus Kavana next week on Monday. Oh my God, it's basically a final waiting to happen, right?
That's
I am excited for it.
It's going to be crazy. It's one of those things where obviously Sloth stepped up so much today, and you think, okay, does he have the confidence to do that next week? There's more firepower in Kavana than there is in Heretics in terms of just people that throw themselves at a map. That versus Penta in a best of 3, that's going to be fun.
Absolutely is. Let's get that bracket back up one last time as well, because of course we still have 2 more quarterfinals, not semi-finals. 2 more quarterfinals to go on Wednesday between 4 more teams. I believe we start off with M&M coming up against Matchco before we then progress into Homeless versus Gamma. 2 more big games. Gio, which one of those 2 really tickles your fancy?
I mean, I'm very interested to see how Eminem do. Obviously, they've been kind of the golden child of the UK scene. But the reason why I'm super interested in quarterfinal number 4 is because Homeless are a team that started off the Challenger League season not necessarily looking super special, and they've grown into something that's really fun to watch. And also, I think it would be funny just because, I want to see Stern Up kind of have his,
Wow.
just get
I
nervous.
mean, look, I don't know if it's on Twitter or on broadcast. Someone's going to sit here and try and rip into Sternham, basically. What
Of
about you, though,
course.
Fluke? Any of those 2 that really take your fancy?
I mean, I want to see Eminem perform. Now that we've seen Kavana perform and play at their best, Eminem, I think, obviously, they ended up top of the groups. It's one of those situations where I still think there's more there. I think there's more possibility there and more potential for him to step up. I want to see Fonkers go bonkers.
Bonkers go bonkers. It feels like it's been a while, but it could be the day for it. We've already seen Winstripe fall down to Kavana here, and Penta taking the 2-0 against Heretics as expected. One game went the way we thought, the other did not. Who knows which way Wednesday will go. But thank you very much for tuning in. We'll see you guys on Wednesday for 2 more incredible quarterfinals. Peace out and see you then.
Jeff, he's doing some Australian things today that Jeff's not invited to.
Stage 1 EUL. I've missed you ever so much.